road, to hit the road. This does not mean physically hit the road outside. This means to leave, to leave. This is a casual expression which means to leave your current position and go somewhere else, to hit the road. In an example, it's late. Let's hit the road. So in other words, it's late, let's go. Let's leave this place. Okay. Onward to the next expression. The next idiom is kill two birds with one stone. So a stone is a rock, a small rock. Two birds with one stone. This expression means to accomplish two things with one action. So one thing, you do one thing, but you accomplish two things. Of course, you could do multiple things, I suppose. Three birds with one stone, maybe. But we tend to use it two birds, one stone. An example. Met friends and checked out a new restaurant. I killed two birds with one stone. So I wanted to see my friends and I wanted to visit a new restaurant. I did them both at the same time. I killed two birds with one stone. So I accomplished two things in one action there. This is quite a common expression. Two birds, one stone. It's always that pairing. Okay, onward to the next one. The next idiom is piece of cake. Piece of cake, like that's a piece of cake, or it's a piece of cake, or that was a piece of cake. It means very easy. Piece of cake means easy. Also, be careful of your spelling. This should mean piece, like one part of something. It's not P-E-A-C-E, peace, like peace on earth, peace around the world, but piece of cake, part of cake. It means very easy. This is an expression that means very easy. An example, making coffee is a piece of cake. So some activity, some action is easy to do. We say piece of cake. So actually, we don't always clearly state the action or the activity that's easy. Sometimes we get like a request, like, can you make this or can you do that? And the response is just piece of cake, no problem. I can do that, that's easy for me. So quite a common one too. Okay, let's go along to the next idiom, which is put all your eggs in one basket. To put all your eggs in one basket. This is an idiom that's usually used for advice, and we usually say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. This means to rely on only one thing for your needs, to rely on one thing. So let's look at an example of this. Don't invest in just one company. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So the image here is that we need eggs in this example. We need eggs to eat for something, for breakfast, let's say. If we put all of the eggs we need in one basket and we drop the basket, or the basket is stolen, or there's some other problem, the eggs are destroyed or they disappear or whatever, we have nothing, we have no resources. So this is a life advice idiom that suggests if you have some resources, you should spread them to different places. So don't put everything that you have in one location. If something happens, then you're in trouble. So it means spread out your resources, spread out the things that you need in case something happens. So here too, don't invest in just one company, try to spread your investments out is what this really means. So this is quite a common expression. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Okay, let's go on to the last one. The last one is a special idiom. It is hair of the dog that bit you. I have this in parentheses because we often drop this part. Hair of the dog that bit you. This is an idiom that we use particularly the day after we've had alcohol. So hair of the dog, this is a suggestion for a hangover cure. So hangover means that sick, bad feeling you have after drinking too much alcohol. So we feel like a headache. We have a headache, we have a stomachache, we're slow, it's difficult to do things. That's a hangover. So hair of the dog that bit you. So we're suggesting here that alcohol is a dog. That's what there's kind of a small story here. Alcohol is a dog, and the dog bit you. So because the alcohol harmed you, damaged you, you feel sick. So the idea here is if you take, like like medicine, kind of. If you take part of the dog, a hair from the dog that bit you, you'll be cured. It's like a treatment, kind of, or a suggestion for treatment. So example, hangover, how about a little hair of the dog? In other words, this means if you drink a little bit of alcohol, then maybe you will feel better. It's suggesting not to drink a lot, but have a little bit of alcohol and then your body will be better. It will improve. I don't know if it's true or not, maybe for some people, but that's what this expression means, hair of the dog, and we often drop that bit you there. So how about some hair of the dog that bit you? That could work. All right, so those are a few common idioms that we use in American English. There are many, many more. If you have questions or if you have comments or if you know some other idioms and you'd like to know more about them, please let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 verbs. I'm going to talk about the difference between answer, reply, and respond. So let's get started. Okay, first, let's take a look at the verb answer, to answer. The meaning of the verb to answer is 1, to react to a question. So a simple question. What time is it? What's your name? How are you? Those are simple questions. So when we react to that, like 12 o'clock, Alicia, I'm good. Those are all answers, and we can say, I answered the question in response. So we can use it in that way, but we can also use it when we're taking tests or examinations. When we include or we choose an answer as a noun, when we choose something on the test and we mark that, that's called answering a question on a test. So we use answer for like verbal questions and written questions, but we also use it for test questions too. So this is good to keep in mind. When you're answering something, you're answering some question, or there's some question, some inquiry that you're reacting to. So there's something that's like a question being posed. That's a good thing to keep in mind for this verb. Also, we use answer for these 2 cases. When we pick up the phone, so there's an incoming phone call, your phone is ringing. When you pick up the phone, we use the verb answer to describe that. We say to answer the phone, please answer your phone. We also use it when guests come to our homes or to our offices or to other locations. When the guest arrives at the door or at the reception, or there's some kind of door area where you need to receive your guests, we use the verb answer to refer to opening the door and greeting the guest. So if someone knocks on the door to announce they have arrived at your home, you go to the door, open it. We say that's called answering the door. So please answer the door. Our guests are here. So to answer the door is to open the door when guests arrive. To answer your phone is to pick up the phone when your phone rings. So these are a couple other ways that we use the verb answer. Let's look at some examples now too. All right, first one. Please answer the questions. Please answer the questions. We could use this for a test. We could use this in like a discussion as well. Please answer the questions. This is a very simple basic way to use answer. Here for a test, answer all questions within 30 minutes. So here's a command. Answer all questions within 30 minutes on a test probably. Here's a negative example. He didn't answer. In this case, he didn't answer his phone. So if you call someone and the other person does not pick up the phone, they don't answer their phone, this is how you can explain that. He didn't answer. And we remove this part, he didn't answer, because from the situation it's quite clear. He didn't answer his phone. We know it's his phone because you were on the phone. So he didn't answer. We can use it in this way. Okay. Now, that's answer. Let's take a look at reply next. Reply. Reply is used to mean to react to a statement or a question. So someone says something, someone poses a question, asks a question. To react to that, we can use the verb reply, or rather, we can use reply to refer to our reaction to that thing. So we'll see in just a moment. Reply is not as formal as respond. Actually, from these verbs, when I'm emailing, I tend to use reply in my emails a lot more. Thank you very much for your reply, for example. So that's used as a noun, but you can use it as a verb. So like, please reply at your earliest convenience, for example. You could use that too in emails. That's what I tend to use. Anyway, some examples of using reply here. First, she replies to emails really quickly. So meaning she reacts to people's emails really quickly, and she therefore returns the statement. She gives something back. She replies. Another example, he never replied to my message. This is past tense. So I sent a message to someone. I did not receive a reaction. So I can say he never replied to my message. Here's another one. We also use this in writing, like in novels and books, to describe someone's reaction. A question, what time is it? 12 o'clock, he replied. So you'll see this in books. Lots of storytelling uses reply as well. Reply and response, or respond as a verb in more formal situations. But reply is kind of like a basic, sort of neutral level reaction to something. So I tend to use reply as a noun and as a verb a lot in my email writing. Okay, let's move along to respond then. So respond also, like reply, it means to react to a statement or a question. So these two have that same meaning. However, respond sounds a bit more formal than reply. So if you use respond in like a text message to your friend, like please respond to my message or please respond by tomorrow, it might sound too formal. Reply is probably better when you're texting your friends, like please reply to the invitation by tomorrow. Sounds much more natural. Respond would be good at work when you're using like work email for something, or when you're on the phone as well. So using this is much better for like business situations. Also, respond has an additional meaning that's not related exactly. Respond can also mean to have a good reaction to something, So I'll share some examples of this, but this is not the focus meaning for this lesson, but I'll introduce some examples. Okay, so let's look at examples of this part. First, I need to respond to that email. Maybe you're telling your boss, I need to respond to that email from the client. It sounds a little more formal. It sounds a little more important. Another one, a question. Have you responded to those inquiries yet? So you received like client inquiries or customer inquiries. An inquiry is a question. So have you responded to those inquiries yet? Another one, a negative. They're not going to respond. So this is, you're making a guess, probably a strong guess. The other party, or maybe the client, the customer, is not going to respond. They're not going to react to something. Okay, so as I mentioned, respond does have this other meaning of reacting favorably, reacting well to something. So we use them for like public reactions to things. We can use them a lot for medicine, like treatments and so on. So here's one. She responded well to treatment. This doesn't mean she said something or she wrote something. It means she received some treatment. She's sick, so she received some treatment, some medicine of some kind, and her body was happy about the treatment. There was a good response. Her body responded well. So there was a good reaction in her body. That's what this means. Here, second example sentence, I think the public will respond well to this policy. So this is a prediction. The speaker is making a guess. So they have this new policy. The speaker thinks the public, the general people out there in that society, will respond well. In other words, they will have a good reaction to this new policy. So this use of response is a little different from kind of reacting to a statement or reacting to a question. It's actually having a good reaction to something. So slightly different, and you might see this in the news a lot too. So keep an eye out for that. Okay, so this is a basic introduction to the differences between answer, reply, and respond. I hope it was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to try to make an example sentence, please feel free in the comment section of this video. Also, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again next time. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the difference between question, ask, and inquire. These are three verbs that seem very similar but have a few different uses. So I'll talk about some definitions and then I'll share some examples to give you an idea of how you can use these verbs. Okay, let's get started. I want to begin with the verb question, to question, so please be careful. Today I'm not talking about the noun form question, I'm talking about the verb form, to question something. So to question as a verb has a couple of different meanings. First, it means to ask for information, to ask someone for information. This often has the nuance of interrogating someone. So to interrogate someone, this is a verb we use, for example, in like police situations or like suspect or crime-related situations where police or authority figures ask a lot of questions to a person who is suspected of a crime. That's interrogation as a noun, or in the verb form, to interrogate. So maybe a slightly less serious form of interrogate is question. So it means you're asking for information, usually about a serious matter. So let's look at an example. Here, the reporter questioned the CEO about the year's changes. So in this case, it's a business situation. A reporter is talking to a CEO about changes in the company, perhaps for the year, and the verb question, in past tense, questioned, is used to mean the reporter is asking for information in a serious manner. So this probably also means that the reporter is asking many different questions, not just one question, but asking a series of questions about the same topic. Okay, let's take a look at the second meaning for this lesson of the verb question. The second meaning here is to doubt, to doubt. So like if you're suspicious of something, or something doesn't seem true, for example, it doesn't seem genuine, we can use the verb question to describe that. Let's look at an example. I can't believe you're questioning my loyalty. So here, progressive form, questioning, refers to doubting someone's loyalty. So this could be as like a member of a team, a member of a group, a member of a company, whatever. In other words, the person listening is questioning or is doubting the speaker's loyalty, meaning they're not sure if it's true or not. So to question can mean to doubt as well. All right, one more example sentence here, just to kind of refresh. I think the first meaning is applicable for this sentence. The suspect was questioned this morning. The suspect was questioned this morning. So here it's used in passive, and we see that it's again in some kind of criminal or crime-related situation. So this is something you'll commonly see in news, like in reports related to crime. So to question. Okay, now though, let's move on to ask and inquire. So let's start with ask. The verb to ask means to request, to request something. It also means to look for information. So you'll see actually, this is the same as I have for inquire. But one key difference here is that ask is the most commonly used verb. It's more casual than inquire. So I'll show you some examples of how to use this. First one, she asked him for help with her report. So here, ask has the meaning of request. In other words, she requested him for help with her report. Here we have past tense, asked, asked. She asked him for help. The second example sentence, they asked where the restroom was. Again, we have past tense here. In this case, they're looking for information. You could understand it as requesting information, but here they are looking for some information. This is a fairly simple, a fairly casual situation, so ask is a good choice here. We don't need to use inquire, as that sounds a little too formal. So ask is used in these kind of everyday simple situations to request help, for example, or to get some information. Okay, so now let's take a look at inquire. As I said, inquire, I have the same definitions listed for inquire as I have for ask. However, inquire sounds more formal than ask, so we can use it in similar situations in terms of the meaning, but when you use inquire, it should be for something that's a little more serious or not so maybe everyday. So maybe in like business situations or in customer-client relations, for example. Let's take a look at some examples of when inquire might be used. First one, reporters inquired about the president's motivations. So reporters inquired about. So in this case, it's reporters, they're searching for information about the president's motivations. So this is connected to this meaning, looking for information. The reporters are trying to find some information here. Let's look at the next example sentence. People shouldn't inquire about the private lives of celebrities. So here, inquire is used in present tense. So in other words, people shouldn't look for information, or maybe even people shouldn't request information about the private lives of celebrities. So these are perhaps more formal situations. These might be something you could see in the news, for example, or in more serious situations or in serious discussions. So when you're choosing between ask and inquire, ask yourself, is this a casual situation? If so, ask is probably the best choice. If it's more formal, like a business situation, you might use inquire instead. And when you want to talk about like interrogations and like asking lots and lots of questions, you might use the verb question here instead. So I hope that that helps you. I hope you can kind of get an idea of some of the differences between these three verbs. Of course, if you have any questions or comments or want to try to make some sentences with these three verbs, please feel free in the comment section of this video. Of course, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some phone-related expressions. I've chosen some key verbs that we use when we're using the phone. So today I'm going to explain the meanings of these verbs and give some example sentences so you can use them too. Okay, let's begin. First, let's start with the first, maybe the basic action of using a phone. The first verb is to pick up, not pick up, but pick up separately. Pick and up are separate words. To pick up the phone. To pick up the phone means to answer an incoming call. So this means when your phone begins buzzing, literally we physically pick up the phone and answer the call. So meaning we receive the incoming call. So this on a mobile phone refers to this action, to pick up the phone and answer the phone. Before mobile phones, when phones were attached to the wall or when phones were like a physical object on a table, it meant physically picking up the receiver and putting it to one's ear to answer the phone. So, an example sentence. Can someone pick up the phone? Can someone pick up the phone? So, answer the phone. Someone's calling. Okay, let's go to the opposite then. The next verb is to hang up. To hang up. Again, this is two words, hang and up. To hang up. So to hang up the phone means to end a phone call. So this word, actually, this has a bit of history then. So before mobile phones, when phones were, objects that were in rooms, when we finished the call, we would place the receiver back on the phone stand. There was a stand for the phone receiver to rest on. So it was like we had to hang the receiver on its stand, or when phones were attached to walls as well, we would hang it on the wall. So we use to hang up to refer to ending a phone call. However, even though we don't hang up our mobile phones, we just push a button on our mobile phones, we still use the verb hang up, actually, to refer to ending a call. Of course, you can say to end a call as well, but hang up is still very, very commonly used, so you can use it too. This means to end a call. An example, she hung up on me. She hung up on me. So here, past tense, hung up. Hang up becomes hung up in past tense. H-U-N-G, hung up. Okay, let's go along to the next verb, to call. To call, a very basic verb for this lesson. To call just means to communicate by phone. We can also use to call for like Skype calls or other video service calls. Anything that you use like a mobile phone or some kind of video service to do, you can use to call to refer to that. That means like FaceTime or whatever. Any other similar application, you can use call to refer to that. So to communicate via phone is to call. So an example of this, let's call the customer service number. Let's call the customer service number. Okay, let's move along to the next verb, which is to return a call. To return a call. To return a call means to call a person who called you. The nuance here is that you missed the call. So if I make a phone call, I try to call you, but you are not available, I hang up the phone. Later, when you are available, you call me. You can say, I'm returning your call. That is called returning someone's call. So I called you first, you missed it, so you're calling me now. You've returned my call. Another example of this, I'm returning your call regarding your order. I'm returning your call regarding, in other words, about your order. So to return a call is usually because you missed the call, the first call. So let's look at the next word, which is to call back. This is very, very similar to return a call. However, this is a key difference. You may not have missed the call when you use the expression to call back. So yes, when you use call back, it means you are returning someone's call. Someone called you. However, maybe in an example situation, I call you and you are like able to pick up your phone. You can answer, but you're busy. You're not able to talk in that moment. In that case, you can ask, is it okay if I call you back? In other words, can I return your call a little bit later? So in that case, you did not miss my call, but you can't talk right now. So we can use the verb call back in a situation like this. So let's look at another example. I'm in a meeting. Can I call you back in an hour? So here you'll see we put you between call and back. Can I call you back? Can I call him back? Can I call her back in an hour? So you can include who are you going to call. Put that here between call and back. Okay. Let's move along then to the next expression, to put someone on hold. To put someone on hold means to keep someone on the phone line but without talking. So I think most people have probably experienced this, especially when calling a customer service phone line. So you make the call and you have to wait for a long time. There's usually music playing. That's being on hold. I'm on hold in that situation. However, sometimes the operator picks up the phone and the operator needs to take care of some things, needs to do some tasks or confirm your information. They'll say, is it okay if I put you on hold? So, meaning the operator is going to put you back, like put you back on hold, keep you waiting, but will not cut the call. So the operator may say, I'll put you on hold, meaning please wait, in other words. So an example of this, I'll put you on hold while I confirm the information. So this shows you're just waiting, you're in a waiting period. All right, let's go along to the next expression, to go to answering machine. To go to answering machine. This means the call is answered by a machine. So again, this expression is actually a little bit old-fashioned. Before mobile phones, there was a separate machine that was used only for answering calls when someone was unavailable to pick up the phone. So there were actual like tapes, or when it became digital, they were digital answering machines, but they were specifically for picking up the phone when someone wasn't at home, for example. An answering machine. But today, of course, we have mobile phones and we don't have answering machines, actual machines that we use, but we can still use this expression if you like. So here, yes, call is answered by a machine, or in this case, maybe like an automatic voice system answers the call. So an example of this, he didn't answer. My call went to the answering machine. My call went to the answering machine. So that means like my call was received by an automated voice system. Okay, great. Let's go on to the next expression, which is to leave a voicemail. To leave a voicemail. This is kind of interesting. This means to send a voice message, to send a voice message. So this is used typically after this step. So your call is answered by an answering machine or an automated voice system, and you want to leave a message for the person. You can say, I'm going to like send a voice message, I suppose, but actually the best expression to use is leave a voicemail, to leave a voicemail. So you leave the voicemail on the answering machine. You leave the voicemail with the automated answering system. An example here. I left her a voicemail. Hopefully she'll call back. So past tense here. I left her a voicemail. I left her a voicemail. So we always use this verb, to leave a voicemail, to leave a voicemail. So let's go on to the last item on this list, to dial something. This refers to inputting numbers for the phone number. So a long time ago with rotary phones, people would actually use a dial. It was a circular dial where the numbers were input, and we had to wait. Well, people actually waited for the dial to spin back to its original position before inputting the next number. Then we graduated to using keypads, and of course now we use keypads that are digital on our mobile phones, perhaps. So to dial refers to the act of inputting numbers into the phone. So here, dial 1-800-555-4422 to reach us is a great example of how this might be used. So dial, in other words, means input these numbers to reach us. So to dial refers to inputting numbers in that way. We don't use dial in situations outside of phone calls though, so we wouldn't say like dial information into your computer necessarily. We use it for phones a lot. So you might hear this, or you might just hear call us at this number. So just a little history point there perhaps. Okay, but those are a few words that are related to phones and phone use, so I hope that those are helpful for you as you use the phone and as you talk about your phone-related communications. Of course, if you have any questions or comments or want to try to use one of these words in a sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. If you liked the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Also, as always, make sure to check out EnglishClass101.com for some other good English study resources. Thank you very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the difference between someone, everyone, and anyone, and somebody, anybody, and everybody. Let's get started by looking at the meanings of these words and how we use them. Okay, let's begin with someone and somebody to begin with. You can remember someone and somebody and anyone and anybody follow very similar rules as some and any. If you've seen the video on our channel talking about some and any, maybe you remember the rules that I'm going to explain here. You can check that video for some extra information about those grammar points too. So let's start with someone and somebody. We use someone and somebody in positive statements. So a simple statement, not a question, in other words. When we make a positive statement, we use someone and somebody in that sentence structure. We also use these two words in requests and in offers. So keep in mind these are two categories of question. So a request question or an offer question. Let's take a look at some examples of this now. First of all, there's someone at the office. So here I've chosen someone. There's someone at the office. This is a positive statement. So not a question, just a statement. It's a positive here. The next example, Can you send someone to help me? Can you send someone to help me? This is a request, so a specific type of question, a request question. Can you send someone to help me? The third example sentence is an offer. Would you like to talk to somebody? Would you like to talk to somebody? So here we have request, offer, positive statement. We can use someone or somebody in each of these examples. So I've used someone, someone, and somebody here, but actually we can change each of these to the other choice. Both are fine in each of these example sentences. I'll talk more about the difference between one and buddy a little bit later. For now, however, let's move on to the difference between anyone and anybody. Okay, so this is a key difference between someone and somebody. Anyone and anybody, this is used in negative statements. These are used in negative statements. Someone and somebody used in positive statements. So this follows the same rule as some and any. So in negative statements, and we use anyone and anybody in information questions. So that means that not requests, not offers, but you're looking for some kind of information. We use anyone and anybody in these cases. So let's look at a few examples of this. First, I don't think anyone is at the office. Don't think anyone is at the office. So here we've used anyone because it's a negative. Here's my negative. It's in the do not. So not right here. This is my negative. Therefore, I've used anyone here. One more example sentence, a question this time. Has anybody seen my keys? Here I've used anybody. I've used this because this is an information question. I'm looking for some information I don't have now. This is not a request, it's not an offer. So I shouldn't use someone or somebody. I need to use anyone or anybody. I'm looking for information. This third example sentence is the same. Why hasn't anyone returned my calls? Here, anyone. And I'm looking for information. In this case, a why. This is a why question. So again, not a request, not an offer. I'm looking to find something new. I'm looking for information, so I should use anyone. Again, just as I talked about with someone and somebody, I can change this anyone, anybody, and anyone to the other word. It's fine to use the other word here. For example, anybody, anyone, anybody. That's perfectly fine. Again, I'll explain more a little bit later here. But remember, anyone and anybody is used in negative statements. Someone, somebody used in positive statements. This is one key difference. Okay, but let's move along now to everyone and everybody. Everyone and everybody, this will follow kind of a different rule than someone and anyone. We use everyone and everybody to refer to all people related to a situation or related to a group. So this could mean a class, it could mean every person in an office, it could mean in a city, in a country. So it just depends on the group or the situation. We use this word when we want to talk about all people related to that group or related to the situation. So let's look at some examples. Okay, first one. Everyone in our class graduated. So here, everyone in our class graduated refers to all the people in our class. So everyone in that group of people. In this case, the group is the class. So all people in the class. Another example. It was great to see everybody at the reunion. So everybody here shows us, again, all people. And this could be a class reunion. It could be a family reunion, a company reunion. So this just means it was great to see all the related people. So the people related to the situation at this reunion event. One more example then. Everybody had a great time. So here, everybody shows us everybody in the situation. So maybe everybody who attended the event had a great time. Everybody who attended the party had a great time. This is quite a common expression after an event of some kind. So again, as we saw with the first two groups, we can actually change each of these words to the other word. So everyone can be replaced with everybody. Same thing here. Everybody and everybody can be replaced with everyone. I want to end this lesson with a quick introduction or a quick overview to the difference between these two endings, one and buddy. What is the difference here? Really, one, the words that end in one, someone, anyone, and everyone, they sound more formal than the words that end in buddy. So we can actually use these interchangeably. Interchangeably means we can mix and match them. We can choose which one we prefer. So that means the meanings are the same, like their purpose is the same. It's just up to us to choose. So why would we do this? Why would we choose one word and not the other word? You can choose according to the syllables. If you remember, syllables is the number of beats. A syllable is a beat of a word. So for example, somebody has 3 beats. Someone has only 2 beats, 2 syllables. This is important when you are writing, especially like writing poetry, writing lyrics for music, or maybe you're trying to write a nice essay, for example. We are listening for which words sound nice to our ears. So sometimes the word somebody sounds nice, sometimes the word someone sounds better. So it's up to us, meaning we can decide, we can choose which word we prefer to use. So you just have to listen and kind of feel which you prefer. There's no difference in meaning, it's just a sound preference and a little bit of a formality difference. So, I hope that this lesson helped you understand the differences between these words a little bit. As I said, if you want some more information about the difference between some and any, you can search the YouTube channel for that video as well. Of course, if you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good English study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and we will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about phrasal verbs with back. Let's get started. Okay, first I want to introduce a group of 4 verbs that shares one common point. That is this. These 4 verbs all have the meaning of moving with the rear part of something forward. So if you imagine a car, the front and the back of a car, like the front side and the back side of a person. If you imagine, all of these verbs share the meaning of making a motion in some direction, of moving in some direction. However, the rear part is the part that is like the forward moving part. So we usually walk with this part of our body moving forward, but when we move with the rear part forward, it means this direction. So we're moving back in a backwards motion. So these 4 verbs all include that meaning. I want to mention that first. These that we'll talk about later don't include that meaning. So these 4 include that meaning plus some preposition that tells us the direction of that movement and the relationship of that movement as well to something else. So with that in mind, let's take a look at these 4 phrasal verbs. The first phrasal verb here is back into, back into. So back into means moving with the rear part forward, yes, so this kind of motion, plus moving into a space. So to back into something, you're backing into an enclosed space. So imagine with a car, a lot of these will be very, very useful for using with a car. So an example of this would be this one. He backed into the parking space. He backed into the parking space. So you imagine with a car, backing in, the rear part of the car moves in to the parking space. That means the rear part of the car enters the parking space first. So we use the phrasal verb to back into. You'll notice here too, this is the past tense form, backed. He backed in. Backed is the past form of back. So he backed into the parking space. It tells us that he moved with the rear part of the car forward into the parking space. Okay, so now let's look at the opposite of this, to back out So since we have out here, we had in before, this shows us this is the opposite direction then. However, we don't use back out to, we use back out of. Please be careful here, back out of. So this means to move out of a space, to move out of a space. So an example sentence might be, a question in this case, can you back out of the garage? Can you back out of the garage? So again, this means the rear part of the car is moving forward. However, instead of going into a space, the motion is coming from a space. So we're backing out of a space. That means from a position inside a room, in this case a garage, the back of the car moves first out of the garage. So backing out of something, to back out of a garage or to back out of a parking space as well. Okay, now let's move along to the next phrasal verb, back onto, back onto. This is quite different from back in or back out. To back onto means to move backwards on top of something. So again, when you're driving a car, for example, you might use the expression, he backed onto the sidewalk. So this means the rear part of the car moved first, and as it moved on top of something else. So there's movement and movement onto another thing. He backed onto the sidewalk, or he backed onto maybe a bicycle, for example. So movement backwards and on top of something else. So this might happen to you when you're using a car or another vehicle. So let's move on to the next phrasal verb, which is back away from. Back away from is a phrasal verb you might use more to talk about your body, the motion of your body, than you would a car. So this means to move backwards in a direction opposite to something else. So by this I mean there's maybe another person or there's something that you want to move away from, and again, the rear part of your body moves first. So if you imagine it that there's something like in front of you here, in front of the front part of your body, and you want to move away from it, but you maintain this direction with your body, we use the phrasal verb to back away from to talk about doing that. So an example sentence, they backed away from the fire. So you imagine there's a fire, like you're camping, for example, and you move in this way. You can say you backed away from the fire. So to back away from might be something you use to talk about your body, more so than to talk about a car, perhaps. But this means moving in an opposite direction from something else. Okay, so let's move along then to the next three, which do not belong to this group relating to that kind of rear-facing motion. These are very different, actually. Let's first begin with this expression, to back off, to back off. So to back off means to remove oneself from a situation, that's one, or to move away in fear. So this first one, to remove yourself from a situation, this is often said in response to a person who's getting involved in a situation. You want that person to go away from the situation. So it's commonly used as a command, like back off. It means go away, or stop bothering me. Maybe you're working on a project, for example, and someone tries to come share opinions or criticize your work or something. You're not ready. You can say, back off, I'm still working on this, for example. So it's used often to give a command to someone, actually. We also use this to express fear, like if someone threatens us or we're afraid of something and we want to kind of move away from the situation, we can use back off as well. Let's look at an example. Here, back off and let us deal with the problem. So this is related to criticism, like we don't need you to be involved, so let us handle it. That's kind of the feeling of back off, like we don't need you. Please go away. So to back off in this way refers to leaving a situation. Okay, let's move along to the next one, which is back down. To back down from something means to admit a mistake. To admit a mistake, or it can mean like to stop supporting something. These are actually kind of connected. To stop supporting something is like to stop supporting an opinion, kind of. So when you admit a mistake, you stop supporting that mistake, is kind of the idea here. So an example of this could be, my neighbor won't back down. He accuses me of being noisy. So the neighbor, in other words, is the speaker of being noisy, but the neighbor won't back down. That means the neighbor refuses to admit a mistake. He or she refuses to admit that there's something wrong, refuses to stop supporting the opinion. So my neighbor won't back down. He won't stop, in other words. He continues to accuse me. So to back down is like, kind of removing your support for something you said or like some behavior you had in the past. Okay, let's move along then to the last phrasal verb for this lesson, which is to back up. To back up. This is used in terms of to back up someone, to back up another person. This means to support someone verbally. So verbally means with your words. To support someone verbally is to back someone up. So you can split this, to back someone up. So an example of this could be, my colleagues backed me up when I made a complaint. So my colleagues supported me when I made a complaint. I made the complaint and my colleagues verbally, or they shared some words to support what I was saying, in other words. So to back someone up means to support them. Keep in mind this is very different from to be a backup. To be a backup means to be a substitute for something. It has a very different meaning here. So to be a backup, that's something very different from to back someone up. So keep that in mind and try to pay attention to the situations where those two words are used. All right, so those are hopefully a few new ways that you can use the verb back. Of course, if you have any questions or comments or want to try to make a sentence, or maybe you know a different way of using the verb back, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good English study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some phrasal verbs that use the word push. So these are expressions that feature the verb push, but have a slightly different meaning from the basic meaning of push. Let's take a look. Okay, let's begin with the first expression, which is push off. To push off means to begin moving. Usually we use this with a boat. When we say push off, it's like we're pushing away from some kind of like safety or some kind of support. We typically use this for boats to mean moving away from like a dock, moving away from land, moving away from the part of the boat that's connected to some safety on land. So we use this like to refer to moving away from a safe place, but it tends to be used a lot in boats. An example of this, we pushed off at 8 a.m. So here it's the past tense, we pushed off, and the time. We pushed off at 8 a.m. means probably the boat left the safe place at the dock at 8 a.m. So to push off means to begin moving away from something, some kind of support. Okay, let's move along to the next expression. The next expression is to push by. To push by something or to push by someone means to use a pushing motion to move past someone or something. We use this a lot with people. In a crowded situation where you're near someone else but you would like to move past that person, you can use a slight pushing motion, a gentle pushing motion to move past that person. So you don't want to maybe push them a lot, but you can alert the other person. You can tell the other person you're going to pass them with this expression. For example, I'm gonna push by you. I'm gonna push by you shows I'm going to push myself, or I'm maybe going to push something close to you, or I might push you a little bit. It refers to making a pushing motion to move somewhere. So to push by someone. In this case, to push by you. In other words, I'm going to make a pushing motion and move past you. It's usually a small pushing motion, not a big one. So this is just a quick kind of alert phrase you can tell someone as you move by them. Okay, let's move along to the next expression, which is to push someone around. To push someone around means to bully someone, to bully someone. So you can imagine this is in a situation where there's someone maybe higher level and someone lower level. This could be at school, it could be at work, it could be in groups of friends. When you push someone around, you are unkind to them. You make unkind comments to them. You ask them to do lots of things for you for kind of no reason, just to use your power over that person. We use the expression to push someone around to talk about bullying someone like this. An example, don't let your boss push you around. So in other words, don't let your boss bully you. Don't let your boss make you do so many things, or don't let your boss be rude to you. So to push someone around is like you're using them or you're not treating them with respect. It's not a good thing. It's a negative expression. Okay, let's move on to the next phrasal verb. The next phrasal verb is to push limits. To push limits. You'll hear this a lot in technology, news, business perhaps as well. This expression means to work at the extremes. So you can imagine that there's some kind of boundary, some kind of limit in your field, at your job, in your life. So to push those limits means to work there and try to expand those boundaries. You're working at like the extreme part of your job or the extreme part of your industry, your knowledge, or whatever it is in your case. And you're trying to make that like bigger. You're trying to expand that. So we use the expression push limits to refer to that kind of thing. A very common example is we're pushing the limits of technology. So here it's the progressive tense. We're pushing the limits of technology. In other words, we're trying to make the limits of technology a little bit bigger, or we're trying to go to the next step, kind of. So we're pushing the limits. This is an expression we use to talk about like next generation things, or kind of evolution of some kind. Another way to think of pushing limits is like doing the impossible or working to do the impossible. So something that's not possible now may become possible through your efforts. So it's like you're trying to do something that's not possible in the present, but you want it to become possible in the future. You're pushing the limits of what's available to you now. Okay, let's move along to the next phrasal verb then. The next phrasal verb is to push ahead. I want to group this with the next one in the list as well. To push ahead and to push along. These have quite similar meanings. Push ahead feels a little more like to make efforts to create forward progress. To push ahead like to the next step with something. To push ahead in a project. To push ahead in your business idea. To push along is kind of like to cause someone else to make that forward progress. So you can use it for a project as well, like to try to push along a project. But when we use push along, it's like you're trying to kind of help something or help someone else make forward progress. So they tend to be used in very similar ways, but perhaps there are some slight differences in nuance. We might use push along more with people than push ahead. So as I said, push ahead kind of feels like making efforts to make forward progress, to move to the next step with something. And then we can think of push along as like moving something forward or causing another person to move forward as well. So let's take a look at some example sentences. First, let's push ahead to the next step. So let's make efforts to move to the next step in the thing we are doing. In the second example sentence with push along, I've used a person here. Can you try to push him along? So can you try to motivate him, to encourage him? Try to push him along, meaning get him motivate him to do his tasks or to do the things he needs to do so we can go to the next step. So you're trying to get someone moving here. So quite similar ideas, but maybe slight differences in how they are used. Okay, let's move along to the next expression, which is push back. To push back means to resist something or to oppose something. So this is used a lot in politics and in business, in any kind of like discussion where there's a lot of disagreement. To push back against something, usually. You're opposing an idea, opposing a person, opposing a policy. So to push back is to resist that or to oppose that. An example. Management pushed back against our proposal. So we made a proposal for something in the office and management opposed that. They did not want to do that thing. They resisted, so they pushed back. You might also hear this used as a noun, push back. Pushback. So not to push back, but there was pushback against our proposal. So you can hear this used as a phrasal verb or as a noun, but they both refer to resisting or opposing something. Okay, one more then for this lesson. It is to push for something. To push for something means to try to persuade someone of something. So if you really, really want to get something, you're trying to convince someone something is a good idea, or you're trying to convince someone to give you something, we can use the expression push for that thing to describe that. So in this example sentence, it feels kind of like you're persuading yourself a little bit, like you're trying to motivate yourself, making efforts for yourself for your future. You could also use this in talking to other people, in trying to convince other people, like trying to push your boss for a raise, for example. So it means you're trying to convince your boss or persuade your boss to give you a raise. A raise is increased salary, increased money at your job. So pushing for something is like you're trying to make efforts in order to achieve something or to get something or to convince someone of something. So to push for a thing. Okay, so those are a few examples of some phrasal verbs that use the word push. I hope that you found something new here. So keep an eye out for these the next time you see them in writing. Of course, if you have any questions or comments or want to practice using one of these phrasal verbs, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. If you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again next time. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Today I'm going to talk about how to use the word almost. I'm going to show a few different example sentences and give you a couple pointers, some things to watch out for when you're using this word. So first, let's look at the meaning of the word almost. So almost is an adverb. It's a word that means nearly or not quite or not completely. It can also mean similar to something, but not exactly like something. So I've got a lot of example sentences here that I hope to talk about to kind of explain the use of almost. Before I do that, though, I want to mention this point over here. Almost comes before the word it modifies. So modifies means like almost is attached. You can think of it as being attached to another word and almost changes the meaning of that word. So using almost before another word or before another phrase adds this meaning of nearly or not quite or not completely to that word or to that phrase. So let's begin with that and look at a few examples. Here almost comes before the verb forgot in this case, meaning I nearly forgot my homework. So the word almost, like I said, almost should come before the word it modifies. So here it's modifying the word forgot. So I nearly forgot my homework. I was very close to forgetting my homework. Another example, he almost always calls on his way home. So here it comes before the word it comes before the word always in this case. Almost always, meaning maybe like 95% of the time or 90% of the time. So not always, but nearly, very nearly always calls on his way home, is the meaning of this sentence. Okay, let's look at another one, maybe an opposite meaning here. They almost never leave the house. So here we've got never as the word that almost is modifying. So almost never means you can think of it in terms of a percentage, for example, like 5% of the time they leave the house. Very, very close to zero, but not quite zero. So almost never, not quite never, but very near to never. The next one, you're almost finished. You're almost finished. So here, almost is modifying the word finished. So, in other words, you're nearly finished in this case. Maybe you're nearly finished with your job for the day, or you're nearly finished with your homework, for example. You're almost finished is the meaning here. Let's look at the next sentence then. So the next sentence is we're almost home. We're almost home. In this case, almost is modifying the word home. Home, in this case, means at your place of residence. So to be in a status of being at your place, at your dwelling, at your residence. So to be almost home means nearly at your house, in other words. So we can modify in this way. Similar to this negative I used up here with never, we've got there's almost nothing left in the refrigerator. So again, almost nothing in this case. So very nearly no things, very nearly maybe nothing to eat or no food in the refrigerator. So this sentence means there's something in the refrigerator, a few things maybe, but almost nothing. So very little of something. Okay, the next sentence shows another point that I want to make about the placement of the word almost. I mentioned in these initial example sentences that the word almost comes before the word it modifies, as we've seen so far. However, when you're using the verb to be and the variations of it, like was and were, for example, almost comes after that verb. So let's look at an example of that. Here we have, here I have, he was almost fired from his job. So here's my to be verb, in this case using was. He was almost fired from his job. So here, almost follows the verb to be. This is a slight change. I'll show you one more example sentence later. So again, let's go back to this first pattern. Almost no one came to her party. So here, almost begins the sentence. It's modifying the word no one. Almost no one came to her party. So meaning very few people came to her party. Lastly, let's look at one more to be example. Here, I was almost late for the movie. So again, here's our to be verb, I was, and almost follows that to be verb. I was almost late for the movie. Okay, so these are quite a few examples of how we can use almost. I want to talk a little bit about some other ways to use almost. We use almost with time and quantity expressions. So in these cases, we use the word almost before the time or before the quantity. Let's look at some examples. For example, we've been waiting almost 2 hours. So here, 2 hours is a length of time. We use almost before that. So nearly 2 hours. Not quite 2 hours, but nearly 2 hours. The next example, I've lived here for almost 5 years. So that doesn't mean 5 years exactly, but very nearly 5 years. Same thing here. He said there were almost 5,000 people. So almost 5,000, not quite, maybe like 4,900, for example. Very nearly 5,000. Again, the recipe made almost 200 cookies. So again, not quite is the meaning here. So all of these kind of, we use this when it's easier to round up, to use like the next easily recognizable number. Like it might sound strange in the last example to say the recipe made 498 cookies. It sounds very, very specific. And it also sounds like maybe the speaker counted each individual cookie. So sometimes that's really not reasonable, or it might just sound a little bit strange. So, or also it's just sometimes not possible to count exactly how many people or how many of something were in a situation. But using almost, we can make a guess sometimes. So this is quite a useful thing for time and quantity expressions. Okay, so as we've seen so far in this lesson, we can use always with words like always and never. I used it over here. For example, he almost always and they almost never. So just keep in mind that these have very, very different meanings, kind of opposite meanings. So I almost always means very nearly always, and almost never means very nearly never, but not quite. Same thing with all or nothing or no. So I used an example here. There's almost nothing, for example. So here, it means very close to zero. If I used almost all, like almost all the people were happy, it means very nearly everybody as well. So you can kind of see a pattern here, and the same one is we can see here at the end, everyone and no one. It's like extreme, so like 100% versus 0% of something. So all or nothing, everyone or no one. We can use almost to show that we are very near to these levels, but not quite at these levels. The last thing I want to mention in this lesson is a word of caution. Just be careful about where you place almost in a sentence because it can really affect the meaning of the sentence. So here, let's look at two very similar sentences. 1, he almost told his boss all the secrets. And 2, he told his boss almost all the secrets. These are very different sentences, but they seem very similar. Here, I've used almost before the verb told. So almost is modifying the word told here. He almost told his boss all the secrets, meaning he very nearly told his boss all the secrets, but he did not. He did not. So here, almost modifies this verb, told, meaning the action itself. He almost did this action, but he did not do the action. In this sentence, however, he told his boss almost all the secrets. Almost, because of its positioning, is modifying the word all. He told his boss almost all the secrets, meaning he told his boss very nearly everything, all of the secrets. So maybe like 95%, 90 to 95% of the secrets he told his boss. So the action happened. He did tell his boss, but he didn't tell everything in this case. So please keep this in mind. Your placement, the place in the sentence where you use the word almost, can create very, very different meanings. So remember this point here. Almost should come before the word it modifies. So when you're writing and when you're speaking, you should think carefully about this. Also remember, when you're using the verb to be, almost should come after that verb. Finally, when you're speaking, as I am right now, we do have the ability to use our voices. We can emphasize key words. We can stress them with our voices to make it clear which word we want to emphasize. However, we can't really do that in writing. So it's really important to consider, to think about where we place the word almost when we're writing. So I hope that this lesson was useful for you. If you have any questions or any comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use the word just to talk about actions that are going to happen in the future very, very soon. So let's get started. In this lesson though, I'm going to use a timeline to show actions that start or are going to start in the future, the very recent future, and actions which perhaps have already started but are going to finish in the very near future. So I'm going to do this by explaining two maybe common patterns that we can use with just to explain these sorts of events. Before I start that though, I do want to just do a quick reminder about the word just. So we use the word just, as I'm going to explain in these example sentences, as kind of an emphasis word. We use it to emphasize an activity or an action that's very, very close to the present time. So something that could be in the past or something that could be in the future. We can use just for both of these. In this lesson, I'm going to focus on actions that are in the future. So let's begin with the first example pattern. Okay, the first pattern that I have here is a subject plus a version of the verb to be plus just plus the word just, and then about. So about is going to give us even more emphasis about something that's going to happen in the future, very, very near to the future. Then we follow this with a to form of the verb, or the infinitive form of the verb, to plus the verb. Finally, we'll end the sentence with any extra information that you may need to include. So let's look at a couple of examples of this pattern. The first one, we are just about to leave the house. Here my subject is we. My be verb is are in this case to match the subject. Just about to, and then my verb here is leave. Just about to leave the house. So in this situation, we, the people in the subject of the sentence, are very, very soon going to leave the house. This is an action that's going to happen soon. We are just about to leave the house. So here we pair just with about before the verb. Let's look at another example. Here, my subject is she. So she is, in this case is the form of the be verb. She is just about to start the meeting. So in this case, the meeting is going to start very soon in the future. One more example sentence. I am, in this case am, is my be verb. I am just about to have dinner. So this means in the very near future, I am going to have dinner. So each of these sentences communicates an action that has not started yet, but in the very near future, it's going to start or it's going to happen. So on a timeline, we can imagine if this is the present point here in the middle, and this is my future, we can imagine that these actions are going to happen very, very soon in the future. So something that's going to start soon or an action that's going to occur soon, we can use this kind of pattern to talk about that. Okay, so let's take a look at the second pattern that I prepared. This one is perhaps a little bit less common than this pattern, but I want to introduce it for a couple of different reasons. So let's take a look at the pattern first. So similar to the first pattern, we have the subject of the sentence plus be plus just. However, after this just, I have the ing form of the verb. This is the continuous form or the progressive form of the verb. Following that, we have just any extra information you may need to communicate. So let's take a look at a few examples here. I've actually just changed these sentences into this pattern here. So again, we have this we are, just as I did here. We are, in this case, just, plus my verb, my to verb from this sentence, to leave, becomes leaving in the continuous tense. We are just leaving the house is my first pattern. So this sentence actually shows that perhaps the speaker was already in the action, was already in the process of leaving the house. However, the action is not yet complete. Let's look at another example though. She is just starting the meeting here. So again, my first sentence in this pattern was she is just about to start the meeting, meaning it's going to start in the future. Here, she is just starting the meeting shows maybe she, in the sentence, the subject, has just recently, very, very recently, started the process of the meeting, and she is maybe doing introductory remarks in this case, or introducing the agenda for somehow. She's in the process of beginning the meeting, but that beginning process is not finished yet. Okay, let's look at one more example. I am just having dinner. So here I had to have in the first pattern. In this sentence with the progressive or the continuous tense, I have having here. So I'm just having dinner. So in other words, I'm probably in the process of eating right now, but I am not finished yet. So the difference between this pattern and this pattern is that these actions have already started, but they are not quite finished yet. Rather, they're going to be finished in the near future. This is kind of the nuance of this grammar. So, to visualize this a little bit differently from our first pattern, we can imagine that these are actions which in the present, at the point in time when the speaker explains things, the actions are in progress at this point in time. However, they are not finished yet. In the future, however, in the near future, they're going to be finished. So this is sort of the difference between these two. One action, as in the first pattern we looked at, is going to happen in the near future. One action down here in the second pattern is already in progress, but it's going to finish in the near future. So this is a very, very small difference, I think. But if you want to emphasize that something is already happening, you can use the progressive form to do that. Okay, so I have just, a couple of quick sort of summaries of each of these points that you can consider. So point 1 is for near future actions. It's going to start and maybe finish in the near future. The second one is for actions that have started and will complete in the near future. So some of you might be wondering, like, what about using past tense, like the verb be here? I've used the present tense here. What about using past tense? Or how do I talk about something that already started or something that was in the past? I'll explain that in a separate lesson, in a different lesson. So please keep an eye out for that. But if you want to talk about actions that are going to start soon or that have already started and are going to finish soon, you can try using one of these patterns to explain that. All right, so just a few points and a few patterns for how you can use just to explain actions that are coming up. So I hope that this lesson was useful for you. If you have any questions, please be sure to let us know in the comment section of the video. If you liked the video, also please be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel too if you haven't already. You can also find us at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this video, and I will see you again next time. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use the word just for actions that finished very, very recently. I'm going to talk about a couple of different patterns where we see the word just used to talk about recently finished actions, and I'm also going to talk about maybe one question that you might have about tenses with the word just. So for this lesson, I'm going to use a timeline from past to future with a point in the present. Also, just a reminder to review, we use the word just as an emphasis word for this lesson, an emphasis word for an activity that's close to the present, something that happened close to the present time, in the past in this case, but we can also use it for future actions. You can check a different video to see the word just used for future actions. So let's take a look at today's points then. Okay, the first pattern that I want to talk about is marked in green here. It's the subject of the sentence plus the word just plus a past tense verb, a simple past tense verb in this case, and extra information according to the verb that you use. So this is a very simple past tense statement, but we want to emphasize that it was something that took place, something that happened just before or very, very recently. So in the very recent past, in other words. Let's take a look at a couple of examples then. First example, I just sent you an email. So here my subject I, followed by just, and then my simple past tense sent, which is the past tense of the verb send, you an email. So this is something that happened very, very recently. I just sent you an email. We can drop the word just here. I sent you an email. However, using the word just shows how recently the action happened. So this is an emphasis word. We can see it pretty clearly here, I think. Let's look at another example. We just saw that movie. So saw is the past tense form of see. So we just saw that movie. Very, very recently we saw that movie. That's what we want to communicate with this sentence. Another example, he just got back from France, or he just came back from France is good too. So I've used got here. To get back from a place is kind of a casual verb choice. We can say he just came back from France as well. So each of these, we see a simple past tense verb is used. These are completed actions then, and they happened very recently. So something very, very close to the present, but it happened in the past. So to kind of give a visual, we can imagine that these actions happened very recently in the past. In the second pattern that I want to look at, however, I'm going to change the sentence a little bit. Let's take a look. So again, we have the subject. Here, though, I have the verb to be. In this case, we're going to use the past tense of the verb. Then we have just, followed by the progressive or the continuous tense of the verb. This is the ing form of the verb. And again, any extra information according to the verb that you're using. So let's take a look at when we might use this kind of pattern. Here, first one, I was, past tense, according to my subject, was. I was just, and then studying is my verb here. I was just studying. So this is an action that was happening, you'll notice the progressive tense, in the very recent past. Something I was doing, I was in the process of doing in the very recent past. Let's take a look at another example here. He was just washing the dishes. He was just washing the dishes shows this is an action that was happening but in the past, very recently. Just shows us that this action was in progress. So this is something he, in this case, this person, was doing in the past. It was a continuing action in the past very recently. Let's look at one more example then. Someone was just smoking in here. So if, for example, you enter a room and it's very smoky, you were not smoking. Maybe you want to make a guess. Someone was just, so very recently, smoking in here, in the process of smoking in this case. So each of these shows that something was happening in the past very recently, and perhaps it was interrupted, or it ended at the present point in time. So for example, this sentence, I was just studying. Maybe, for example, you're in the process of studying, but your phone rings. You pick up the phone and you answer it with, oh, hello, I was just studying. So something I was very recently continuing to do. In this case too, he was just washing the dishes. Shows us, for example, that very recently washing the dishes, that was the ongoing action, but perhaps that action was interrupted. He was just washing the dishes, but now he's outside taking out the garbage, for example. So these patterns we can use to show an action that was continuing in the past and recently finished, or perhaps that was just interrupted. So maybe that action is going to continue in the future. Like, for example, I was just studying, I picked up the phone to talk to my friend, I'm going to continue studying in the future. But we can use was here, or were, but a past tense form of the verb be, plus the continuous tense, to show an action continuing, that was continuing in the very recent past. So this can be quite useful for interrupted activities, as I said. Okay, but there are a couple of things I want to mention here because while these are useful, and perhaps you can check the other video about how to use just for future actions, there's one kind of similar pattern, I suppose, that might cause some confusion or that might not be so clear. So I have a couple of example sentences here. In this lesson, I've talked about using the past tense form of the verb to be, but I'm using the progressive form here. Or in the first pattern I introduced, I'm not using the be verb in this case, but I'm using a simple past tense verb. If, however, you see a sentence like one of these, like, for example, I was just about to send you an email, or he was just about to make dinner, it might cause some confusion because here we have past tense, I was or he was in this case. But this point, just about to, suggests a future action. So it seems like it doesn't match really. There's a past tense point and maybe a future tense point together here. This is a pattern that's used for actions we were planning to do. We had a plan, something we wanted to do in the near future. However, the action was interrupted. So, for example, this is a sentence you can use at work or maybe at school. Maybe you have a plan to email your professor or to email a colleague. However, before you have time or before you have a chance to email your colleague comes to you, or your colleague calls you, for example. So you can say, I was just about to. So something you planned to do in the very recent future, however, you did not do. So the plan was interrupted, or you did not have a chance, or there's some reason that you did not take the action you're describing here. So in this example, he was just about to make dinner, but perhaps an action interrupted it. So he was just about to make dinner when his friend invited him out for pizza, for example. So perhaps these are used for interruptions. We plan to do something, but that plan is interrupted for some reason. So we mix this past tense be verb plus this about to, which I talked about more in the future tense example, or the future tense sample patterns in the other video about this topic. So please check that out if you have some questions about how to use just for future actions. So I hope that this video was useful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you would like to try to make a sentence, please feel free in the comment section of the video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel also. You can check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other resources too. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this episode, I'm going to talk about how to express fractions and percentages. I'm going to talk about a few different patterns you can use, and I'm going to talk about some questions that people have, especially with prepositions. So let's get started. Okay, the first thing that I want to look at is this chart over here. This style of chart we call a pie chart in English. In this case, for this example, I've made it into data about our favorite desserts, just for example. So the black part is people who like ice cream, red is cake, and blue is pie. So just for our example. But I want to use this to explain how we talk about percentages. So percent is the word that we use for this symbol, this sort of circle/circle symbol. We use the word percent to explain this. So when we want to talk about data in this way, we can use percent before a noun phrase, and we use it with the word of. So to use this data as an example, we would say, for example, 25% of people prefer cake, as in this example. Or here, 50% of people prefer ice cream. So when you're using a percentage, please make sure to include the number, of course, followed by percent. So 25%, 50%. Follow that then with the preposition of, 25% of people. So in this case, my data is about people's preferences, so your noun phrase may change. In this case, I'm talking about people-related data and their preferences, which is why the end of this sentence includes the words like prefer cake, or people is my noun. This may change depending on your data and depending on what you need to explain. But in general, this is a pattern that you can use to talk about percentages. So 25% of, 30% of, to talk about these. So please be careful of this when you are explaining data in this form, or maybe in another form as well. Generally though, if you want to explain your data in running text, meaning just regular text, you can use a pattern like this. Let's look, though, at something that can cause a little bit of confusion, especially about prepositions. Let's imagine that you need to explain some data in a graph, maybe data that's changing. So here I have a couple of different patterns. One is red, referring to this red line here, and another blue, referring just to this blue line here, just to explain the way that we explain these, really. So let's take a look, though. I've made a graph. The data doesn't really matter so much here, like what we're actually looking at. I want to focus, though, on the change of the data here. So on this axis, I have like 10% to 50%, and each dash represents a 10% difference here. So the red line, I've made an example pattern, which is something increased by 10% here. So please notice I'm using by in this sentence. So from point 0 on this axis until point 2 here, we see the line increases from 0 to 10%. So one way to describe this change is by saying that something, in this case, maybe, I don't know, this was about dessert, so maybe like the number of people who made dessert at home increased by 10%. So this by this shows the degree to which something happened. So this is telling us the amount of change. In other words, the degree of change shows by here, increased by change. Let's compare this then to the blue line here. So the only difference here, I've used the preposition to, increased to 20%. So this is a sentence that matches this blue line here. So I've tried to show from year 2 to year 3. At this point, at year 3, in this case, at point 3 on this axis, the data is now at the 20% point. So I moved it from 10% at 2 to 20% at 3. And here I've used increased to 20%. This shows us sort of the upper limit of the data. Using to shows us the limit of the data, so like how far the data went. It's not referring to the amount of change, it's referring to the point at which the data stops, or like the end point for that data. So here, by using to, we see that this means actually the end point. By refers only to the amount of change. So I could say, for example, in this line, the red line I talked about before, I can say maybe the percentage of people cooking at home increased by 10%, yes, as in my original example. Or I could also say, in this case, the number of people cooking at home increased to 10%. Both are correct here because both refer to a 10% change, or rather, they refer to a 10% change, yes, using by, but in this case, 10% the data for that year. So in this case, both by and to could be correct. However, with the blue line here, the data here, I'm saying it increased to 20% in this time period. So that's the end point. So 2 is showing us the end point here. But if I want to talk about the level, the amount, how much this changed, I would need to use the same expression. So here point 2 is at 10%. Point 3 is at 20%. That's a 10% difference here. So for this blue line, I could say in year 3, from year 2 to year 3, the number of people cooking increased by 10%. Again, so in this case and in this case, the increase is 10% total. So please be careful. By shows us the amount of increase. To refers to the end point of that increase. So in other words, what is sort of the last data point for that time period, for example. So please be careful of your preposition choice in this sentence. Now, these two sentences show the word increase. You can also use the word decrease, of course, meaning to go down. I've used this as a verb here. But if you want, you can also use increase or decrease as a noun as well. So for example, this graph shows an increase. So here I'm using increase as a noun, shows an increase of, which we see here, an increase of 10% from year 0 to year 2. So from year 0 to year 2, the amount of increase, in other words. So how much did it increase? Similar to this point here. So when I do it this way, an increase, and I need to use of before the amount. So please be careful of your preposition choices here. They can make a very big difference, especially by and to. So please be cautious when you're choosing which preposition to use when you're presenting data. Okay. Let's go to the last point for today. The last thing I want to talk about is fractions. So these sorts of things you might see in recipes, you might see in data. We call these fractions. But some people have questions. How do you read these? How do you explain them out loud? So let's take a look. I have here 3 examples. Generally, a general rule. First is to read the top number here. In this case, I have 1, 2, and 3 as the top numbers. We should read the top number just as you would a regular number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. So read the top number as a regular number in the singular form, so 1. So you don't need to read it in a plural form. Don't try to change the top number at all. The bottom number, however, we should read the bottom number like you would a date, like a day of the month, like the 3rd or the 4th or the 5th, for example. So please use the same sort of numbering as you would for days of the month. So in this case, 3rd, 6th, and 10th. We would read them in the same way that we do dates. So we also need to use the plural form for this, unless the top number is a 1. So if the top number is a 1, we would read this with the singular form. If the top number is more than 1, we should read this with the plural form. So for example, 1/3 would be this one. 2/6. This is a hard one for pronunciation. 2/6. It's even hard for native speakers to say. 3/10. 3/10. So 1/3, 2/6, 3/10. So if it's difficult for you to say, don't worry. It's hard for me to say too. But the plural form should only be used, or I'm sorry, the plural form should always be used unless the top number is a 1. Okay. Another exception to this rule is if the bottom number here is 2. So if, for example, you see something like this, like in a recipe or whatever, 1/2, we don't say like 1/2. We don't use that. Here we just say half or 1/2. So in a recipe, we would say like half a cup of sugar or half a cup of flour, for example. So please keep this in mind. So if the number is a 1, use the singular form. If the number is more than 1, use the plural form for the bottom number and read the bottom number in the way you would read a date. All right, so those are a few points that I wanted to introduce about percentages and graphs and fractions, as I've noticed that they can be difficult to explain properly sometimes. So I hope that this was useful for you. If you have any questions or if you want to try something out in the comments, please feel free to do so. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up. Check us out at EnglishClass101.com and subscribe to the channel too if you haven't already. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this episode, I'm going to talk about the present progressive tense and the past progressive tense. You might also know these as the continuous tense, but many people have questions about the difference between these two. So I'm going to talk about a few different ways that we can use these grammar points and some patterns that you might commonly see. So let's begin. First, let's look at, in general, the progressive or the continuous tense. When should we use it? We use these tenses for continuing actions. So they're actions that are temporary. So they're only for a short period of time or for a limited period of time. So these are ongoing actions during a certain time period. So the time period can be short, it can be very long, many years, but it's something that's temporary. So depending on the situation, you can choose to apply the progressive or the continuous tense. It just depends on kind of the action and the period of time. So it's sort of up to you to make that decision in some cases. But we'll see a few examples of maybe some common ways to use this. So another point I want to make about the progressive tense is that there are some verbs that are rarely used, or it's fairly uncommon for these verbs to be used in the it's a category, really, of verbs. So that means, for example, your mental state verbs, like think or know or understand, and emotion verbs, like, for example, like or love. So these are verbs which typically we don't use in the progressive tense. Of course, sometimes we do, like I'm thinking about, for example, is a common one. But verbs, for example, the verb like, we don't generally say very commonly, I am liking, or he is loving, or something like that. Generally, we use these more for the simple present tense or the simple past tense. So they're a bit more common in that type of grammar. So we won't see that so much today. Okay, so with this in mind, let's begin with the present tense, the present progressive tense or the present continuous tense. A few things I want to talk about with the present form. First, as we've talked about already up here, is for actions that are happening now. So it's present tense, meaning they're occurring now, something that is happening now. So basically, I am teaching, for example. So remember, we see the progressive tense in this ing ending, this ing ending on our verbs. In this case, I am teaching. It's something happening now. You are listening, in this case, ing form. It is raining when we talk about the weather, or he is taking a shower. So something that is happening now. It's just a short period of time, a temporary action. We can use the present progressive tense to talk about that. So to kind of give a visual of this then, I've created a timeline up here in the top, on the top right. So this point here, this is the present I'm talking about now. If you can imagine, this is an action that is happening around the present time. So maybe I started teaching, for example, a few minutes ago. I'm teaching now, and then in the future, maybe it's going to finish very soon. So this is maybe a good way to visualize the present progressive tense, something that's continuing and is going to end maybe in the near future, depending on the action. So that might be helpful. The second point I want to talk about with the present progressive tense, though, is how we can use it for trends. So here I talked about how we use it for actions like that we are in control of or someone else is in control of. We can also use the present progressive tense, however, for trends. So something happening in your community or in your society, for example. So I have here, lots of people are watching Black Mirror on Netflix these days. So this could be like one example. This is an example perhaps of a recent trend I've noticed. Here I've got the progressive tense to show that maybe it's temporary. It's a trend, really. Another example, Twitter is becoming a place for up-to-the-minute news, for example. So this is another example, something that's just kind of happening recently or some trend you've noticed recently. You could apply this, or you could explain this, rather, with the present progressive tense. All right, final use of this I want to talk about is for future plans. So we can use the present progressive tense actually to talk about future plans. It's slightly different. This grammar point is slightly different, but you will see it. It's similar to going to, using going to. If you have a plan that you are sure, it's 100% definite, you are going to do that thing, you can describe that plan using the progressive tense. So for example, I'm going to the beach tomorrow. So here I've used going in the progressive tense. This means this is something I am definitely going to do. I'm going to the beach tomorrow. But you will see this progressive tense form used. Same thing in the second example sentence. We are baking a cake for my friend's birthday party. So again, a temporary action, not something we do every day, kind of a special action, something that's only for a limited time period. But it's something I've decided to do. It's definite in the future, so I can use this progressive form of the verb to describe that. So these are three ways that you may see the present progressive form used. Okay. Let's continue on then to the past progressive. So the rules that we talked about for present progressive, like actions that are happening now, can still apply in the past. It's just that the action has already completed. So to give a visual then, this is an action that was continuing in the past. It's finished. We're done with this action. It's over. It has stopped. But it was continuing at some point. So we often include a specific point in time along with this. You might not necessarily see this here because it's an action happening now. But in the past, if we need to explain clearly when an action was happening, we can attach the specific point in time. So let's look at a couple of examples. First, I was doing my homework at 8 p.m. last night. So here, I was doing my homework. Here is our past progressive tense. And here we have the specific point in time, 8 p.m. last night. So when was I doing my homework? At 8 p.m. last night. If I say I was doing my homework, we don't know when. If I say I am doing my homework, it means now, so it's very clear. Therefore, in the past, we don't know when the action was happening unless we attach a specific point in time. Let's look at one more example. He was driving to work at 9 this morning. So here's our specific point in time. So both of these sentences, it's like, when would I use this sentence? How do I know when I need to use this sentence? These are perhaps responses to a question like, what were you doing last night? Or what were you doing this morning? What was he doing this morning? If you need information about someone's activities, you could use a question like that and expect to get an answer like this. So sometimes these questions imply a little bit of like suspicion, like what were you doing last night? Or what was he doing this morning? So something that you don't know, some action, a temporary action, you don't know about another person. So there might be a little element of suspicion here. But these are ways to talk about a continuing action in the past. Okay. I want to talk about two other patterns though. The first one is for interrupted action. So we can use the past progressive to talk about an interrupted action. And this is something that we'll see. We use the word when to describe this. So first I want to introduce the examples and then I want to talk about it more. Let's look at this. I was listening to music when the phone rang. So here I have my past progressive, was listening to music. Here I have when the phone rang. And here, the second action in the sentence is in the simple past tense. So with past tense I have here. So this is the action that was continuing, and then something happened that stopped this action. So on our timeline, if you want to imagine it, this point is like an action continuing that then stopped and was replaced by a different action. Actually, this should probably be in the past though here. So something in the past was continuing, something happened, in this case the phone rang, something happened here, and my action maybe changed to a different action. This is sort of a visualization of what happened in this sentence. When shows us the point at which something changed. When shows us that moment of interruption. So we see past progressive in the first part, when to show the point of change, and simple past tense to show the action that interrupted the first action. So there's a lot happening here. Let's look at another example. He was cleaning his house when the electricity went out. So when the electricity went out means stopped or turned off. The electricity went out, it went off. So here, again, past progressive, he was cleaning his house. When is my point of interruption, when the electricity went out. So he's cleaning, and then the electricity went out. So something happened, and then maybe he had to change his action here. So we use when and the simple past tense to show an interrupted action. All right, last thing I want to talk about here is for simultaneous actions. We can use the past progressive tense. Simultaneous means at the same time as something else. So two actions happening at the same time. For this one, you'll notice that we use the word while. While is used here. So let's look at the examples. I was listening to music while doing my homework. Here, I have the progressive tense in both parts of the sentence, and I've connected it with while in this case. So while shows that the two things are happening at the same time. So you could say I was listening to music and doing my homework. That's pretty clear. But if you really want to emphasize that nuance of those two things happening at the same time, you can use while. Let's look at the last example. She was texting her friends while cooking dinner. So this while shows us that these two things are happening at the same time. This part shows us it was happening in the past as well. So these are a few situations where you might see the past progressive tense, but they're referring to continuing actions and maybe an action that stopped or maybe an action that is going at the same time as another action. So there's a lot of stuff we can do with the past progressive and the present progressive tense. All right, so I know that was a lot of information, but I hope that it was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you just want to try to make a sentence, please feel free in the comment section below the video. If you liked the video, of course, please make sure to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Today I'm going to talk about how to pronounce the ending ed sound in past tense regular verbs. So I'm going to talk about how to make the three different sounds that we use when we're using the past tense forms of these verbs. So let's get started. Okay, so as I said, this is for regular past tense verbs. So verbs which take an ed ending. Verbs which don't take an ed ending in the past tense, I'm not going to talk about those in this lesson. Just ed ending verbs, so past tense conjugations. Okay, so there are three different pronunciations that we use for this ed sound. I'm going to talk about each one and kind of a rule that can help you as you try to decide the best or the most correct pronunciation. Okay, let's first look at a T ending sound. So by this T, I mean a T sound at the end of the verb. So a few examples. First is walked. Second, talked and typed. So walked, talked, typed. You can hear the ed sound at the end of each verb. It's spelled ed, but the pronunciation is a t sound. So walked, talked, typed. We make a t sound. So the rule for this, why do we use the t sound here? When we're looking at the infinitive form of the verb, so remember the infinitive form is like the basic form of the verb. I have it underlined in black here. If the infinitive ends in an unvoiced sound, we use this T pronunciation. So I'll talk about unvoiced in just a moment here. But in this case, the infinitive forms are walk, talk, and type. Walk, talk, and type. So the ending sounds are k, k, and p here. So these are called unvoiced sounds. So for this point and for some points in the rest of this lesson, it's useful to know the difference between a voiced sound and an unvoiced sound. So a voiced sound is a sound that we make using our vocal cords. So if you put your hand on your throat and you can feel your vocal cords moving, like activated, that's a voiced sound. An unvoiced sound, however, is a sound we make without using our vocal cords, something that doesn't require us to activate our vocal cords. So I said in this case, for the t sound, we use this sound for infinitives which end in an unvoiced sound, meaning our vocal cords are not activated. So here, as I said, walk ends in a k sound, talk ends in a k sound, and type ends in a p sound. So for k sounds and p sounds, our vocal cords are not activated. We're not using our vocal cords to make this sound. So we apply a t sound for the end of the verb when we're conjugating into past tense. So this is the first type of pronunciation for today. Okay, let's look at the second type for today. The second type is this D ending sound. And by D, I mean like a soft D sound. So a few examples. I have smelled, breathed, whispered, lied, booed, and need. So in each of these you can hear there's this soft D sound for the ending. Not an ED sound, ed, but a D sound, a soft D sound. So in this case, how do we know that we should use a D sound at the end of these? In this case, we should use this sound for infinitives which end in a voiced sound. So as we learned up here, voiced sounds are sounds that require us to activate our vocal cords. So in this case, the end of the infinitive form, here smell is the infinitive. So the ending sound, l, requires vocal cord activation. So I'm using my vocal cords to make a l sound here. Same thing with breathe. This th sound at the end, I have to use my vocal cords to make this sound. Next one, whisper. The sound here uses my vocal cords. So I'm using the d, whispered. We see the same thing. The last three examples I have here use vowel sounds at the end. So lied, booed, need. These are voiced sounds. So we need to use a d sound to end the word. So this is when we use the d ending. Okay, let's look at the last type over here. The last type is this id ending. It's like an id sound. Let's look at some examples. So here I have wanted, pleaded, and started. These are all examples of infinitives that end in a t or a d sound. So here the infinitive form of my first example, want, ends in a t sound. My second example, plead, ends in a d sound. And my third example, start, ends in a t sound as well. So for infinitives which end in a t or a d sound, a t or a d sound, we use this id ending. So wanted, pleaded, started. So these are the three types of ending ed sound pronunciations. So if you're having trouble trying to decide how to pronounce an ed sound, you can kind of think of these rules to help you, I hope. But if you want to know like which sounds are unvoiced or which sounds are voiced, if it's hard for you to determine like when you are using your vocal cords or when you're not using your vocal cords, here's a quick tip. So here are the unvoiced consonant sounds. So the unvoiced consonant sounds, meaning the consonants that we make without using our vocal cords, are ch, f, k, p, s, and the TH sound in think, think. So all of these sounds are unvoiced. If we make these sounds, we're not using our vocal cords to make them. So sh, for example, and t and th. These are common ones, but we're not actually using like our voice to make them. So that means that voiced sounds are the other sounds. So if it's not in this list, it's a voiced sound. One thing to be careful of here, though, is that the TH sound in the word like they is actually a voiced sound. So we have a voiced they TH sound, they, and we have an unvoiced TH sound, like in think, think. So in the word think, I'm not using my vocal cords. In the word they, or the, for example, I am. So TH has a voiced and an unvoiced pronunciation. So this is something to keep in mind and maybe to help you as you practice. But these are the 3 pronunciation types for ending ED sounds. I hope that that was helpful for you. If you have any questions, please let us know in the comment section below this video. Of course, if you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the difference between who and whom, 2 commonly confused words. So let's find out how to use them and a few hints for how you can decide which is the correct word to use in a sentence. Okay, let's begin with the word who. So we use the word who when we refer to the subject of a sentence. So let's look at a couple of examples here. In red, I have who is he, who stole my drink, and who is using my computer. So I have a few questions here. In this set of examples, who is used to refer to the subject of the sentence. So each one serves as the subject here. All right, and we can answer these questions with a simple reply. So who is he? We could say, he is my friend. Who stole my drink? We could say, she stole your drink. Who is using my computer? He is using your computer. So here again, we have he, she, and he as the answers for these questions. I'll come back to this point in just a moment. For now though, let's contrast this point with whom, when we use whom. So we use whom to refer to the object of a verb or a preposition. So let's look at a couple examples here. Whom should I speak to regarding this inquiry? Whom does this book belong to? To whom do I submit my report? So in each of these sentences, whom serves not as the subject of the sentence, but as the object of a verb or a preposition here. So again, I have a couple of example answers for this point. Here I have, for this first example, whom should I speak to regarding this inquiry? The answer could be something like, you should speak to him. For the second one, whom does this book belong to? This book belongs to her. To whom do I submit my report? We can answer with, submit your report to him. Okay, so the reason that I've included these example answers is because these can give you a really good hint for how to decide whether you should use who or whom. So I have up here this hint. The first hint really is to try substituting he or she and her or him in your original sentence. So for example, in this sentence, who is he, or who stole my drink, or who is using my computer, if I substitute he or she in one of these sentences, for example here, he is using my computer, or she is using my computer, the sentence is correct grammatically. So that means I can use who, and that's the correct choice. Again, who stole my drink? She stole my drink, or he stole my drink. The sentence is grammatically correct, so I should use who. However, down here, if I say, he should I speak to regarding this inquiry, or to he, for example, like these don't make grammatically correct statements, so we can't use he or she here. Though these questions get a little bit more complicated. These sentences, it might be a little bit difficult to decide then, am I using he or she? Should I use him or her? It's not so clear. In those cases where you're not clear, again, using the original sentence, we can take a look at the answer for the sentence. So try to make a sample answer for the question. If you can answer the question using he or she, as I've done here, he, she, and he, you should use the word who. If you can answer it with her or him, use whom. Use whom. So down here, you should speak to him. This book belongs to her. Submit your report to him. If you look at the answer for the question, or a sample answer for the question, and you use him or her in the answer, you should use whom. If you look at a sample answer and you use he or the answer, you should use who. So this can be a really helpful tip to decide whether you should use who or who. Remember, you can kind of think about focusing in on the word him, because him ends in an M sound, just like whom ends in an M sound. So if you kind of remember in your brain, whom matches with him, sort of. So those M sounds, her and him, therefore, make a pair. So if you have trouble remembering between he and she and her and him, you can use that M rule to remember that the M sound in him fits with whom. Just one other point about use of who and whom. Typically, at least in American English, we tend to use who more often in everyday speech. Not as many native speakers are so strict about their use of whom in everyday conversation. Of course, some people are, for sure. But if you focus too much on using who and whom correctly in your speech, you might sound a little bit pretentious to some people. Again, it depends on the kind of people you're speaking with. But in general, casual conversations, most people, or I should say many people, just use who in almost every sentence. Even if whom is probably grammatically correct, we tend to rely more on who in casual speech. So you will find that native speakers technically do make mistakes with this. I'm sure I do as well. So I would say don't be too concerned about always getting the difference between these two correct, especially in speech. If, however, you're writing something formal, or if you're making a formal presentation, it might be a good idea to consider this. So just for your reference, these are a couple of examples and a couple of ways that you can try to decide which of these words to use. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions, please let us know in the comment section below this video. If you like the video, also please make sure to like it with the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this episode, I'm going to talk about superlatives. Superlatives are words that we use to express the extreme of something or the highest degree of something. So I'm going to talk about irregular superlatives, and I'm going to talk about how to make the regular superlative forms for different words. So let's get started. Okay, so as I just said, a superlative is a word that expresses the extreme of something or the highest degree of something. So a few common examples of this are, for example, the words best and worst. So best is the superlative, the most extreme form of the adjective good. So if we say something is good, but we want to express that it is like the top of something, we can use the word best to describe that. For example, your best friend is the friend that you have the closest relationship with. They're a good friend, but your top friend is your best friend. The opposite, though, is worst. So worst is the superlative form of bad. So again, something that is bad, the thing that exhibits the highest degree of bad qualities, we use the word worst to describe. So my worst nightmare, for example, or the worst day, for example. We also see a different pattern where we use the word most before an adjective. So here I have most fun. Fun is an irregular adjective, so are good and bad. But we see here with the word fun that most can be placed before an adjective to create the superlative form. So in this case, most fun describes an activity or something that you feel is very, very fun and has like the highest level of fun. So that was the most fun day I've ever had, or that was the most fun barbecue, for example, I've ever had. or that barbecue was the most fun I've ever had. I don't know. There are different ways to say these things, but we're going to look at how to make the regular forms as well. So, as I said, good, bad, and fun are examples of irregular adjectives. So the superlative forms here don't necessarily follow the rules I'm going to explain, but these are very common, so please keep them in mind. Okay. Before we continue on, in this lesson I'm going to talk about syllables. Syllables, if you don't remember, syllables are like the beat of a word. So for example, in a word like beautiful, there are 3 beats in the word. Beautiful, 3 syllables. So please keep in mind the number of beats in a word when you're trying to decide how to make the superlative form of a word. So I want to begin with 1-syllable adjectives. These are very short adjectives. So I have big, small, fat, tall, and short. Very simple adjectives. To make the superlative form with a 1-syllable adjective, we add est to the end here. So for example, big becomes biggest, small becomes smallest, fat becomes fattest, tall becomes tallest, and short becomes shortest. So we simply add est to the end of the word to make the superlative form for a 1-syllable adjective. But you might notice here some of these, especially biggest and fattest, the spelling changes a little bit when we make the superlative form. So kind of a rule for you to remember when you're spelling, this doesn't really affect pronunciation, but if you're writing, if the word ends in a single consonant plus a vowel plus a single consonant, double the last consonant when you're writing. So here we see B-I-G, single consonant, vowel, single consonant. So we need to double the last consonant here. In this case, it's a G. Big becomes biggest with 2 Gs. The same thing is in fat with the change to fattest. So single consonant, vowel, single consonant. We therefore need to double the consonants here in the spelling of fattest. So please keep this in mind for writing. The pronunciation stays the same, fattest and biggest. There's no like double consonant sound, but please keep this in mind for your emails or for your text messages, for example. Okay, let's continue on to 2-syllable adjectives. 2-syllable adjectives are a little bit tricky because maybe there are some that don't always follow the same rule. Let's look at a few examples. I have pretty, little, handsome, nervous, and worried. So for 2-syllable adjectives, we'll either add est, as we did over here with 1-syllable adjectives, or we might use most before the adjective. So this is something that will come with practice and with, for example, reading and doing listening to hear which ones native speakers most commonly use. So, for example, with the word handsome, I have handsomest and most handsome. You might hear both in some cases. It could depend on the region that you're in, the kind of English that is spoken there. So just listen for what's around you. And if you try to use one of these, if you'd like to use one of these and you're not sure which form to use, try most, using most. And if it doesn't work out, then you'll know to use the est form instead. But let's take a look. There are a couple of other points I want to mention here. First, when you are using an adjective that ends in y, in this case I have pretty, the spelling will change with this as well. So the y at the end of the adjective will be removed. We'll drop the y at the end and we'll add iest. So pretty, the pronunciation doesn't change, but the spelling does. Pretty becomes prettiest here. So the y changes to an I in spelling. Here with the adjective little, there's no change, we just add est. As I said with handsome, here I've added est before the adjective too. In the last two I have nervous and worried. So for these adjectives, it's better to use most, the most nervous person or the most worried person in the room, for example. It sounds a little strange to say nervousest or worriedest. It's a bit difficult to pronounce. So go with most in these cases. All right, so please keep this in mind. Try using most before the adjective if you're ever not sure. Okay, let's now go to 3-syllable adjectives. So near the beginning of this lesson, I gave the example of beautiful, 3 syllables. Each of these will follow this same rule. 3-syllable adjectives we need to use most in front of the adjective. So exciting becomes most exciting. Beautiful becomes most beautiful. Horrible, most horrible. Nutritious, most nutritious. And expensive, most expensive. So please just add most before the adjective. And then that will make the superlative form for these long adjectives. So these are the basic rules for how to make the superlative form. One thing to be careful of though, I have heard some people use the superlative form correctly. However, they use most along with it. So for example, most biggest or most smallest, for example. So don't combine them. If you use the EST, you do not need to use most. So most biggest is incorrect. Please use only biggest. So there's only one change that needs to happen to the adjective. Please be careful. All right, if you have any questions, please let us know in the comment section for this video. I hope it was useful for you. If you'd like to try out a superlative form, or if you have a question about how to make the superlative form of an adjective, please check it out or send it to us in the comments and maybe we can help each other. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the difference between adjectives that end in ed and adjectives that end in ing. We'll talk about how to decide when to use these and when not to use these. We'll also do a short quiz at the end of the lesson to check your understanding. Let's get started. Okay, so first let's begin with adjectives that end in ed. So these are adjectives that we use to describe a feeling or an emotion in a person, or we can also use these for animals. So if you want to talk about your pets, you can use ed adjectives to talk about an emotion or a feeling you think they might be experiencing. So let's look at some examples of ed adjectives, some common ed ending adjectives. Here, I'm so tired ends in ed. I'm tired here. Another one, he looks excited, ends in ed. The dog seems scared, ends in ed. And are you bored? Here we see the ed ending. So each of these example sentences includes an ed adjective because it's referring to someone's feeling or someone's emotion, or in this case, a dog's emotion. And here I've included the word seems because maybe we can't completely understand an animal's emotion. But we can say something like, the dog seems scared, if you like. So make sure to use ed ending adjectives for feelings and for emotions. Okay, now though, let's take a look at adjectives that end in ing ending adjectives. So we use ing ending adjectives when we want to describe the characteristics or the features of something. So our trip was exciting. So here we're talking about the trip. So travel, essentially. Our trip was exciting. There's no emotion here. In the next example, work today was tiring. So work is the item we're describing. These are the characteristics of work. Tiring is the characteristic. I hope this lesson isn't boring. I hope this lesson isn't boring. This ends in ing, a characteristic of this lesson. Then children are exhausting. Children are exhausting. This ends in an ing as well. This is one example where I think people might experience some confusion. Here are exhausting. Please note the sentence children are exhausted or the children are exhausted is a very different sentence from children are exhausting. In this sentence, children are exhausting, it means that to the speaker, so if I'm the speaker, it means children make me feel exhausted. So the children, maybe they have a lot of energy, it takes a lot of time and energy and effort to play with kids, to play with children. So their characteristics, so exhausting is a characteristic of them. Their characteristic is that they are exhausting. So maybe someone who is tired might say this, children are exhausting. And then I could say, I feel exhausted. So please be careful. The children are exhausted and children are exhausting in this example create the sentence, the children are exhausted means the children in the situation are tired. They feel exhausted. That's the children's emotion at that point in time. So please be careful of your choice in situations like this. Okay, so to recap, ing adjectives are used to describe the characteristics or the features of something or someone, as in this example. Ed ending adjectives are used to describe our feelings or our emotions, and we can also use them to talk about the feelings and emotions of animals. Okay, so let's try to put this together in a quiz. I prepared a few examples, and we'll choose the correct form of the adjective in the blank. So first one, the movie was excited or exciting? Here we're talking about a movie. It's not a person, it's not an emotion. So exciting is the correct answer. The movie was exciting is correct. Next one, your brother looks. We have your brother looks tired or your brother looks tiring. Here we're talking about the speaker's brother, your brother. And we're imagining something about his feelings or his emotional state. So we should use tired. Your brother looks tired is correct here. Next one, the news tonight is worried or the news tonight is worrying. Here, the focus is the news, so some information. This is not a person's emotion or a person's feeling, so we should use worrying. The news tonight is worrying. It causes me to worry. Next one, this book is so bored or this book is so boring. Here again, the focus is on an object, this book in this case. So we'll use boring. This book is so boring. Okay, next one. There are two blanks here, so let's choose the correct form. We have work today was something. I'm something. In the first sentence, the focus is work. Work today was something. So not a person, not a feeling, not an emotion. So it's a characteristic. Work today was exhausting. Work today was exhausting. In the second one, however, I'm. So referring to a person's feelings, I am. Here we should use exhausted. Work today was exhausting, I'm exhausted. Finally, as we saw with this example about children, let's look at this sentence. My boss is, I have the word terrified, or my boss is terrifying. Depending on your choice in this case, the meaning of the sentence will change significantly. If we choose my boss is terrified, it means that's my boss's emotion. So terror refers to strong fear, being very, very afraid of something. So my boss is terrified means my boss is experiencing fear, a strong amount of fear, a strong degree of fear. My boss is terrified. So this is kind of a negative situation about your boss's emotions. If, however, we say my boss is terrifying, it means the boss, the characteristic of the boss is that the boss, he or she, is scary, is a very, very scary person. So the speaker feels terrified, perhaps. So the boss causes that feeling of terror in the speaker. So please be careful. My boss is terrified and my boss is terrifying are both grammatically correct sentences, but they have very different meanings. So this is one example where it's very important to make the right choice between the ed ending adjective and the ing ending adjective. So both are okay. I hope you don't have a terrifying boss, and I hope your boss isn't terrified, but just in case, this is one example to be cautious of. Okay, so that's a quick introduction to when and how to use ed adjectives and ing ending adjectives. If you have any questions or if you want to practice or make some example sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and you can check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the differences between the words talk and ask. These are verbs that have a couple of similar uses, but actually making sentences and making some patterns with them might be a little bit different. So let's take a look at that, and then we'll finish today's lesson with a quiz. Let's begin. Okay, the first verb I want to talk about is the verb talk. So we use the verb talk to refer to everyday conversations. This is an information sharing between two people. So I don't really use the word talk unless I'm having a conversation or a discussion. We can use the word talk to talk about like when you're alone and you're talking to yourself. But for today's lesson, I'm going to focus on the use of this verb for conversations with other people. So, between two people or more. Talk is more casual than the verb speak. You might have seen a different video on this channel where I explained the word speak, and I think the other verbs were say and tell. So talk is more casual than the word speak. Please keep that in mind. Then, when making sentences with the verb talk, this is the first point I want to mention. When the direct object of the verb is a person, you can use to or with after the verb talk. So let's look at some examples. First, I need to talk to you about the plan for the weekend is one. And he talked with the team about some ideas. So in these sentences, I've followed the verb talk here in present tense, and I followed it with different prepositions. So in the first sentence I use to, in the second sentence I use with. Generally, there's not a difference between to and with. However, in some cases it can give a little bit of a nuance. For example, to might sound a little bit like one person wants to do the majority of the talking. One person is going to share more information than the other person. Using with sounds a little bit more like something is happening together. But generally, you can use either one. Just keep this in mind if you really, really want to focus in on this point. Okay, let's talk about the second point for this verb, though. When the direct object is a topic, you can use about to introduce that topic. So let's look at some examples of this. Here, she talks a lot about her vacations. Another, we talk about our favorite books at our book club. And the professor talked about the syllabus. So in each of these sentences, we see the verb talk in present tense and in past tense here is followed by the word about and then the topic of the discussion. So if you're using about, that means you need to follow the word with just a simple topic noun phrase. So please keep this in mind. If the direct object is a person, you should use to or with before the person, or the group of people as well. If you're following the verb with a topic, please use about to introduce that topic. Finally, we can combine these points to make a sentence like, talk to your classmates about last week's lecture. Here we see both of these points in the same sentence. So, talk to your classmates. These are the people to discuss things with. So talk to your classmates about last week's lecture, the topic of discussion. So we can combine all of these points to make one sentence. Sounds quite nice. Okay, but let's take a look at the other verb for today. The other verb for today is ask. So ask is different from talk. We use ask to request information. So we need new information. We need something we do not have. Ask is more casual than request or inquire. Request and inquire sound a little more formal. In everyday conversation, to get new information from someone, ask is probably the best choice. So, when we're making sentences with ask, if the direct object is a person, there's no preposition that's needed. This is a mistake that I hear a lot, actually. So, let's look at some examples. I'll show you what I mean. So, first example, ask your father what time he'll be home. So here's the verb ask, and here is the person, ask your father. Another, my boss asked me about the status of the project. One more, can you ask the manager about this item on the menu? So in each of these sentences, you see the verb ask, you see the verb ask is followed by a person. But there's no preposition. Sometimes I hear students say, ask to someone, or ask to me, or ask to your manager or something. But no preposition is needed with the verb ask. Yes, you should use a preposition if you're using the verb talk to someone, talk with someone. But when you're using the verb ask, you don't need to use a preposition. There should not be any ask to your father or ask to me. No preposition there. So please be careful of this point. Okay. Let's go to point 2 for the verb ask. When you want to introduce the topic of your question, you can use about to do that, just as we saw with the verb talk as over here. Let's look at some examples of this then. So, I'd like to ask about hotel reservations. So here's ask about hotel reservations, my topic here. Then, another example, they asked us about our favorite coffee. Here I've combined these 2 points already. And again, we should ask about renting space for the party. So when you want to introduce the topic, the thing you would like to ask about, the question you have, you can use about after the verb to do that. So let's combine these points to make another sentence. So I've done that a couple times up here already, but let's look at how we can combine these things into one phrase. So here, I need to ask my parents about our family history. So here we see the person we're going to ask the question to and the topic as well. So please keep in mind, combining these 2 points into one sentence will make a much more natural phrase than separating it into 2 sentences. Okay, so those are the points I want to talk about with talk and ask. Let's take a look now to finish at a quiz, a quick quiz. Okay, so let's choose the verb, and it could be present tense, it could be past tense here. First one, something something your sister for help with your homework. So there are a couple of clues here. One is that we have your sister here. There's no preposition here. That probably means we should use the word ask. Also, if we try to use the word talk here, talk your sister for help with your homework, it doesn't quite match. This sounds more like a question. So the answer to this one is ask your sister for help. Let's look at the next one. He something something to the manager after dinner. So here we have a big hint. The word to is used. That probably means talk. Here we have another hint. After dinner. This probably means we should use the word talked. He talked to the manager after dinner. Past tense talk. Okay, next one. Where's the bathroom? We should something something someone. So here's our big question. We have a question. We need information. So ask in this case. We should ask someone. So there's no preposition here either. No to, no with. Okay, one more. Let's something something about our goals. Let's something something about our goals. So here, this seems like the speaker is excited about the topic, which means they're probably not asking a question. Therefore, the verb should be talk. Let's talk about our goals. Okay, next one. Why don't you something something him about his plans? So here again, a question. A question is the big hint here. And we don't have a preposition, we just have him. So that means we should use the verb ask. Why don't you ask him about his plans? Okay, last one. She never something something to me. So finally, again, we have this big hint. The preposition to is here. So we should use the verb talks. She never talks to me. Great. So these are a few examples of ways that you can use ask and talk in some common sentences. I hope that that's useful for you. If you have any questions or comments about how to use these 2 verbs, or if you'd like to try to practice making sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the difference between the present perfect tense and the present perfect continuous tense. Many people ask about the difference between these two. So I'm going to talk about how to make these tenses and some times when you might want to use them. So let's get started. First of all, I want to begin with sort of a visual of these 2 grammar points. I'm going to start with the present perfect tense here though. So you might have seen another video on this channel about the present perfect tense, how to use it, how to make it, but I'm going to review quickly here the present perfect tense. I'm going to talk about 2 uses of the present perfect tense. They are, first, that we use the present perfect tense to express life experience at a non-specific time in the past. So this means something that we did in the past, meaning before the present time here on a timeline, but the exact point in time is not important. So we use this for perhaps our job experience or our travel experience, for example, with expressions like I have been to France or I have worked at XYZ company, for example. The specific time is not important. So we can use the present perfect tense to describe those things. The second point I want to talk about with the present perfect tense is how we use it to refer to an action that started in the past and that continues to the present, or the effects of that action started in the past and continue to the present, rather. So on our timeline, it sort of looks a little bit like this. Some action started in the past and the action has continued to the present, in other words. So these are the 2 points I want to talk about with the present perfect tense. Let's take a look then to review how to make the present perfect tense. When you're making a statement with the present perfect tense, you might use a pattern like this. So if your subject is I, we, you, or they, we'll use that plus have plus the past participle form of a verb. You might use for or since, depending on the point that you're using here, and you'll finish the sentence with the extra information. If your subject, however, is he or she or it, we'll use has instead of have, and then follow it with the past participle form of the verb, perhaps for or since, depending on your sentence and your information. So some examples of this are I have been to Italy, so have follows this pattern, and been is the past participle form of the verb be. I have been to Italy. In this one, he has studied English for 6 months. So here I'm using point 1, here I'm using point 2 in this bullet pointed list. So this is a general life experience. I have been to Italy. Second, this is an action that started in the past and that continues to the present. He has studied English for 6 months. So this is an action that's probably still in progress. Okay, let's look at then some questions. I want to review how to make questions with this tense. So for simple yes and no questions, we can use patterns like this. Has, if your subject is he or she or it, we'll begin with has. If your subject is I, we, you, or they, we'll begin with have. So let's start with this. Has he, she, or it, plus the past participle form of the verb, plus again this for or since perhaps, and then your extra information at the end of the sentence. With have, it's the same. So have, I, we, you, or they, plus past participle verb, and maybe for or since. So a couple examples of this. Has she finished her homework? So here, has, and my subject is she. Has she finished is the past participle form of the verb finish. Has she finished her homework? And have they cleaned up the house? So these are questions asking, has this action been completed? So before now, in other words, these two actions, in this case, her homework and the house cleaning, are they finished? Yes or no? But the time at which the action was finished is not so important in these questions. The speaker, the person asking the question, only wants to know, is it finished? Is it not finished? That's it. So the specific time is not important. That's why the present perfect tense is being used to ask the question. Let's look at a different question pattern. This is when you want to get information. You're using a question word like who, which, what, how, and so on. So we begin with our question word, and then we follow the same pattern we saw up here. So, for example, we could use question word plus has, he, and past participle verb form, plus for or since, perhaps, and our extra information. Or question word plus have, and our I, we, you, they, past participle verb, and for or since. So one great example of this is, where have you been? Where have you been? So again, the speaker is asking, in the period of time before the present, where was the listener? Where have you been in this period of time? So this is a very common question. So we use these types of questions just to ask about things that happened or maybe that continued to happen before the present, but maybe not at a specific point in time. Also, please keep in mind, we use for and since commonly with this point right here, the continuing action point. Remember, we use for before a length of time, like for 3 years, for 5 hours, and we use since to refer to a specific point in time. Okay, so with that in mind, let's take a look then at the present perfect continuous tense. So, present perfect continuous tense, we use this for actions that started in the past and continue to the present, yes. So just like this one that we talked about here. But this point, it emphasizes a continuing action. So we use this for something that we're putting our effort into now, we're putting our focus into right now, or for an interrupted action, for example. So I'll introduce some examples here in just a moment. To make the present perfect continuous, the pattern is quite similar to the present perfect tense. We have this same change with the subject. Depending on the subject, we'll use I, we, you, they, plus have. Then we'll use been, but then we'll follow it, instead of with the past participle form of the verb, we'll use the progressive or the continuous form of the verb, the ing form of the verb. And here we can use for or since and the ending information. Same thing with he, she, and it subjects. The only difference is we'll use has instead of have here. And then we'll follow it with been, progressive form of the verb, and for or since, depending on your statement. So let's take a look. A couple examples. Here, I've been teaching this lesson for 5 minutes, maybe. So here I'm saying, this lesson is in progress. This lesson is continuing, and I'm using for to show the length of time. I'm making a guess there, but that's roughly, or that's about how long this lesson has been continuing for, I imagine. So I use the progressive in the past perfect tense to show that. So it's an action that started in the past, and it continues to now, and right now it's the focus of my attention. Right now I'm focusing everything on teaching this lesson. So I want to emphasize that, therefore I use the progressive tense here in the past perfect. Let's look at another one. He's been studying all morning. He's been studying all morning. This sentence sounds like the he in the sentence is maybe still studying. So this is something he's put his effort into and his focus into all morning long. So when we want to really emphasize someone's focus or someone's effort, we can use the present perfect continuous tense. Also, you might notice I've used this expression all morning at the end of this sentence. When you're using the progressive or the continuous version of the past perfect, you can end your sentence with like all morning or all night, all afternoon, lately or recently, to talk about the period of time that you've been focusing, or the period of time that you want to emphasize that action was continuing. We'll see another example later. Okay, let's look at some questions using the present perfect continuous. So just as we saw with the present perfect tense, we'll begin with have or has for some simple yes or no questions. And then depending on the subject, we'll change this initial word, have or has. And then we'll use been plus the progressive form of the verb, and perhaps for or since before our concluding information. So some examples. First, has he been sleeping all day? So here I've used has because my subject is he. I've used been and the progressive form of sleeping. So sleep becomes sleeping. Has he been sleeping all day? Meaning in this period of time, has he been sleeping continuously? This is the question. Has he been sleeping all day? So probably he, the person in the sentence, is still sleeping. Has he been sleeping all day? So let's look at one more example of this kind of question pattern then. So another one would be, have they been working on the project? So here I've used have because I'm using the word they here, so a group of people. And again, I'm using been and working on the project. Have they been working on the project? Meaning from some point in time in the past, have they, maybe a team or a group of people, continuously, so nonstop, Have they been working? So this question emphasizes their continued progress, their continued work on the project. Okay. Let's finish up with a different kind of question pattern. So again, when you use a question word like who, which, what, or how, for example, we can use has or have again here, depending on the subject of the sentence. So I think that this part is the same as the question pattern we just talked about. So let's just take a look at the example sentences here. First one, how have you been exercising lately? How have you been exercising lately? So this how, by the way, means in what way have you been exercising lately? So in this case, the speaker probably knows that the listener has been exercising lately. And the speaker wants to know how, meaning in what way. So, how have you been exercising lately? Meaning, in the past, up until now, in this period, continuously, what has been your method of exercise? Or what's the way you've been exercising? This is what the speaker is asking. In the last one, where has he been keeping his files? So here, my question word is where. Has he been, again, and keeping, in this case, keeping is in the progressive or the continuous tense. Where has he been keeping his files? So in this sentence, for example, maybe someone is searching for some files or some data. Maybe a colleague is absent, for example. And the speaker wants to know, where has he been keeping? So from the past until now, where has he been keeping his files? So when we want to emphasize something that started in the past, continues to the present, or there's something we're really focusing our effort or our energy on, we can use the present perfect continuous tense to do that. So if you want to emphasize maybe the completion of an action, something that has finished, we can use the present perfect tense. Like he has studied English for 6 months, and he has been studying English for 6 months. Yes, they communicate the same thing, but using he has studied English for 6 months doesn't sound like so much effort continues to be put into the study. If you want to really emphasize your effort, you should use the progressive form. He has been studying English for 6 months. Sounds like it's continuing. It sounds like there's more focus on that activity. So try to keep this slight difference in mind. And if you really want to emphasize your effort and your focus, try using the continuous form of the present perfect tense instead of just the present perfect. So I hope that this was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you'd like to try to make an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thank you very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about tag questions. I'm going to explain what tag questions are, how to make them, and a few different ways to use them. So let's get started. Okay, first, what is a tag question? A tag question is a short question that comes after a statement. So I'll explain a lot of examples today. So these are very short questions, usually just like 2 words. We use tag questions for confirmation or for agreement. So when we want to check that something is correct, for example, we use a tag question. When we want to use a tag question to confirm information, we typically use downward intonation to do this. So you'll hear a few examples of this in this lesson. However, we also use tag questions to ask for information. So we want to get some new information. We can use a tag question to do that. But typically when we want to ask for something, we'll use upward intonation, the same way that we would ask a regular information question. So let's keep this in mind as we look at some of the rules for using tag questions and making tag questions. Okay, first, to make tag questions, there are 2 basic rules I want to explain. So the first rule is if the verb in the main sentence or in the main part of the statement is a positive verb, then the verb in the tag question must be negative. So let's look at a few examples of this. Here, you cooked this, didn't you? So here, cooked is the verb in the main part of the statement, and it's positive. that means I need to use a negative verb here, in this case, didn't, in the ending part of the statement. So I'll explain this rule in just a moment too. Another example, he could hear me, couldn't he? So here, could is positive in the main part of the statement. Therefore, I need to use the opposite form, couldn't, the negative form, at the end of the statement in the tag question. Last example here, you've had breakfast, haven't you? So here, I'm using you have had breakfast. So here, you have is my positive verb, my positive auxiliary verb in this case. So I need to use the negative haven't in my tag question at the end of the sentence. So this is the first part. Then the opposite is also true, as we see here in point number 2. So if the verb in the main sentence or the main part of the statement is negative, then the verb in the tag question is positive. So this is the opposite of point 1 that we just talked about here. So I've just made the opposite of each of these sentences. So here we'll see, you didn't cook this, did you? Here I have the negative, you did not cook this. Therefore, the positive, did, is used in the tag question. Again, he couldn't hear me, could he? Here I've used couldn't. This time it's negative statement, so the tag question is positive, could he? Finally, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Here I have the negative haven't, have not. Therefore, I need to use the positive have in the tag question. So this is the basic rule for making tag questions. If we see a positive verb in the main part of the statement, the tag question should be negative. It should use a negative verb. And the opposite is also true. If a negative verb is used in the main statement, we should use a positive verb in the tag question. So this is one key theme you'll see in our example sentences for today. So let's look at a few more details about how to make these. Point number 3 here is about auxiliary verbs. So remember, auxiliary verbs are like have and has, be, for example. So if there's no auxiliary verb in the main statement, then the tag question will use the appropriate form of the word do. And by that I mean the positive or the negative form, like do or does, for example. So let's look at some examples of this. So no auxiliary verb is used here. So he made this, didn't he? Here I have the verb made, past tense. He made this, didn't he? No auxiliary verb is here. So we need to use the verb do. However, made is a positive, meaning the tag question needs to be negative. So here, didn't is past tense, did not. In other words, the contracted form, did not, is used here. Let's look at one more. Here I have the negative, she didn't go, did she? So I need to use the positive, did, in the tag question. Here again, they canceled is the verb. It's the positive form of the verb used here. I therefore need to use the negative in the past, didn't, in the tag question. So again, if no auxiliary verb is in the main statement, then we should use the correct form, the appropriate form of do, to make the tag question at the end. However, as in point number 4, if there is an auxiliary verb, so if we do see some case of have or be used, then we need to use the same auxiliary verb in the tag question, but we still need to follow this rule, the positive and negative rule. So, for example, he hasn't finished his homework, has he? Here the auxiliary verb has is used, but I have the negative form. He hasn't finished his homework. So I need to match this with the positive, has he? He hasn't finished his homework, has he? Next one, she's left the office, hasn't she? Here the verb might be hard to find. It's this apostrophe S. She's left, meaning she has left the office, hasn't she? Here, the positive, she has, is used in the main statement. Finally, they were listening to our conversation, weren't they? Here I'm using were, the positive were, in the main statement, so I need to use the negative weren't in the tag question. So please be careful when you're using an auxiliary verb in your main statement. Make sure to use the opposite form of the auxiliary verb in the tag question. All right, let's go on to part 5. So part 5 is a little bit special. So if am or are, if one of these words is used in the main part of your statement, then we'll use are or aren't to make the tag question here. This one's a little bit special. So for example, I'm is the contracted form of I am. So I'm bleeding. I am bleeding. Aren't I? So again, the same positive and negative rule. I am bleeding. Aren't I? Aren't I? So we'll use the negative aren't here to match with the positive I am. Another example, you're not leaving, are you? So here, you are not leaving. You are not leaving, are you? So here we have a negative form. You're not leaving, are you? So here we need to use the positive form in the tag question. Finally, they're going home, aren't they? So here we have they are going. So there's a positive form. They are. So we need to match this with the negative form. They're going home, aren't they? All right. So please be careful if you see this am or are in your main statement. Please be careful of that. Finally, point number 6, if you use a modal verb, so this is like will, won't, could, should, would, for example. If a modal verb is used in the main part of the statement, we need to follow the same rule. Use the modal verb in the tag question as well. Just use the opposite form of that. For example, I shouldn't, should I? So here shouldn't is my modal verb. I've used the negative shouldn't. So we'll use the positive should in the tag question. I shouldn't eat this, should I? Another one, he won't call, will he? So won't, in this case, the negative won't is used. So I need to use will, the positive form in the tag question. Finally, they wouldn't hurt us, would they? Again, there's the negative form in the main statement and the positive form in the tag question. So you can see that these 2 points about the positive and negative matching, these really are the basis for making other tag questions. And then just pay attention to whether or not you're using an auxiliary verb as well in your main statement. So always think about matching the opposite form of the verb in the main statement to the tag question there. And also think about your intonation when you're using these kinds of sentences, when you're using these kinds of questions. So as we talked about here, when you want to just get agreement or get confirmation from someone, you can use downward intonation. So for example, he made this, didn't he? Or she didn't go, did she? Or they canceled, didn't they? So there's a very kind of downward sound to it. It sounds a little bit like you're not really asking for information, maybe like you're talking to yourself almost a little bit. However, if you want to actually ask someone for information, make sure to use upward intonation. So to use the same examples, he made this, didn't he? Or she didn't go, did she? Or they canceled, didn't they? So again, it still sounds like you want to get confirmation about something, but when you use the upward intonation, it sounds like you don't actually know. Maybe you have a guess, but you're not quite sure, and you are looking for some information. So please keep your intonation, the sound of your voice, in mind when you're using tag questions. Okay. That's everything that I want to explain for this point. I hope that it was useful for you. If you have any questions or if you want to try to make a tag question, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between like, as, and such as. And I'm also going to explain some examples of when you might use these words. So let's get started. I want to begin today with the word like. So one of the ways we use the word like is to make a comparison. When we want to compare two things, or perhaps more, we can use the word like to do this. The correct use of the word like, if you want to be very strict, is using the word like before a noun phrase. So when you want to use the word like, or maybe you're guessing, should I use like or as, which we'll talk about a little bit later, make sure to think about the part of the sentence that comes after the word. So after your like or as. Does it use a noun phrase only? Is there just a noun or maybe a noun phrase? If there's just a noun, then you should use the word like. Like is the best choice. Like is the correct choice in that case. Let's look at some examples of this. Okay, first one. My friend eats like a pig. So here I have the word like, making the comparison between my friend and a pig. So here, a pig follows the word like. It's a simple noun. So I know that like is correct because like should be used before a simple noun or simple noun phrase. Let's look at another example. She sleeps like a baby. Here we see the same pattern. A simple noun, baby, follows the word like. So I know that like is the correct choice here. Last, they cook like professional chefs. So here, professional chefs is my noun phrase that follows the word like. I know that like is correct because I should use it before noun phrases. We'll take a look at some different examples later, what to do when this is not a noun phrase. But please keep this in mind. We use like to make comparisons when the comparison is just a simple noun phrase. Okay, let's look at a couple of other points. We can use the word like to introduce examples, maybe like a list when you're speaking or maybe when you're writing as well. So when you want to introduce a few examples of something, you can use like to do this. For example, I did lots of things last weekend, like biking, hiking, and mountain climbing. Here I'm introducing a list of activities, hiking, biking, and mountain climbing. I use the word like with kind of downward intonation to introduce that. So I did a lot of things last weekend, like biking, hiking. So you can hear like introduces that. So when I want to introduce the example, I can use this sort of downward intonation to do that. If, however, I want to ask someone for an example, I should use the opposite intonation. This is a very casual way to ask someone for an example. Let's imagine a conversation then. So person A says, I have so many ideas for the weekend. And B says, like? So here, the difference is that I'm using an upward intonation, like, to ask for an example. So person A introduced maybe some ideas, some activities to do for the weekend. B would like to hear some of the ideas, so B requests it with like, with upward intonation. So please keep this in mind. Your intonation is important. If you use different intonation, it might not be clear to the listener. So please keep this in mind when you're using the word like. Okay, let's move on to the next point for today though, the word as. So, as is also used to make a comparison. However, the correct use of as is before a phrase that contains a verb. So when we looked at the word like, we saw that we use like before a noun or a noun phrase. So there's no verb that follows the word like. With as, however, if there is a verb in the phrase that follows the word, we should use the word as. Let's look at some examples. He cooks just as my mother does. So here, I have a verb at the end of this sentence, just as my mother does. Just is just kind of an emphasis word. It's showing that it's exactly the same as my mother does. So here, because I have a verb in the part of the sentence that follows my comparison word, I need to use as. As is the correct choice here. Let's look at another example. This is similar to the one I introduced with the word like. Here, she sleeps as if she were a baby. Here I've chosen if. Here, you see the word were, a verb, follows this comparison word. She sleeps as if she were a baby. So here also I'm noting she is not a baby, but I'm using the phrase as if she were, meaning it seems as if. It seems that she is a baby. She is not a baby, but I'm comparing it. I'm making the comparison with the expression as if she were. So I need to use as here. Okay, last one. We talk just as we did in college. So again, we see a verb follows the comparison word as, did in this case. So I need to use as. As is the correct choice here. Now, although this is kind of the, I suppose, the strict explanation of this, I should mention that native speakers often do not follow these rules. In many cases, in casual conversations, native speakers tend to use the word like for all comparisons. As may sound a bit more formal. So it's very common, it's very natural to make mistakes with these, even among native speakers. If you make a mistake, I don't think you should worry about it. But if it's important to you to be very, very correct all the time, this is a good rule to follow. This is the correct way to use like and as. So remember, like should come before a noun phrase, as should come before a phrase that contains a verb. That's the difference between these two. However, at least in American English, you will hear like used very often to make comparisons. I myself do it. I don't use as so often in my everyday conversations for comparisons. I tend to rely on like more. So maybe we'll see this change, this rule change a little bit more over time. Who knows? Anyway, let's continue on to the last point for today, the expression such as, such as. So such as this is the set phrase. These two words are always together in this case, and we use such as in the same way that we use like for introducing examples or for asking about examples. However, such as just sounds more formal. So if I want to introduce an example, but I'm in a more formal situation like at work, or perhaps with someone who is in a position above me, or I just want to be more polite, I can use such as to describe the examples. Here I have an example sentence. We need to improve our strategies in departments such as marketing, customer relations, and product development. So here I've listed 3 examples, in this case departments, and I introduce those with the word such as, or with the expression such as. So such as is introducing those in a more formal way. Therefore, we can use it again, even in casual situations too, like, but if you want to kind of elevate that sort of politeness a little bit. Like here, another example, ideas such as hiking, camping, and bowling were discussed for the company retreat. So again, even if you're using kind of casual words to list, even if you're listing kind of casual examples, you can still use the word such as to introduce them. It just sounds a little bit more formal. All right, finally then, just as we saw with the word like, we can also use such as to ask for examples, and this is with upward intonation. So this same rule can apply to the expression such as. So for example, I have so many ideas for the weekend, such as. We can use the same upward intonation to ask someone for an example. It's just going to sound a little bit more polite if you choose such as instead of like. So that's a basic overview of some of the differences between these 3 words or these 3 expressions. I hope that that was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you'd like to try to make a sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between either and neither. I'm going to start by explaining either, and I'm going to talk about the different grammatical uses of this word. Then we're going to compare that to the word neither, and we're going to use a lot of example sentences to show you how these 2 words work. So let's get started. Okay. As I said, I want to start with the word either for today. Let's start with the use of either as an adjective. So as an adjective, either means one and the other of 2 things or 2 people, or one or the other of 2 things or 2 people. So let's look at 2 example sentences. The first one is, there are tall buildings on either side of the street. So on either side shows us that there are tall buildings on one side of the street and there are tall buildings on the other side of the street. So both sides of the street. Either shows us this, one and the other of two things, in this case, sides. However, you'll notice that side is used in the singular form. When you use either in this way, you don't need to use the plural form. So saying on either sides of the street is incorrect. Please use the singular side. In this case, we're using the word side. But when you use either in this way, you don't need to use the plural form of the noun that follows. Let's look at the second example sentence for this point. We can have the meeting on either day, on either day. So here, the meaning is the second meaning I mentioned, one or the other of two. So here the topic is a meeting, one meeting. Therefore, from context, we can understand that the meeting is going to happen only on one day, not 2 days. So we know this use of either means one day or a different day, one or the other. So this use of either follows this second meaning of the adjective form. Again here, we see that day, which follows either, is used in the singular form. We don't need to use either days, but either day. So please use the singular here. Okay, so this is the adjective form of either. Let's move on to another use of either, which is as an adverb. So as an adverb, either means in addition, or in other words, and kind of. So we use this to emphasize something that's negative, really. Let's look at an example of how to do that. Here, the service at this restaurant was really bad. The food wasn't good either. So here, we're using either at the end of the sentence to reinforce a negative opinion. In the first sentence here, I've introduced a negative opinion. The restaurant wasn't very good, in other words. The service was bad. And then I'm adding another point. The food wasn't good either. So either is adding emphasis. It's like an addition, in addition, but for negative points, and it comes at the end of the sentence. So we don't say either the food wasn't good. We do not use it in this way. This emphasis comes at the end of the sentence. Let's look at one more example. She doesn't know how to use a smartphone, a computer either. So here we have this kind of casual, not a full sentence, but this is a very common use of either in this case. It's just adding on a small bit of extra information for emphasis. So again, there's this negative point here. She doesn't know how to use a smartphone, so this can be understood as a negative thing. We emphasize it with a computer either. So either shows us this initial phrase, not being able to use a smartphone, is negative, but there's this other thing, she can't use a computer either. So here we're seeing, again, this negative emphasis, and either comes at the end of the emphasis expression. So this is the adverbial use of either. All right, let's go on, though, to a couple of other points. First is the use of either as a pronoun. So just as we talked about with the adjective form, as a pronoun, either means one or the other of something. Let's look at some examples. Have either of you seen my keys? So here we have either. Either of you seen my keys. Either shows us there are two people in this situation. There are two people listening to this statement. Have either of you seen my keys? Meaning one or the other of you two people listening. Have you seen my keys? The second example sentence, you can have either of these cupcakes, meaning there are two cupcakes available, please choose one. Either is okay. You can choose either of these cupcakes, but not both. So here, one or the other is kind of a key point. Also, you'll notice in these sentences, we're following the word either with of. So have either of you seen my keys? And you can have either of these cupcakes. We'll follow either with of in this case. This is quite common when using it as a pronoun. All right, let's go to the last point about either then. as a conjunction. So a conjunction, remember, we use to connect words. Conjunctions are used to connect points in a sentence. So as a conjunction, either presents two or more choices. These choices are connected by the word or. So some examples of this. You can have either cake or ice cream for dessert. So here, either introduces the choices, in this case cake or ice cream, and or separates the two. So either cake or ice cream. So there are some choices presented here. Another example, we can go to either Mexico or Thailand for vacation. So again, two choices are presented. They are introduced by either, and they are connected with the word or. So this is how we can use the word either as a conjunction. All right, so with that, let's then look at the word neither. So here, we can see that either remains in the word. We just have an N at the beginning. So that tells us neither is really the negative form of either, meaning not either. That's the meaning of neither. So as an adjective then, we can assign the same meaning, not either. So we learned either as an adjective means one and the other of two, or one or the other of two. The opposite is true for neither. It means not either. So an example, a quick, easy example. Do you want pasta or pizza? Neither. I want curry. So not either of those two. Do you want this or this? Neither. Neither. I want curry. So I don't want either is a different way of saying that, but neither is a quick way to respond. So we can use it to mean the opposite of either here. We can also use neither as a conjunction, which we use with nor. So here we saw neither as a conjunction. We connect the two options with the word or. When we're making a negative, though, we can use the word nor. You might hear the word or used as well, but nor is probably the most correct, or nor would probably be the most preferred choice in this case. You'll be understood if you use or, however, in this case. So let's look at this example. So again, this is the opposite of the use of either, as we talked about before, so the meaning is also not. In an example, his work is neither fun nor challenging. So again, here, we introduce the 2 points with the word neither to show it's going to be a negative, and then the 2 points are connected with the word nor. So in the positive sentence, we saw we used the word or to make the connection. Here in the negative sentence with the use of neither, we use nor to do that. All right, finally, onto a pronoun use. So again, as a pronoun, neither means not either. So in an example sentence of this, neither of them have eaten dinner. So neither, again, we see this of them. Here we saw it as a pronoun too. Have either of you seen my keys? We see the same of when used as a pronoun in the negative then. Neither of them have eaten dinner. So those 2 people, there are 2 people involved here, and this person, that person, neither of the 2 people have eaten dinner in this case. So you'll see this same of used when used as a pronoun. Finally, I want to mention this point up here. We can use neither to express this kind of negative agreement. This is a very common use, and you'll probably hear this a lot. When we want to express negative agreement about something, for example, person A says, I don't like spicy food. Person B says, me neither. You might hear this. So it's expressing, I agree about your negative statement. Please be careful though. This negative refers to a grammatical negative. So here I've used I do not like spicy food in my example sentence. There's a negative not there. So it's natural to say me neither to respond to that. If, however, the speaker said, I hate spicy food, and the second person said me neither, it's not correct, because there's no negative in the first sentence. It's perhaps a negative idea, I hate something, but there's no grammatical negative in the sentence. So please be careful. If there's not a negative introduced in that first point, you don't need to use neither to agree with that statement. So please keep that in mind. All right, so those are a few key points about the words either and neither. It's a lot of information. If you have any questions or if you'd like to give it a try, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use would to make some future and future-related statements. So I'm going to talk about some ways to use the word would and give some quick explanations. So let's take a look. Okay. The first use of would that I want to talk about is using would for an unreal situation and an unreal future situation too. So unreal means it's not true. Something that is unreal means it's not true now, not true in the future. So we use this to, for example, make a guess, make predictions, or talk about possibility in the future if there's some condition that's true. So you'll see these patterns use if a lot, meaning if that situation were true, something, something, something. So let's take a look at a few examples of this. Okay, first one. I've got a couple of patterns here really, which is if I were something, something, I would in the positive form, or I wouldn't in the negative form. We can also do like he, she, they, we, and so on. So if he or she were, he or she would or wouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And same thing, we can use it here. If it were, it would or it wouldn't. So just a couple of different patterns for you to think about here in the positive and the negative form. But I want to look at actually some finished example sentences here that present an unreal situation and a future unreal outcome. So here I have the same pattern. If I were, we'll use this were, if I were, not if I was, but if I were. You will hear native speakers use if I was. It's not really a communication problem, but were is correct. If I were rich, I would take expensive vacations. So here you see that would is followed by the regular verb. I would take expensive vacations. This sentence shows us if I were rich. This part shows us I am not rich now. But if I were rich, I would take expensive vacations. So meaning this part, this situation is not real. It's unreal. But if it were real, this is the outcome. So unreal situation, but we're just discussing possibility here. Let's look at the next sentence then. Okay, so here, if the party were on a weekend, everyone would come. So here I have were again, and in this case I'm saying if the party were on a weekend, if the party were held on a weekend, everyone would come. So all the people would come. There's a very high chance everybody would come to the party if the party were on a weekend. So this might be a sentence you could hear when you're planning an event. If the party were on a weekend, everyone would come. One more example. If he were a criminal, I wouldn't date him. If he were a criminal, so he is not in this case, in this sentence, but if he were a criminal, I wouldn't date him. So an unreal situation, this person, this he, is not a criminal. However, if he were, the speaker would not. It means have a relationship with that person. So to kind of visualize this grammar point, we can imagine on a timeline a sort of unreal situation here. So I've marked it here in a dotted line. Now there's this thing that's not real. It's an unreal point. And it relates to an unreal situation in the future. So this is sort of a visualization. We're talking about something not true now, something not true in the future, but perhaps there's a chance that it could come true in some cases, especially with this second example sentence. So we use this to talk about unreal situations. Let's look at some different uses of would though. I think Perhaps the most familiar forms in this lesson are for requests and for invitations using would. So we use these are types of questions, but when we want to make a request, we can use would you, blah, 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 or for a more formal situation, would it be possible to? Would it be possible to? So first, would you, we follow would you with a simple verb. So for example, would you give me the files? In a more formal situation, would it be possible to meet later? So these are making requests, these are asking for something. In this case, files. In this case, it's asking about availability. So we can use would to make requests, something we want in the future, maybe immediately, right away, or later in the future. So would is nice to make requests. We can also use the very common would you like to something, as in would you like to get a drink or would you like to watch a movie? So using would here instead of do you want to sounds a little more polite. It sounds a little bit more formal. Would you like to blah 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 sounds a little bit more formal. Okay, but I want to move on to maybe a more difficult grammar point, which is using would to talk about future but in the past. So before I explain this, I want to give kind of a visual explanation of this point. When we're using this, we combine the past tense, as you'll see in a moment. The past tense, usually a verb like know or think. We have this in the past tense, simple past tense. And then in that past tense thought, we have some idea about the future, and we use would to express that idea about the future. Let's look at some examples of this then. Here, I knew you would help me. So here in the past, at some point, my past tense idea, my past tense thought, I can say, I knew you would help me. So in the past, I knew that in the future, but before now, you would help me. So the speaker would say this now after the listener has helped them with something. So I receive help from someone and I can say this, I knew you would help me. So meaning in the past, in the far past, I knew that this would happen. So we can use would to talk about future, but in the past. Let's look at another example of this. Here, he knew we would hate this. He knew we would hate this. So again, the speaker is talking now, and here's this past tense point. He knew, some other guy, somebody, knew that we, the people involved in this situation, we would hate whatever is happening at this point in time. So the speaker, or rather he in this sentence, knew here in the far past that the other people in the situation would hate whatever is currently happening. Okay, one more example. She thought you would like it. This is very common when receiving presents. I thought you would like it, or she thought you would like it. So here, this one is quite easy to imagine, I think. When the person is shopping, in this case she is shopping and she finds something and she thinks, oh, this person, maybe the listener, will enjoy this present. So in the past, she thought you would, in the future, like it. And did you like it or not? We don't know. But the conversation is happening now. So she thought you would like it. He thought you would like it. Meaning the speaker, or rather the person who made the decision, thought that the listener would enjoy something in the future, but that future point is before now. Okay, one more example. I didn't invite you because I thought you wouldn't want to come. So here I've got the negative. This is a more complicated sentence. So I'm saying there are two points in the past here. So I didn't invite you is one. I didn't invite you because I thought in the past you would not want to come to my event. I didn't invite you because I thought you wouldn't want to come. So meaning, at the point in time when I was planning the event, I thought the listener would not want to attend the event in the future. So I didn't invite the listener here. So in this way, we're seeing actually two things happening in the past. I didn't invite you because I thought you wouldn't want to come. So we should not use don't in this case. For example, I didn't invite you because I thought you don't want to come. That's incorrect because don't is a present tense. You do not want to come. I would ask that in the present. I would say you don't want to come or don't you want to come in present tense. But here I'm talking about a past tense thought about the future. So I need to use wouldn't in that case. It's quite a complex topic, I think, but that's kind of an introduction to this. So I know that that's a lot of information and it might be a little bit confusing, but if you have any questions, please be sure to let us know in the comment section below this video. Of course, if you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up. You can check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources, and also make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, we're going to talk about some expressions you can use to talk about your abilities. So I'm going to introduce some expressions you can use for the past, for the present, and for the future. These are just a few examples of some ways you can talk about the things you can, could, and will be able to do. So let's take a look with a few examples of each pattern. Okay. Let's start with the first one. I can plus a verb. So here the subject in the sample pattern is I, but we can replace I with, for example, he or she or it or they. The same is true for all of the other patterns I'm going to introduce in this lesson. So we use I can plus a verb as sort of the basic, most simple way to express something we are able to do. So example sentences, I can speak English. My verb here is speak in this case. So this could be something many of you can use. Another example, here I've changed the subject to she. So she can, my verb is run. She can run 5K, 5K meaning 5 kilometers, in 30 minutes. So these are just some simple, very basic ways to express something we can do, we are able to do. Of course, we can use the negative for this. I can't speak English. I can't speak Chinese, for example, or she can't run 5K in 30 minutes. We can make the negative with this pattern too. So this is maybe the most basic way to express something you can do, you are able to do. Let's look at another one. This expression is I know how to plus a verb. I know how to do something. So we can use the same verbs we used in the first pattern in this pattern if you like. For example, I know how to speak English is fine. However, we use know how to do something for something that requires like study or something that requires maybe a process. There are rules for that thing. So a sentence like, I know how to run 5K, it's not quite so natural because running isn't really necessarily a topic of study. Running requires practice, yes, but it's not really something we study. So we use know how to do something for something we have learned how to do. So not necessarily physical practice of something, but we have learned this thing. So some examples, I know how to use Photoshop. So Photoshop is a piece of software, something we can study, something we learn how to use. Another example, he knows how to bake cookies. So here this is something we need to study, in other words. So there's a process to baking cookies. He knows how to bake cookies. So please keep in mind, as we see in this example, when we change the subject from I to, for example, he, she, or it, the following verb, know, needs to change. We need to modify the verb so it has an S at the end. He knows how to bake cookies. So don't forget this S. However, this verb does not change. He knows how to bake cookies. So we don't need to modify this verb. We'll only modify the first one, which is attached to he, the subject. Okay, so this is for a process, something we study to become able to do. Now, let's talk about a couple of past tense examples. So these two are maybe present tense expressions. Let's talk about some past tense example sentences. The first one, when I was a kid, I could, and our verb. So here I've said when I was a kid. You can change this, of course, when I was a student, when I was an elementary school student, when I lived in a different city, for example. So this part can change to a different time period in your life. However, here I'm using the past tense could. I could. So this implies, this suggests that maybe this action is not possible for you now. Let's look at some examples. So when I was a kid, I could swim all day long. So this sentence sounds like now I can't, really. It's just a simple expression with past tense, I could. So maybe the speaker is going to share some more information about their current abilities. But here I've used when I was a kid. Again, you can change this to like when I was in swimming club, for example. I could swim all day long. So there are a lot of different variations you can use with this pattern. Anyway, let's look at another example. When you were a kid, so maybe if a parent wants to talk to their son or daughter about their childhood, they can use this expression. So when you were a kid, you could sleep for 12 hours straight. So 12 hours straight means 12 hours non-stop. So you is my subject here. When you, therefore, was in my example pattern, changes to were. When you were a kid, you could sleep for 12 hours straight. So again, this is a past tense expression. Let's look at one more past tense expression. Maybe you're familiar with used to. So I used to do something. So where the action is a verb here. So here we have used to. So maybe you know I used to followed by just a simple verb. So like I used to cook every day, or I used to exercise every day. Here we introduce I used to be able to. This expression allows us to explain that in the past. So let's look at some examples. I used to be able to speak Spanish. Here's my verb, to speak Spanish. Used to shows a long time ago in the past, I had this ability, but now I do not. So remember, the nuance of used to is that something was true in the past and it is not true now. I used to. Also, please consider the pronunciation here. So not used to, but native speakers connect the D and the T sound at the end of used and to. So it's not used to, but used to, used to. There's just one sound there, used to. So think of it as dropping the D, used to. I used to do something. One more example. She used to be able to babysit, meaning her schedule maybe has changed. Now she cannot babysit. So here we have some expressions with used to talk about a past ability. Okay, finally, let's end with one example, a pattern that you can use to talk about future possibilities or future abilities. So you can use this when you want to make a guess about the future. So something you think you might be able to do in the future. So the base pattern is in the future, will be able to verb. So here I have we in my example, we will. So will is the contracted form of we will, and I've used we means all people, all members of society, we together. So some examples of this. In the future, we'll be able to use AI technology. AI, so artificial intelligence, AI technology. In the future, we'll be able to use AI technology. So you might wonder, why am I using will here instead of like going to, for example? We use will when we're making a guess about the future that we can't really see. So we can't see what's going to happen in the future. And maybe we don't have such a strong level of confidence. We don't have a super high level of confidence about our guess. In those cases, we can use will. So these are nice to talk about capabilities, things we are able to do, or in this case, things we might be able to do in the future. So this is a sentence you can use to make a prediction, to make a guess. Let's look at one more example sentence. Okay, in the future, we'll be able to travel to space. So here again, I'm making a guess about space travel. So I don't have a high level of confidence because I don't know very much about space travel, but I want to make a guess. In the future, we'll be able to travel to space. If you want to decrease the level of confidence of your guess, you can include I think. For example, in the future, I think we'll be able to travel to space. So you can change the level of your confidence of your guess by introducing some other phrases like I think or maybe. All right, so these are a few ways that you can express your abilities in the past, the present, and in the future. These are just a couple of different patterns to do that, but please be careful. Some things that I've noticed are that often students will make can and past tense could. So make sure to use past tense when you're talking about your abilities in the past. And make sure to use present tense for the things you are able to do now. So please keep that in mind. Okay, so that's all for this lesson. I hope that it was helpful for you. If you have any questions or if you want to try making a sentence with one of these expressions, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some expressions you can use for receiving things and even asking for things in one case. I'm going to compare a couple of different verbs and a couple of different grammar forms, but you can use these when talking about exchanging objects, receiving or getting objects, or even requesting in some cases. So let's take a look. Let's begin. I want to compare two kind of similar verbs to begin. The first two verbs I want to talk about here are the verbs to get and to receive. So really the difference between these two verbs is that get is just more casual. We use get a lot in everyday conversations. It's just a simple form of receive. Receive sounds more formal. We use receive when we take something from someone else, they give it to us. We use receive in more formal situations. I'll show some examples of that a little bit later. But in most cases, we're going to use the verb get to talk about everyday exchanges. Let's look at a few examples of using get in the present tense and in the past tense for these. So, first one is a past tense example. I got a car for my birthday. So here the verb got is followed by the object here. So I got a car. That's the thing I now have. I did not have before. This is extra information for my birthday. So for shows us the purpose, and my birthday in this case is the reason. So I got a car for my birthday. Here, the next example sentence is he hopes he gets a big bonus. So here we're using gets in the future. We're talking about a future idea, but hopes means it's happening now. He hopes at this point in time that in the future he's going to get a bonus. So he hopes he gets a big bonus is a nice natural way to say that. So remember, when your subject is he or she or it, we also need to change the verb here. We need to make it, in this case, we see it with hopes and gets. He hopes he gets a big bonus. Same thing with she. She hopes she gets. We use this, remember, present tense. We use present tense to talk about like a regular action, something that's common or something that's just part of a regular schedule or part of like a regular activity. So in this case, hopes. So that means regularly, maybe year-round, he hopes he gets a big bonus. Or for the last few months, he hopes he gets a big bonus. So we can think of this as a little extra grammar point for today, I suppose. All right, let's look at a couple of other examples. Past tense here. We got a loan from the bank. We got a loan from the bank. So here is past tense got in this case. Again, we follow the verb got in this case with the item we are getting. Here I've used from. So when you want to show the source, you can use from to do that. We got a loan from, in this case, the bank. You can change this to we got a loan from my parents. We got a loan from our friends. So from is used to show the source of this item, this object, this thing. Okay, let's look at one more example. They got a car for work. So again, we're seeing for is used in this sentence. For is used to show purpose. So here, again, past tense, they got a car, so some item, again, similar to the first example. Here, we're seeing the purpose is work. So they got a car for work is slightly different than I got a car for my birthday. So this is showing the reason the person received the car. This one is showing the future use of the car. I got a car for work. So they're both showing a reason for something. But is it past tense? Is it future tense? You kind of have to look at the situation to understand that part. So those are a few examples with the verb get, or past tense got in this case. We'll go on to some more complex examples later. For now, let's look at the verb to receive. So I've used the verb receive a few times already today, but like I said, receive sounds like a more formal situation. So we use it for maybe business or like honorable situations, or maybe for example. Let's take a look. Here, it's an honor to receive this award. So in this case, someone is accepting an award. It's probably a formal situation. We use the verb receive. You could use the verb get here. For example, it's an honor to get this award, but get sounds too casual for something like an award ceremony. So receive sounds much, much better here. It's an honor to receive this award. Let's look at another one. This one is phrased as a question. So here, have you received your passport? So this might come from a government office, for example, an inquiry, a question about someone's paperwork. Have you received? Have you received? So here we're seeing a present perfect tense question. Have you received your passport? We can use it in this way too. Let's look at one more example. I received an email from my boss. So just as we saw with we got a loan from the bank, we can use from to show the source. So here, I received an email from my boss. If we need to maybe make an explanation in a formal situation, we can use received instead of got here. In this sentence, I got an email from my boss. It's fine also. If maybe you're speaking just very casually, if you're making a presentation, or if you're sharing some key information in a formal situation, though, received might be a better choice. Let's take a look then at the next pattern I want to talk about, which is something gave me. So here I'm looking at the past tense gave. The present tense form is give. So I'll explain a little bit more some uses of give in the present tense. For now, let's just look at the past tense gave. We use this pattern to show an exchange at the beginning of the sentence. So let's look at an example first, and then I'll explain. First example, my mom gave me the keys to the car. So here we have my mom to begin the expression. My mom gave me the keys to the car. So here we're showing the keys started with the speaker's mother, with the speaker's mom, and the mom passed the keys to the speaker. So we're showing an exchange of an object, an exchange of an item. We could use a verb like this, like I got the car keys from my mom, if you want. But here we're putting my mom at the beginning of the sentence. My mom gave me the keys to the car. So kind of the nuance of the sentence changes. If we say I got the car keys from my mom, or my mom gave me the car keys, the meaning is really the same. It's just sort of the focus of your attention is a little bit different. Like, my mom gave me something. Maybe sounds like there's a little more emphasis on my mom, as opposed to I got the car keys from my mom. It sounds more like the focus is on me. So depending on the kind of nuance you want to communicate, you can choose one of these different patterns. Let's look at a different one. The manager gave us free drinks. Okay, here, so the manager gave us in this case, so I've changed me to us here. The manager gave us and free drinks. So this is the item that was exchanged from the manager to us in this case. So remember, we need to follow the verb gave in this case with the person who is getting the item, the person who is receiving the item. All right, let's look at one more. Okay, a very different example here. That dinner gave me a stomach bug. So here, it's kind of a strange sentence. The subject is that dinner. That dinner. So a dinner is not a person. How can it give something? We use this expression, gave me, to communicate an exchange, yes, but we can also use it to mean like passing something along. So in this case, that dinner gave me a stomach bug. Stomach bug is a different way of saying sick. So in other words, that dinner made me sick. So here, we're using gave me to show a cause. So the dinner gave me a stomach bug. The dinner caused me to become sick, in other words. So bug is a different way of saying germ. So the dinner gave me a germ that made my stomach sick. So the dinner is not an actual person that can give things at all, but instead here we're seeing gave used to communicate the cause of something. So you may also see it used in this way. So not an actual person, but something that causes something else, or an object that passes something else to the speaker. So please keep this in mind when you see this kind of sentence. Okay, let's look at a different grammar point. Here I'm looking at something something was given, the passive voice, or something something has been given. Has been given will be present perfect tense. So let's take a look at a couple of example sentences with this. First, our new product has been given many positive reviews online. So here, our new product is the focus of the sentence. Our new product. Here is our subject. And then we have has been given. So here, because we're using the present perfect tense, has been given, we're showing that the reviews began in the past and have continued to the present. Our new product has been given many positive reviews online. Also, in this sentence, we see that there's no action. Who is giving the reviews? We don't know. That's one of the benefits of using this grammar. So who is doing this? It's not important, or it's unknown. We can use was given in the past passive tense to do the same thing. But here, the difference between was given and has been given is that was is a one-time action. It's finished. Has been shows something started in the past and continues to the present. Let's look at a past passive example. She was given 1 month to consider her contract changes. So here we have 1 month as a time period, actually. So you'll see time being given. Of course, we cannot physically give time. However, this expression, to be given 1 month, means to be given that time period to consider something or to finish something. This means it's a deadline. A deadline is established through use of this expression. So she was given 1 month, meaning from this discussion, perhaps, she has 1 month until she needs to make a decision about her contract. So here, because we're using the passive voice, was given, because we're using this, we don't need to share the person who gave her this time. So maybe it's her boss or her supervisor or the CEO of the company. We don't know. So we don't know, or it's not important to explain that in the sentence. So we can omit that. We can remove that here. This is the key information. She has 1 month to consider her contract changes. All right, so if you want to remove the person doing the action or the person giving the thing, you can use one of these patterns to do so. Okay, finally, I said I would talk a little bit about give, the expression give. So when we're requesting something, when we want to receive something, when we want to get something, we can use the verb give. So we'll use give me to request something, but keep in mind that this is a very casual way of making a request. So give me a drink or give me a minute. We can ask for time in this way. However, we often contract give me to gimme. So not give me a minute, but gimme a minute, gimme a minute. So give me contracts to gimme. So you can use this with your friends and with your family, but if you use this at work or with someone in a position higher than you, it can sound rather rude. So you can use this to request something from someone, like, hey, can you give me that file? Or can you give me a pen, for example? So please give me something. You're making a request from the other person. So these are a few expressions that you can use when you want to talk about receiving something, getting something, or even making a very casual request for something. So please keep these in mind the next time you're thinking about how to explain receiving or getting a thing. If you have any questions or if you want to try to make a sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good stuff. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about common suffixes. We're going to talk about what suffixes are, and we're going to talk about a few examples of suffixes. Let's get started. Okay, first point for this lesson is, what is a suffix? Suffix, that's our key. So suffix. A suffix refers to the letters of a word. These can be like 2 letters, maybe 3 or 4 letters. It's like a short group of letters at the end of a word. Suffixes can change how a word is used. By this I mean it can change like the grammar of the word. So meaning changing a word from an adjective verb into a noun, for example, or into like the comparative form of an adjective. So these can change how a word is used in terms of grammar. Suffixes can also show meaning. So we're going to see some examples where the suffix, the group of letters at the end of the word, give us a hint. It gives us a hint about the meaning of the word. So there are 2 kind of focuses I want to look at for this lesson. In this lesson also, I'm going to introduce just a few suffixes. There are a lot more than these, but these are a few common ones. So let's take a look. First, I want to focus on some suffixes that really change grammatically how we use the word. So if you've watched these videos, maybe you've seen lessons about making the comparative form of adjectives. So in that video, we saw that we use ER or IER endings to make the comparative form of adjectives. Let's look at some examples. So first one, small. The adjective small becomes the comparative form smaller by adding ER. So ER is our suffix here. It creates the comparative form of the adjective. Same thing with the adjective big. By adding ER, the suffix ER, we create the comparative form, bigger. Happy is another example. Happy ends in Y. So when we make the comparative form, we remove the Y sound and use IER. This is irregular for adjectives that end in Y. So ER and IER are suffixes. They change adjectives to a comparative adjective form. Let's look at another similar example then. When we want to make the superlative form of an adjective, remember superlative means the most extreme. This can be the most extreme in terms of like the best or the top or the most of something, or the other extreme, so the worst, the least good of something. So when we want to talk about the most extreme versions of adjectives, we use the superlative form. To make the superlative form, we use est or iest. Iest, like we saw here, is used for adjectives which end in y. Let's look at some examples. Same words as we used here. The adjective small becomes smallest in the superlative form. est is the suffix. The adjective big becomes biggest. est is the suffix here. And finally, happy becomes happiest with iest as the suffix. Great. So here are just a couple of common examples of the way grammar can be altered. Grammar can be changed by using a suffix. Let's look at another one though. Let's look at the suffix ness, ness. So this suffix can be attached to some words to create nouns. So again, let's look at a few examples, and also please be careful. We cannot attach ness to all words to create nouns. It's kind of a trick. Sometimes native speakers like to play around and attach suffixes to words that typically do not take that suffix. So sometimes native speakers will joke around and make new words this way. But there are only a few, or I should say there are a limited number of words that we can officially use ness with. These are a few examples. So let's look at, again, a few adjectives that we can change into nouns by adding ness. Here, happy again. Happy changes to happiness, the noun form, by adding ness. Again, we follow this same Y rule. The Y changes to an I for adjectives that end in Y. So happy adjective becomes noun, happiness, by adding the ness suffix. Let's continue on to the next adjective, sad. So sad can become the noun form sadness by adding the suffix ness, sadness here. One more example is the adjective weak. We create the noun form weakness by adding the ness suffix. So these are a few examples where adding a suffix creates a noun. Over here, we changed to the comparative, the superlative form of an adjective. Here, we change a word from an adjective to a noun just by adding a suffix. So these are a few types of suffix, or these are a few suffixes where the suffix actually changes the grammar. Okay. Let's look, however, at some cases where suffix, as I talked about before, the suffix can show meaning. So this can be very helpful when you find a new word, a word that you're not familiar with, but maybe these can give you some hints. We're going to look at three. The first is actually three suffixes. They are er, or, and ar. So these suffixes, these are not the only uses of these suffixes, but they're very common. So er, or, and ar, they refer to a person's job or to a person's behavior. Let's look at some examples. First one, translator. So or is the suffix here. The root is translate. So to translate, to change words from one language to another. So or shows it's a person who does that, a person who has that role. One more, liar. Here we see the ar suffix, liar. In other words, a person who lies is a liar. One more example, investor. Here again we see the or suffix. The root is invest, so one who invests. A person who invests is an investor. Another example, this one with the er suffix, is teacher, teacher. So the root here is teach. Teacher shows us it is one who teaches. A person who teaches is a teacher. So these suffixes, er, or, and ar, give us hints about someone's behavior or someone's job. All right. Let's look at the next group of suffixes, or the next pair, really. We have able, able, and ible, so this able and ible. Both of these mean able to be, or more simply perhaps can. So something is possible, for example. So these show that the root is something that we can do, or it is possible to do, able to do. Examples of this, the word downloadable, downloadable. So the suffix here is able, meaning able to be or can, and the root is download, download. So this means something which can be downloaded, downloadable. Another example, audible. Here we see I-B-L-E. So here we see in the root place though, odd. Odd is just the root. So odd relates to audio, audio. So audio and can be, actually this word means something that is hearable, hearable. Something that is hearable we say is audible, audible. Okay, one more, reasonable, reasonable. So it's possible to reason. It's possible to think maybe logically or to understand this. So something that is reasonable is something that we can reason. So it seems we can understand that thing, for example, a reasonable price, a reasonable offer. So reason plus able to do something. Each of these shows us that something is possible or we can do that thing. Okay, last one for this lesson is I-O-N. I-O-N. There are a lot of examples of words that end in I-O-N. I-O-N suffixes refer to actions or to processes, actions or processes. So we have the root plus some action or some process of that root. Let's look at some examples. First one, hospitalization, hospitalization. So here we have this I-O-N, which shows us it's a process. Hospitalize means to go into the hospital, so to enter the hospital. Hospitalization, therefore, is the noun form of that. So the hospitalization was handled by the administrative department, for example. Noun form here. Another example, common word, celebration, celebration. So here we see the root is celebrate, to celebrate something, to enjoy something, to have a party. The noun form, celebration. So we have I-O-N there, which means the action or the process of celebrating, a celebration, noun form. Finally, identification. Identification, we have this I-O-N at the ending, and here we see in the root identify, identify. So the process or the action of identifying something. We use this for like an identification card, which allows us to identify other people. Identification is a noun though. So we use I-O-N to refer to actions or to processes, and they relate to the root of the word. So these are just a few examples of the many, many suffixes we can find in English. There are quite a few more, and maybe I can introduce some more in a different video. But these are just a few, just a handful of some common ones that you can use. So if you have any questions, or if you want to try out a suffix, or if you just want to leave a comment, please do so in the comment section below the video. If you like the lesson, please make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Also, you can check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, we're going to talk about an introduction to email writing. So I have email writing here, but this is email writing especially for business or for other formal situations. We're going to talk about the format, the general format of an English email, and we're going to talk about some patterns that you can use maybe to explain yourself or to introduce an idea, and so on. We'll see a few examples. So let's get started. All right, first I want to take a look at the general format, the basic parts of an email, at least in terms of American English business emails. Simply put, we begin with a greeting, a simple greeting, the dear part of your letter. A greeting, perhaps then an introductory phrase or something that introduces the purpose, the reason you are writing the email. Following that will be any background information or any details you need to provide to make the purpose of your email clear. Following that, a closing statement, something to kind of wrap up to show your reader you're ending the message, and then a sign off, which is really the final point before your name in the email. So we're going to talk about these points. Let's look at some patterns you can use in these emails. Let's begin with the greeting part of your email. If you don't know the person receiving your email, you can use the expression to whom it may concern. This is kind of a classic line. Some people feel it's a little bit old-fashioned, but it's polite and most people are familiar with it. To whom it may concern just means the person related. So this email is to the person related to this inquiry, to this question. So it just means, in other words, I don't know who to address this email to, but please give it to the proper person, the appropriate person. This is a polite way to say that. To whom it may concern, to whom it may concern. We don't use this in speech. Just to whom it may concern is good for opening emails, for your greeting in emails. If, however, you do know the person you are sending the email to, you can begin with dear, then add Mr., Miss, or Mrs. The difference between Miss and Mrs. Mrs. is used for married women. Miss is used for unmarried women. If you don't know, is she married, not married, use Miss. Miss is the safer choice. You can also use a title like professor or doctor if you know that the other person is a doctor, has a PhD, is a professor, assistant professor. If you know their title, you can use that in the greeting. Dear Professor XYZ or Dear Dr. ABC, for example. You can also use department names here. So dear, maybe international department staff, for example. You can use the name of the department and staff. If it's a little bit more general, like you don't know exactly who to send it to, but you do know the department, you can use department staff there. So department name in this case. Okay, so once you have written your greeting at the beginning of the email, then you can go into your introduction and your purpose. So why are you writing the email? These are a few patterns that you can use. First, my name is. So if this is the first time you have contacted the other party, the other person, you can use this to introduce yourself. So in my case, my name is Alicia, and I am writing regarding and then your topic. So regarding means about. So you're putting this about statement before your topic. So my name is Alicia and I'm writing regarding studying English, for example. So your topic should probably be a noun phrase. So whatever it is, whatever the topic of your email inquiry is, you can put it here. A simpler one, maybe you already know the other person. You can say, I'm writing regarding your topic. So I'm writing regarding English studies at your school, for example. Another one, I'm writing to reach out about. So here I've used about. You can use regarding here too. Regarding just sounds a little bit more formal than about. So reach out though, this implies you're maybe introducing something or you want someone to do something for you. So I'm writing to reach out about a new event I'm planning. So maybe you're trying to gather support for a new event, for example. So to reach out, you're introducing something, you might be asking for help for something. One more. I'm writing to see. So here I have to see, meaning to check with you, in other words. I'm writing to see if you would be interested in. Would be interested in means in the future. Is there a chance you would be interested in something? Interested in, again, a topic. So I'm writing to see if you would be interested in coming to an event later this month. I'm writing to see if you would be interested in teaching a seminar in my school, for example. So this is something, again, you want the other person's participation or you want them to do something for you. You can ask about their interest here. This is much better than saying, please do this. So please do XYZ sounds too direct. Ask if the other person is interested in. Would they be interested in something? Much better introduction. Okay, so these are a few simple examples when you're making a request or when you're writing about a general topic. So how do you then explain some background and some details about this point? So if you are writing regarding like a question, maybe you ordered something from the company, there was a problem, or maybe it was a service transaction, some kind of like business transaction, that's your topic. So for example, my name is Alicia and I'm writing regarding a textbook I ordered. If you want to write and explain a problem, you can use a couple of these patterns, these top two. For example, I placed an order for a textbook on January 15th, but it hasn't arrived. It hasn't arrived. So here, the product I ordered, the date of my order, and maybe an order number would be good too. So after this statement, you can explain the problem. So for example, the textbook I received was wet, or the textbook was the wrong textbook. So you can explain the problem after this expression. So these are perhaps for orders or maybe a service situation. Let's look at the second pair here. If you're looking for someone to do a job for you, or if you want someone's participation in something, you can try using one of these patterns. Let's look at the first one. We're looking for someone to plus your task. So we're looking for someone to help us with data entry. We're looking for someone to teach English lessons on the internet. So would you be interested? Again, we have this same, would you be interested, as we saw up here, asking about their interest. So if you say, please do this, or do this for us, it's too direct. Use would you be interested. We usually say, would you be interested in participating? Would you be interested in teaching? Would you be interested in leading the lesson, for example? So ask, would that other person like to do that thing? Or are they interested in learning more? So here is one way to invite someone for something, or to make a request of someone's time or a request of someone's skills. So here's one pattern. Another one. We're planning an event and would like to extend an invitation. To extend an invitation is a formal expression, which means we want to invite you. So this is our official invitation. To extend an invitation means to invite someone to something, but this is a formal expression we use. To extend means like to put something out, so like to make something longer. Imagine your arm coming out. To extend an invitation, like here on our hand. So we are planning a seminar and would like to extend an invitation to you, perhaps, as well. So this is for an event invitation, or maybe there's something else you would like to invite this person to. Like we're planning a conference and would like to extend an invitation to you to give a speech at the conference, for example. So there are many ways we can change this sentence to invite someone to participate in something. All right. Let's move on then to some closing messages. So after you've explained the background and the details, and you've kind of asked the key question or explained the problem, then we can show the reader that the email is finished by including one of these expressions. These are just a few examples, but they're quite general. So first, thank you for your time. So this is good for maybe a simple inquiry, or if you're explaining a problem perhaps, and you just want to express your appreciation. Thank you for your time. That's a nice one. Another one, I look forward to hearing from you soon. I look forward to hearing from you soon shows you expect a reply from the other person. So it's a little bit of a push in this case. So I look forward to hearing from you soon. I look forward to receiving a reply from you soon. You're expecting a reply in a timely fashion. You're expecting a reply in a reasonable amount of time. One more, if there is any additional information I can provide, I would be happy to prepare it. So this means if there's something else, additional information here, if there's any additional information that the other person needs, you, the writer of the email, are happy to prepare that information. So in other words, this is an invitation. If you need something, please let me know. I will prepare that. So these are a few nice sentences you can close your email with. Then the final part in email writing is the sign-off. So there are many different sign-offs. Here are a few that I feel are common and easy to use and polite as well. Sincerely is good. Sincerely is quite basic. You can use that in most situations without trouble. It just sounds quite, I guess, quite typical. It doesn't sound so warm, I suppose, but it's fine to use. Another one, I personally like to use best. So best shows, this is short, this is kind of an abbreviated expression of my best, or I wish you the best, but kind of short and a little more professional, I feel, best. Another popular one is warm regards, warm regards. In other words, my warm feelings, or like I mean this in the best way possible. I mean my email to be warmly received. Another one I've seen is kindly, kindly. So this one is in like a request or just perhaps an information related email, kindly. So meaning I intend this email to be read with kindness. So please don't mean that like I'm angry or anything. Kindly, kindly. Sometimes I see people use yours or sincerely yours. Those are too intimate. They are personal. So using yours implies that you have a personal relationship with the person reading the email, or it could be an intimate relationship. So yours is something I typically avoid in professional emails. Don't use love in professional emails either, or like my love or anything like that. Don't use that in your emails either. But stick with one of these and you should be just fine in most cases. So please just be careful. Don't use yours, don't use love as well. All right, but that's just a quick introduction to email writing, especially professional and business-related emails. I hope that that was helpful for you. If you have any questions, or if you want to try one of these patterns, or if you have a different pattern you like to use in your emails, let us know in the comment section below the video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, we're going to talk about relative clauses and relative pronouns. I'm going to give kind of an introduction to this grammar point and how to use it. There are some more advanced points relating to this grammar, but I'm not going to talk so much about those today. This lesson is going to be an introduction to this grammar and some ways that you can use it, hopefully right away. So let's get started. All right, first of all, what is a relative clause? So relative clause is one of two key points that I want to talk about today. So a relative clause, for grammar, a relative clause is like a phrase or a group of words that's like a long adjective. So remember, we use adjectives to modify nouns. We can think of a relative clause like a long adjective, a group of words, not just one word. So relative clauses like a long adjective. We use relative clauses to give extra information about a noun or a noun phrase. So if you want to give more information, if you want to describe something more deeply, you can use a relative clause to do that. So let's look at one simple example first. Okay, example sentence. So my apartment, which is small, is a little old. So this sentence includes a relative clause. Here I'm talking about my apartment, but I have a couple of details about my apartment. I have my apartment, which is small. So this is my extra information here. So I'll explain a little later how to find the extra information point. But here is my relative clause. So my apartment, which is small, is a little old. This is the relative clause, the extra information about my apartment. So here, I know one of the reasons that I know that this is my relative clause is because this clause begins with what's called a relative pronoun. Here I've used which in this case. So this is the second point that I want to talk about for this lesson, relative pronouns. So relative pronouns are used at the beginning of a relative clause, as we see here. So here's my relative clause. Here's my relative pronoun at the very beginning. The first space or the first point in the clause is my relative pronoun. So there are some cases where it's okay to drop a relative pronoun, but I'm not going to talk about those in this lesson. I'm just going to focus on making basic sentences with relative pronouns and relative clauses. But in this case, I've used which as my relative pronoun. There are a couple of common ones that we can use. They are who, that, and which. So in this case, I've used which. We can use which and that to refer to objects. So in this case, in my initial example, I used apartment. So apartment is not a person. Apartment is an object. It's something that doesn't move. It's not alive. So I need to use the correct relative pronoun. For today's lesson, we can use that and which to refer to objects. The difference for today's lesson, the difference is that will be used to sound a little bit more casual, which will be used in more formal, I guess, or more polite sounding examples. So here, this sounds like kind of a polite introduction to some features of my apartment. If, however, you are interested in learning a little bit more about relative clauses and when to use that and which, you can check out, you can Google, or if you like, restrictive and non-restrictive clauses. This is one of the key differences between when to use that and when to use which. So if you'd like more information, this is the grammar point that gives more in-depth information about the differences between these two. But the other relative pronoun that I want to introduce for today is who, which we use for people. You'll also notice, as I'll talk about later, some people like to use who with pets. It kind of shows that it's sort of a cute relationship, a familiar relationship. So we can use who sometimes to refer to our pets, like they're members of our family. So it's kind of cute. Okay, so we're going to look at how to use these today. Let's take a look then at some more example sentences and a couple of tips. So each of these sentences uses a relative clause. Let's look at the first example. Here, my teacher, who is from the US, has brown hair. Okay, so here we can find the relative clause. There are a couple different ways to do this. First, by identifying the relative pronoun. In this case, who is the relative pronoun because it's referring to my teacher. So my teacher, that's a person, so I need to choose a relative pronoun that refers to people. We can use that in some kind of casual situations, but for this lesson I want to introduce who as being maybe the best and clearest choice for people. So my teacher, who is from the US, has brown hair. So again, the relative clause is here. So in this lesson, a quick and easy way to find the relative clause is by checking for the commas. So I'm using commas around the relative clauses for this lesson. If you know the more advanced grammar point, that means that these are all non-restrictive clauses. Okay, let's look at another example though. Next one, our office, which is in LA, gets really hot in summer. So again, just as I did with my first example sentence, I've used the relative pronoun which here. So relative pronoun which begins my clause, and using the commas as a hint, I can find where the clause finishes. So our office, which is in LA, gets really hot in summer. So maybe you can see one of the things that you can do to check to see if you have found the relative clause or not is to remove that part of the sentence from the sentence altogether. So for example, up here, my teacher who is from the US has brown hair. If I remove this part of the sentence, it becomes my teacher has brown hair. The sentence that remains is grammatically correct. So I know, okay, yes, this is the relative clause. It's the extra information. In other words, I don't need this information to make a grammatically correct sentence. We can do the same thing here. Our office, which is in LA, gets really hot in summer. If I remove the relative clause, our office gets really hot in summer. This is a grammatically correct sentence, so I know that I've found the correct spot for the relative clause. All right, Let's look at a couple of other examples then. Next one, my neighbors who are really noisy host barbecues every summer. So here I wrote BBQs, but barbecues. So my neighbors, you'll notice though I've got the word neighbors in the plural form, my neighbors, but I've used the singular who. That's okay, actually. So we can use who in this case. It's fine. You'll hear native speakers do it. Don't worry about it. So my neighbors who are really noisy, again, watching for those commas in this case, my neighbors who are really noisy host barbecues every summer. So again, to check that I have the correct information as the relative clause, I can remove it from the sentence. My neighbors host barbecues every summer. It's grammatically correct, so I know that this part is the relative clause. Okay, last one then. The dogs, who are puppies, have a lot of energy. As I talked about over here, sometimes we use the word who for animals, for pets. So in this case, the speaker wants to talk about his or her dogs, and they use who to refer to those dogs. It kind of shows like a friendly or a familiar or like a family relationship. So the dogs, who are puppies, have a lot of energy. So you might hear native speakers doing that. Again, the same rule applies. If we remove the relative clause, the dogs have a lot of energy is a grammatically correct sentence. So this is just a quick introduction to relative clauses, relative pronouns, and how to use them. And as I said, there are some more advanced grammar points that you can check. Those are called restrictive and non-restrictive clauses. If you'd like some more information about when to use which, when to use that, and how to use commas to set off your relative clause as well. So there's a lot of interesting information, and these are just a few patterns that you can use with this grammar. So I hope that it was useful for you. But if you have any questions or if you'd like to try to make an example sentence, please let us know in the comments. Please feel free to do that. Also, if you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again next time. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about adjective order. This is something that native speakers don't really study, but it's something that we kind of know how to do naturally. So I'm going to introduce the order of adjectives for today, but if it's difficult for you to remember this order specifically, don't worry too much about it. A good way to practice this is just by reading and listening and understanding the typical order for adjectives. Also, a good thing to keep in mind about this lesson is that usually we don't have maybe more than 2 or 3 adjectives in one sentence. So in most cases, you don't need to use all of these adjective rules in one sentence. So just keep this in mind the next time you're maybe writing something or the next time you're reading something, that there is a specific order for adjectives. So with that said, let's get into today's lesson. All right, so yes, adjective order. So I've listed from 1 to 9 all these different categories for adjectives. So the closer the adjective is to this side of this scale, to number 1, the earlier it should come in the sentence. The adjectives down here should come last in the sentence, last before the noun that they follow. So let's look at each category first, and then we'll look at some examples for how to use these. Okay, first one is quantity. So quantity means like the number or the quantifier. So this is quite simple, like 2 or 3 or a lot of or a huge amount of, for example. So this is quite simple. So in other words, how much of the thing are you talking about, or how many as well. The second category for adjectives is values or opinions. So these are things that come from the speaker or the person writing. So these are our personal ideas or our personal values of the noun. So some examples of this: great or terrible, kind, friendly, gross. So these are all kind of opinion-based adjectives. These are our own ideas about the adjective. That's second. Third will be size, so adjectives of size. Some examples are big, little, huge, tiny, giant. So how big or how small the adjective is. The next category refers to age. So age, for example, adjectives of age could be old, young, ancient, for example. So these will come after size adjectives. The next one would be shape. So shape doesn't only mean like a square or a triangle, for example, or in the adjective form, triangular. We can also use these shape adjectives in terms of like people's bodies, for example, like fat or skinny. We can also use them to talk about like objects. So it's a round table, for example, or a square table as well. So these are some examples of shape adjectives. Color is pretty clear, I think. So color, for example, blue, green, red, or yellow. The color of the item you are describing is next. The next category is origin. So origin here means where did the noun come from? Where is it from? So for example, Chinese or West African or Thai, for example. The next category, material. So material can mean many different things. In other words, what is the noun made of? What is the noun made of? So we can talk about the material. And finally, number 9 is purpose. The purpose means what is the noun used to do, or why do you need this noun? So what is the purpose of the noun? So as I said, this is not a point, this is not a grammar point or a language point that native speakers study officially, at least to my knowledge. Native speakers don't study this in many schools, but it's something that we learn through practice. So let's take a look at some examples of how these can be applied to make sentences. Okay, first one, my brother. So my noun here is my brother. My brother is a smart, funny American guy. Here I have 3 adjectives in this sentence. My brother is smart, funny, American. So my first 2 adjectives here are smart and funny. So smart and funny, actually, they're both opinion adjectives, like here. These are value or opinion words, smart and funny, my ideas of my brother. So because these words come from the same category, I can use them in any order I choose. Here I've said my brother is a smart, funny American guy. I could say my brother is a funny, smart American guy. That's fine because these adjectives, smart and funny, come from the same category. In these cases, then, we can use a comma to separate the adjectives. So smart and funny or funny and smart. If you can mix the adjectives, meaning you can change the order of the adjectives, you can separate them with a comma. However, the third adjective I used here is American. So American is an adjective relating to his origin. Where is he from? He's from America, so I use American to refer to his origin. So I can't use a comma here because American as an origin adjective comes after an opinion adjective. So I just need to put the adjective just before the noun in this case. So this is my last adjective in the sentence. I'm not including any like material points about what my brother is made of. I'm not including any sort of purpose information. My last adjective is here, so I don't need to use any comma. So my brother is a smart, funny American guy. 2 opinion adjectives and 1 origin adjective here. Okay, let's look at another example sentence. Here, my neighbor in this case. So my neighbor is a quiet, friendly old man. So again, we see this similar quiet, friendly old man 3 adjective pattern here. Quiet and friendly, again, are opinion words. So I can separate these with a comma, quiet and friendly. However, here I've used old. So old relates to age. So that still means, though, that this adjective needs to come after the opinion adjective. So my neighbor is a quiet, friendly old man is the correct order for these adjectives. Okay, let's change it up a little bit. Your coworker sounds like a thoughtful young woman. Again, I'm using an opinion adjective and an age adjective here. So thoughtful and young are my 2 adjectives. In this case, I'm using only 2 adjectives, and I can't change the order of adjectives. It sounds strange if I say, your coworker sounds like a young, thoughtful woman. It sounds strange because young should come after the opinion adjective. So I can't change the order of these 2 adjectives. They have to be thoughtful first, young second, so I can't use a comma in this case. All right, great. So that's a quick introduction to some very common sentence patterns using adjectives, multiple adjectives. Let's take a look then at phrasal adjectives. So phrasal adjectives are phrases that we use as adjectives. Let's look at some examples. So first, I love the smell of freshly baked bread. Freshly baked bread. Here, bread is my noun, and my phrasal adjective is this part. Freshly baked. So what kind of bread do I like? Or rather, what kind of bread do I love the smell of? I love the smell of freshly baked bread. This is my phrasal adjective here. So I can combine two words to make a phrase that acts as an adjective here. So in this case, I'm only using one adjective, one phrasal adjective before the noun. So I don't need to worry so much about the order. But we can use adjectives in this way, phrases as adjectives. Okay, let's look at another one then. He loves Chicago-style pizza. So what kind of pizza? Chicago-style. So here is my phrasal adjective. So I could say he loves fresh Chicago-style pizza, or maybe freshly baked Chicago-style pizza, for example. Okay, let's continue to the next one. It's important to eat a vegetable-rich diet, a vegetable-rich diet. So be careful, diet doesn't necessarily mean a plan to lose weight, but it means your regular eating habits here. Here, my phrasal adjective is vegetable-rich, vegetable-rich. So that means a diet that is rich in vegetables. So rich doesn't mean a lot of money, it means a lot of vegetables, a lot of something. So a vegetable-rich diet. Here, again, only one adjective, but as a phrase, it's used together. These two words are used together. Okay, but another point that I want to talk about is using phrasal adjectives with time expressions, because this is a point that I've noticed many people struggle with. First, let's look at an example. First example, simple, a 2-month-old child. So here, we're describing the age of the child, but we're using months to do it. Even though 2 is used here, because I'm using this expression as a phrase, 2-month-old child, actually, we use the singular form of the time expression here. So in this case, we don't say 2-months-old child. We would not say that. Please use the singular form of the time expression. So I have this as a note here. Singular formations for time expressions, not the plural form. So a 2-month-old child. So this is referring to the age of the child. 2 months is the age of the child. I could say, my child is 2 months old. That's okay. But if I'm using this as a phrasal adjective before the noun, I need to say a 2-month-old child. No S at the end. Let's look at another example. Here I have 4-day business trip. Actually, there are 2 points to talk about here. So 4-day is my time expression. And then I have business here. This is the purpose in this case. So 4-day relates kind of like to age or to time, really. And then business is my purpose. So the purpose of my trip is a business trip. So business functions as an adjective in this case. A 4-day business trip in this case. And again, this day is in the singular form. So not 4 days business trip, but a 4-day business trip. Finally, a 12-hour marketing meeting. So here in this sentence, a 12-hour marketing meeting, we see the same thing as this 4-day business trip. We have this 12-hour phrasal adjective here, and then we have a purpose, the marketing meeting. So marketing is the purpose here. So 12-hour, this is a very long meeting. 12 hours refers to like age or time, and marketing is the purpose of the meeting. So why are we at the meeting? For marketing, in other words. So in each of these, we're using the singular form of the time expression. So please be careful to do that. Okay. That's everything that I want to introduce for this lesson. I know that this is a lot of information, but instead of trying to memorize this, I would recommend just try to be aware when you're reading and when you're listening that there is a natural pattern that native speakers follow. Also, generally, if there's not a communication problem, then it's probably okay. Like, don't worry too much about using the perfect adjective order every time. But if you want to know, if you want to practice, you can use these rules as a guideline. Another thing to keep in mind is that there are some exceptions. There are some expressions that we use out of order. And you will see those from time to time. But for most cases, for most situations, you can follow and you should have no problem. If you have any questions or if you'd like to try to make a sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce 10 common everyday expressions that we use in American English. I'm going to introduce the expression, I'm going to talk about the grammar of the expression, explain the basic meaning, and then introduce some sample responses to the question. So the aim of this lesson, the goal of this lesson, is to give you some natural expressions, some questions, some phrases you can use, and also to help you know some natural ways to respond to these expressions too. So let's get started. Okay, the first expression I want to introduce is this one. How's it going? How's it going? So in quick speech, we say, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? How's it going? The meaning of this is really, how are you? How are you? But we're using this casual expression, how, so meaning how is, and it refers to your life. So how is your life going? So meaning recently, how is your life turning out? Recently, how has your life been? How are you, in other words? How's it going? How are you? So to respond to this question, you can use a very short, simple expression. How's it going? Good. How's it going? Great. How's it going? Not bad. Something quick, short is best for this. I'm good. How are you? That sort of thing is fine. You can return the question. How's it going? Good. How's it going with you? You can say with you if you like. So let's continue to the next expression then. Next one is, how was your weekend? How was your weekend? So this is a past tense question. Therefore, the speaker is asking about last weekend. How was your weekend? However, the pronunciation of this question is different from how I just pronounced it. It's not how was your weekend, but how was your weekend? How was your weekend? How was your weekend? So you can share, again, like we did with how's it going, a quick summary of your weekend, a quick overview of your weekend. So, how was your weekend? All right. Or how was your weekend? Okay. I didn't do much. Didn't do much also sounds very, very contracted. It sounds very reduced in speech. How was your weekend? Didn't do much. Didn't do much becomes didn't do much. I didn't do much. All right is a nice one. It just means kind of a neutral example. Or how was your weekend? It was great. It was good. You can use a lot of different expressions similar to those we talked about here. So how was your weekend? A past tense question. Okay, now let's go to a future tense question. So up to anything this weekend. Up to anything. So this is like maybe you know the expression, what are you up to? Means what are you doing? So here, up to means doing anything this weekend, question mark. So this question means, do you have any plans for this weekend? Do you have any plans for this weekend? But we say up to anything this weekend in a kind of casual way. The pronunciation then is different. I said up to anything this weekend. The native speaker level pronunciation is up to anything this weekend? Up to anything this weekend? So when you answer this question, up to anything this weekend? Yeah, I'm going skiing with my friends. Or yeah, I'm having a picnic. Or yeah, I'm going for drinks with my coworkers. For no, you can say no, no plans. Or if you want to ask the other person, maybe they have a plan, you can say no, what's up? So you're inviting kind of a plan. You're inviting an invitation here. So up to anything this weekend? No, what are you doing? That's another good way to respond. Okay, on to the next expression. Next one is grab lunch, or do you want to grab dinner? Do you want to grab a drink? Here, we're using wanna. Wanna is the reduced form, the contracted sound of want and to together. Do you want to, in other words? So the meaning here, would you like to? This is an invitation sentence. Would you like to, some verb, with me? So with me is included here, but it's implied in the sentence. We don't need to say, do you want to grab dinner? Do you want to grab a drink? Do you want to grab lunch with me? We can drop with me. It's understood from the context. So, would you like to do something with me? This is a more formal way of asking this question. Also, when you're speaking, these parts come together. So not do you wanna grab lunch, but do you wanna? Do you wanna? You wanna grab lunch with me? Do you wanna get dinner with me? I changed it now to do you wanna get in that case too. So you might hear get. Here in the original sentence, I used grab. Grab sounds like taking something quickly with your hand. To grab something, like to grab this marker quickly. It sounds very casual. You can change the verb to get if you like, meaning to get something, like to receive something kind of, but to go out and get that thing. So, do you want to get lunch with me? Do you want to get a drink? That's a much better pronunciation. Okay, so to respond to this, you can accept with sure, sounds good, or just sounds good, or just sure, that's fine too. If not, you can say, I can't, like I can't, I have to work, I can't, I have to study, or sorry, I'm tired. You could use that expression as well. So you can accept or reject if you like. All right, let's go on to the next one. Next expression, how'd event go? So event here is something that the speaker knows you were planning to do. So how'd the birthday party go? How'd the meeting go? How'd the barbecue go? Here, you'll see I'm using the apostrophe D at the end of how. So in speech, how did is reduced to how'd. How'd the barbecue go? How'd the meeting go? How'd your birthday party go, for example? So how did sounds like how'd in fast speech. How'd the meeting go? So it means how was that event? How did something go? So we're using the verb go here, but it's just asking how was it? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it effective? Was it exciting? So think about a simple past tense response about this event. Some examples. It went well. It went well. So here you see I'm using past tense went because the original question uses go. How did the event go? This is a nice match. It went well. It went good. It went okay, for example. Here I have it went okay. You can change the nuance. You can change the feeling of your response by changing the way you say okay. It went okay. It went okay. It sounds a little bit different. So think about your intonation. Think about the sound of your voice when you respond to this question. All right, on to the next one. This is one many people seem to struggle with. This question, what have you been up to lately? So here we see up to, again, we talked about up here, up to anything, doing anything. But the grammar here sometimes creates confusion. What have you been up to lately? So this v is what have. What have you been up to lately? This sentence means, in other words, what kind of things have you been doing lately? So lately means recently, since I last saw you, since the previous time we met, for example. What did you do, in other words? So in the recent time period, what have you been doing? In speech, however, we don't say, what have you been up to lately? We say, what have you been up to lately? What have you been up to lately? So this part, what have you been, comes together. What have you been up to lately? What have you been up to lately? So try to use that pronunciation to sound more natural. What have you been up to becomes very, very short. What have you been up to lately? Okay, how to answer this question? To answer this, you can use the word just to emphasize that it's nothing big. It's just a simple thing, no big deal. Just working is fine. Just studying is fine too. Or just not much as well is fine too. Not much, been busy too. So a simple, quick answer with an activity or maybe with an adjective is good. So what have you been up to lately? Just working. That's fine. So think about your recent activities when you reply to this question. All right, let's go on to the next question then. So the next one is, what do you think about some topic, some issue here? So you can use this in casual situations and in work situations to ask someone's opinion about something. What do you think about? So what is your opinion of something? However, in speech part, the beginning part, what do you think? This part becomes a bit more reduced. It becomes kind of contracted, shorter in speech. So not what do you think about blah, 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 but what do you think about? What do you think about this movie? What do you think about Thai food for lunch? What do you think about the policy, for example? What do you think? What do you think? Also, a good pronunciation point, as always, is that TH sound. What do you think? Think. So work on that TH. What do you think about something? Okay. How to answer this question then? What do you think about something? So you can include in your answer, I think, before introducing your opinion. So I think it's good, or I think it's a nice idea, or I think it's bad, for example. Of course, you can drop it as well. In a more casual situation, I think native speakers probably will drop this. So, what do you think about Thai food for lunch? It's okay. Or what do you think about seems boring. So here I've got it's as my sample, but you can of course change this. I just said it seems boring. It seems boring. So that's quite different from it's. This is like an adjective pattern. It's okay. It's not bad, for example. But you can always change this to just share your opinion. But you can preface that. You can introduce I think before your expression as well. Okay, on to the next one. Let's look at this. I gotta head out. I gotta head out. This gotta, this might be a little confusing. I gotta, this refers to I have got to, or I have to leave. So head out here. Head out is a casual way to say leave or depart. I gotta head out means I have to leave. I have to leave. I've got to leave. So I gotta head out sounds like I gotta head out very quickly. I gotta head out. I gotta head out. Or we can say, I have to leave. I have to leave. Here, though, the ending of the half word and the beginning of this t sound kind of connect. I have to leave. I have to leave. This O sound in the to is a very quick sound, too. I have to. So it's like, I have to leave. If you want to write it, it might look something like this. I have to leave. H-A-F-T-A maybe. So I have to leave, or I gotta head out. These are very quick sounds. So practice making those. I gotta head out, I have to leave. So how do you respond if someone says this to you, your coworker, your colleague? Just say, okay, see you, that's fine. Or maybe, catch you later, catch you later. I'll talk about this in just a moment. So, okay, see you, or okay, bye, or catch you later. So in other words, some farewell, some parting expression is good to use here. All right, let's go on to the next one. Have a good night. Have a good night. So you'll notice not good night always, but have a good night. This is a nice, like friendly and yet polite way to say goodbye to someone in the evening or maybe after work. Have a good night, or maybe have a nice evening is good too. Have a good night. So this means I hope you have a good night. So it's a nice expression. But again, the pronunciation here, not have a good night, but have a good night, have a good night. So you can hear these parts, the end of good and the beginning of night seem to connect a little bit. Have a good night, have a good night. So not have a good night. It's quite difficult to say, but have a good night sounds much better. So how do we respond to this? We can just say, thanks, you too. So have a good night, thanks, you too. That's a really nice way to respond. If you just say, yeah, I will, it sounds a little self-centered. It sounds a little too focused on you, on the speaker. So thanks, you too is a friendly way to return this sentiment, this idea. Okay, Let's go on to the last one. I said I would explain. This one is catch you later. Catch you later. This means I will see you later. So you imagine in the future you are going to see the other person later. But we use this casual catch. It doesn't mean catch like a ball to catch someone, but catch as in like I will be in the same place as you at another time is like why we use catch. It's like we're together again. Kind of like catching a ball, but it's like you're catching a person and their time with you, perhaps. We can think of it that way. Anyway, catch you later. Again, the pronunciation reduces here. So not catch you later, but catch you later. Catch you later. So you can hear this you becomes ya. Catch ya later. Catch you later. Catch ya. Catch ya. So these parts connect too. Catch ya later. Catch you later. How do you respond? Yeah, see you. That's fine here. Just agree. Okay, bye. That's fine as well. Catch you later. Okay, see you. Catch you later. All right, bye. One of those kind of parting expressions is nice to use here. Okay, so those are 10 everyday expressions and a little bit of the grammar and pronunciation included in these expressions and some sample responses. So try to listen for these and try to practice a more natural pronunciation here. So try to work on connecting the words that we talked about here. Try to work on making those reduced sounds and listening for the reduced sounds as well, because they sound quite different from the way they look on the page and the way that they are presented sometimes in lessons as well. So try to work on these sounds. All right, but that's all I want to introduce for this lesson. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up. If you have any questions, comments, or if you want to try to use an expression or maybe introduce a different response, please feel free to do so in the comment section. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I'll see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some uses of the word yet. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce 4 different ways you can use the word yet. I'm going to talk a little bit about the different positions yet can take in a sentence, and I'm going to share some examples of how to use it. So let's begin. Okay. The first use of yet that I want to explain is one that maybe many of you already know about. This is the use of yet, which means like up to now or so far, and something that we use when we want to express an expectation that an action is going to happen in the future. So up to now, the action has not happened. However, we expect that in the future, the action is going to happen. So in these cases, we commonly see the word yet at the end of a clause or at the end of a sentence. We can, however, see it before an infinitive. I'll explain this in a little bit. Let's start here. Let's look at some examples using yet at the end of the sentence. This is a very common position for yet. First one, he hasn't done his homework yet. Here we see yet at the end of the sentence. He hasn't done his homework yet. So here we're using the negative form of a present perfect tense sentence. So he hasn't done, he has not done his homework yet, meaning up until now, he has not finished, he hasn't done his homework, but we expect he's going to do his homework. Let's look at one more sentence. I haven't sent the files yet. So here again, yet is at the end of the sentence. And in this case, the subject is I. So I've changed this to have not. In this sentence, my first one, I had has not because the subject was he. Here I have the same present. I haven't sent the files yet, but I expect I'm going to send the files in the future. So yet shows there's some expectation about future action. So this action is going to happen in the future. Okay, let's look at this point that I mentioned earlier. You can use yet before an infinitive. So remember, an infinitive is the to form of the verb, like to find or to look or to send, to form. So we can use yet before the infinitive form of a verb to mean the same thing. There's an expectation the action is going to happen in the future, but the action has not happened yet. So here again, I have yet to call him back. You'll notice this sentence is positive. Up here we're using negatives, yeah? Here it's a positive. So in this case, the subject is I have yet. And then here is the simple infinitive form. I have yet to call him back, but I'm going to call him. So we could use this pattern here, meaning I haven't called him back yet. These two would mean the same thing. I haven't called him back yet, and I have yet to call him back really mean the same thing. We're making a positive sentence here or a negative sentence with this pattern. Let's look at one more example. They have yet to contact us. So again, they have yet, and then the infinitive form. To contact, in this case, is the infinitive form of the verb. They have yet to contact us, but we expect they're going to contact us in the future. One more example of this. Here, my subject is she. So she, here I've used has. She has yet to arrive. She has yet to arrive is my infinitive form of the verb. She has yet to arrive, meaning she hasn't arrived yet, to use this pattern, but we expect she is going to arrive in the future. So there are these two positions for the word yet in these sentences of expectation. We can also use this to make questions. Up here, this is a question of confirmation. So you haven't eaten lunch yet? So here we see yet is used again at the end of the sentence. You haven't eaten lunch yet? So this person is surprised that the other person has not eaten lunch. They are looking to confirm. They want to confirm the other person has not eaten lunch. They're surprised. You haven't eaten lunch yet? Here's a simple information question. Has she finished work yet? Has she finished work yet? So again, we see yet at the end of the sentence here. So we can also use yet to make questions, to get information. Okay, so let's move along to the second meaning, the second use of yet that I want to look at for today. This use refers to a continuing state. So let's first look at some examples and then I'll explain this visual here. First example, we have a way to go yet. So here, yet is at the end of my sentence, yes. Here I have a way. So a way means like a distance, maybe a long way, a long road. There are many things to do, maybe things that we need to take care of. Maybe I'm traveling somewhere, a way. So this is one example. Second example, there is work to do yet. So again here, yet is at the end of the sentence. So both of these examples refer to a continuing state. So here we're seeing there is some action that has been happening, some action that has been continuing. I marked it with the red line here. In this case, there's work to do yet. So in this case, my second example, the people involved in this have been working, and the speaker is saying this sentence right now at this point here. Work to do yet. So again, with that kind of expectation feeling, meaning in the future, there is still something that needs to happen. There is still work that needs to be done. So, meaning this state has continued and it's going to continue into the future. Same thing here. We have a way to go yet. So we've been traveling. The speaker to say there's still more traveling to do. We have a way to go yet. So this has kind of the feeling of still. We still have a way to go. There's still work to do is a different way of saying these expressions. Okay. Let's move along to the third use of yet I want to describe for today. This is using yet as a conjunction. So remember, conjunctions are used to connect ideas. In this case, yet means but or however. So you'll often see this used as and yet, But actually, we don't really need to use and because yet is connecting the ideas. So you might see a lot of people, a lot of sentences using and yet to act as sort of two conjunctions together, but really yet is fine on its own. So let's look at some examples of using yet as a conjunction, which means but or however. First one, we have so much to do, yet we have so little time. So here we're presenting two ideas. We have so much to do is part A. Part B, maybe, we have so little time, not a lot of time. So think of this yet as but or however. We have so much to do, but we have so little time to do it. So A, yet B, A, but B, A, however, B. This is the use of yet here as a conjunction. Let's look at one more example then. He contacted me about the meeting, yet forgot to send me the documents. So here's one part of the sentence, one part of the situation. He contacted me about the meeting. Okay. Yet, in this case, I've dropped he. He forgot to send me the documents. I've dropped he here, but he forgot to send me the documents is the second part. So he contacted me, but he forgot to send me the documents. I've used yet here instead of but. So we can use yet to connect ideas, to act as a conjunction in this case. All right, let's look at the last use for this lesson over here, number 4. We can use yet as an emphasis word. So this is often placed before a word like again or another. So we're emphasizing that something has happened again, or we're emphasizing another instance of something. Let's look at some examples here. He forgot his keys yet again. So here, yet is placed before the word again. So if we don't use yet, he forgot his keys again. Yes, it's a strong statement, maybe like a criticism. He always forgets his keys. But this phrase is a little more strong, a little more critical. So he forgot his keys yet again. It sounds like this is a very common thing for him, and maybe it's irritating to the speaker. Let's look at one more example. Today, I received yet another angry message from a customer. So here, I said I received yet another angry message. So here, I'm talking about angry messages. So meaning, I got yet another. It's emphasizing how many angry messages the speaker receives from customers. So again, if we don't use yet, today I received another angry message from a customer. It doesn't have the same strength. It doesn't have the same seriousness as using yet. Today I received yet another angry message. It sounds much stronger. So please remember, you can use yet. In these cases, I've used it with again and another, but you can use these for emphasis, these expressions. So give these a try as well. Okay, so those are 4 ways to use the word yet in many different situations. So I hope that this was useful for you. If you have any questions, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good stuff. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I'll see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some common homophones in English. These are homophones for American English. I'm going to explain what a homophone is, and then I'm going to introduce 12 very common ones that I hope can be useful for you right away. So let's get started. First, before we begin this lesson, what is a homophone? To remind you, a homophone refers to a word that sounds the same as another word, but it has a different spelling and different meaning. So we're going to see a lot of examples, 12 examples of homophones today. This can be 2 words or more. So let's take a look at the first pair. Okay, first pair here is the word need and the word need. So you can see here, as I talked about at this point, need, K-N-E-A-D, is spelled differently from need, N-E-E-D. Both of these are verbs, but they sound the same and they have different meanings. to knead refers to like going this motion, working dough to make bread. So pushing dough, pulling dough. We use the verb to knead to talk about making dough, preparing dough for bread. However, need is in reference to something we require, something that we want maybe sometimes. So to knead dough and to knead something have very different meanings, but the pronunciations are the same. So this is one example of a homophone. So same sound, different spelling, different meaning. Okay, let's look at another one, another common one, a common mistake. The first word is plane, P-L-A-N-E. The second word is plane, P-L-A-I-N. Okay, so plane, this refers to an airplane in most cases, so flying object, plane. Here, however, plain, this can mean an adjective, plain, meaning like not exciting or visually unexciting, just very simple, something that's very simple. Or it can be a noun as well. So a plain is like a large, open, grassy field area, a plain. So plain can be an adjective or a noun, actually. This can have different grammatical functions and different meanings too. But these two words are homophones. So same pronunciation, different meaning, and different grammatical function as well. So please be careful here. All right, let's look at a really common mistake next. Break and break. The only difference here is in the vowels, actually. So you can see B-R-E-A-K, break. This refers to destroying something, damaging something, to break your arm, to break your computer, for example. Brake, however, is to push the button in your car, to push the pedal in your car that causes the car to slow down. So to brake on like a moving vehicle means to cause the vehicle to slow down by pushing on a pedal or maybe pulling on a lever for a motorcycle, for example. So brake and break sound the same, different spelling, different meaning. Please be careful here. Okay, let's go to the next pair, die and die. So die with an I refers to losing your life. So you cease to exist, you no longer exist. Someone dies. Here, however, D-Y-E means using color to change the look of something. So for example, to dye your hair blonde or to dye your hair black, to dye fabric a different color. So to change the color of something, very different meaning. So to lose life is to die, to end life, and to change the color of something, to dye something. So die and die, different spellings, different meanings. Okay, let's go to another common one. Hear and hear. So hear, H-E-A-R, is a verb meaning to be able to listen to something or to use your ear to get information. Here, H-E-R-E, however, is this position, this space right now. Here, I'm here. So the spellings of these two are different, right? So please be careful. Here as a verb to listen to, and here referring to a location specifically. Different spellings, H-E-R-E, H-E-A-R. Okay, next pair is the word meat and meat. So meat over here is M-E-A-T, so meaning an edible food product that comes from animals. So pig meat, cow meat, chicken meat. So the animal product that we can eat that comes from the animal's maybe body parts is meat. Meet, however, over here, M-E-E-T, used as a verb, meaning to come together with another person, to meet someone. So please be careful. The only difference here is the vowel M-E-A-T for the food that we eat, and M-E-E-T for our action. Person. So meet and meet here. Okay, let's go to the next set of homophones. The next one, native speakers make mistakes with this one, so please be careful. This is principle and principle. So same pronunciation again. The spelling changes at the end of the word here. So this looks like principal and this looks like principle at the end, but the spelling is the same. Principle. Principal, P-A-L, at the end of the word. This is like the head of a school, the top person at the school, like the school's administrator or the school's manager, the school's principal, someone who's the top of the school. The LE refers to like a policy, a rule, a logic, a theory. So a principle of something, like a societal principle, for example. So this relates to logic. Principal relates to a person, like the principal at the school in my example. So please be careful. Native speakers make mistakes with this one. Okay, let's go to another one. Son and son. S-O-N and S-U-N. Son means your male child, my son, his son, her son. S-O-N, male child. S-U-N, however, is that big ball of light, the star in the sky that gives Earth warmth and light. So S-U-N, please be careful here. Okay, the next example, actually, there are 3 words that native speakers sometimes make mistakes with in spelling. These homophones are there, and there. Let's look at this one first. There, T-H-E-R-E. It's over there. So something that is maybe across the room, something that is a bit far away from us. We use the word there, T-H-E-R-E, to talk about it. Here, however, T-H-E-I-R, there, this is the possessive form of the word they. So something belonging to them. That's their house, that's their car, that's their dog. We use T-H-E-I-R to explain that. And finally, there. This is the contracted form of they are. They are becomes there. So they're really nice people, or they're really upset today, or they're really friendly, for example. So these have different grammatical functions. Please be careful. Different spellings too, but the pronunciation is the same. Okay, next pair, similar problem. Native speakers make mistakes with this as well. It's your and your. So here, Y-O-U-R, this is the possessive form of you. So something belonging to you. It's your bag, it's your marker, it's your phone, for example. So your, this is a possessive form. Here, however, your, the pronunciation is the same, your. However, this is apostrophe R-E at the end, your. So this is again referring to some quality of you. You are. So you're great, you're really funny, you're really tired, aren't you, for example. So we use these for different grammatical functions, but they are pronounced the same. Please be careful here. Okay, let's go to the next one. Another group of 3 here. So we have to, and to, all pronounced the same. So to is our preposition we use for explaining like movement, for example. Like I want to go to France, I want to go to China, for example. Or I gave this to my friend, or please give this to me, for example. So we use to as a preposition. To means also. So can I have some too? Can I have some also? Can I have some as well? To, T-O-O. There are 2 O's here. Last one, to refers to the number, T-W-O, 2. There are 2 cats, there are 2 dogs, there are 2 phones here. So T-W-O, 2, and 2, same pronunciation, different meanings, different spellings too. All right, last one is weak and weak, So W-E-A-K, this is an adjective, weak, means someone who is not strong, doesn't have much physical power. She's weak, he's weak. However, W-E-E-K refers to the period of time of 7 days. 1 week, Monday to Sunday, is 1 week then. So W-E-E-K and W-E-A-K, same pronunciation, different meaning. So these are just a few examples of homophones. There are many different homophones in English, and depending on the type of homophones may change. So these are American English examples. British English may have some different homophone examples, but these are some very common ones. So please be careful of your spelling, and also please be careful when you're listening too, as you might hear something that sounds similar to a word you know, but actually has a different meaning. So I hope this is a nice place to start with the topic of homophones. I hope that you enjoyed this lesson. If you liked the lesson, please give us a thumbs up on this video, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study tools. Thanks very much for watching, and I'll see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about first, second, and third person storytelling. This is something that we use in English to tell stories. I'm going to talk about the 3 different types of storytelling that we use, what they mean, and a few examples of when and how to use them. So let's get started. Okay, so as I said, there are 3 ways of telling stories in English. We call these perspectives or point of view. So this means that we use these 3 ways to understand who the narrator in the story is, or we use these to understand how the story should be understood. So I'm going to explain the 3 ways and a lot of example sentences that I hope can help you understand when and how to use these. So these 3 perspectives, or these 3 points of view, are called first person, second person, and third person. So I'm going to start with first person. First person is maybe the easiest to understand because the subject of a lot of these sentences are I. So in first person stories, the person telling the story is the main character. So this is quite similar to your everyday life. In your life, you are the main character, really. You understand your life through your experiences. So in a first person story, we, as we're reading a book or as we're watching a movie or something, we understand the story through the narrator's experience. So the narrator means the person telling the story if you're reading a book. But narrator is like the main character in a first-person story. The person explaining it, the person having the experiences. So we'll see lots of I in first-person stories. Some examples here. I walked up the road. Very simple sentence. Here we see I, so it's my experience as the narrator. I walked up the road. I'm telling you this. Another one. When I got to work in the morning, I spoke with my coworkers. So here again, if we are reading this story, we imagine we are the narrator. When we get to work, we speak with the coworkers who are there. So this is all my experience here. Another one, the guy at the coffee shop gave me a discount on my latte. So here again, it's one person's experience of visiting a coffee shop. We're seeing it as though we are that person. One more, I saw Sarah speaking to John earlier. So I saw it. Who saw this happen? I saw it. So in first person story, the narrator's experience is extremely important. We're focusing on this one person's experience of their world. So this is called first person storytelling, first person point of view. Okay, let's take a look at a couple different ways of telling stories. The next one is probably the least common way of telling a story. It's called second person. So in second person storytelling, the narrator is outside the listener or is outside the reader. In second person stories, the narrator explains the story to the listener or to the reader, and the listener or reader imagines the story is happening to them. So the story is something that's not real, but we have to imagine the story as being real, or we imagine ourselves in the story in this case. So first person is one narrator telling their experience, telling a story. In second person, we are imagining something happening to us, like our actual self, like me, really, and you, really. So this is something that's used in like children's adventure stories, or maybe salespeople try to use this to get you to imagine something in your life. We'll look at some examples here. First one, you walk into work and everyone is gone. What do you do? So here you can already see this is very different from first person. We used I, me, my, these key words that show I am experiencing, I am the narrator. Here, however, you is the subject. You walk into work. Everyone is gone. What do you do? So this is making us imagine, okay, if I had this experience, what would I do? But these are very direct statements and very direct questions that are supposed to make the listener or the reader imagine the situation happening to them. Another example. Let's imagine a salesperson is talking to us. So imagine you come home at the end of the day and can enjoy music as loud as you want. So maybe this is a person trying to sell like a stereo or a sound system or speakers or something. So here they're using second person. You come home at the end of the day. So imagine you come home at the end of the day and you can enjoy music as loud as you want. So imagine yourself as the focus here. Imagine something nice happening to you. So this can be used by salespeople. Okay, one more example. Maybe this is like an adventure story for kids. Or maybe like a fantasy or a sci-fi story. So you see a mirror in front of you. You look in the mirror and see your worst enemy. So this is maybe like a kid's story or some kind of adventure story that's very popular actually among young kids. Children can read the story and choose what to do next in this style book. But we see second person is used here. You see a mirror in front of you. So imagine a mirror in front of you. You look in the mirror and you see your worst enemy. So kind of a fantastic story, I suppose. But here we're seeing a second person be used. So again, these very direct statements are used to make the imagination, I think, stronger, to make your powers of imagination stronger. So we use you to make the other person feel like they are experiencing the story directly themselves. Okay. Let's continue on to the last type, third-person storytelling. Third-person storytelling, so different from first and second. In third-person storytelling, the narrator is outside everyone in the story, like second person. So the narrator is outside, not participating in the story. But sometimes the narrator knows things that the characters in the story do not. So the narrator, in a lot of stories that are told in third person, the narrator sees many different characters at different places and different points in time. The narrator knows everything in the story, but the characters themselves don't know everything. So if you've seen like big epic movies like maybe Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or something like that, maybe you know about a third-person story. So in that case, you, the viewer, you understand everything happening in the story, but the characters don't know all the information. So third-person stories are like that. So in don't see an I from the narrator. In first-person stories, it's my experience, my narration. This is my life. However, in third-person stories, there's no I in those cases. So let's take a look at a couple of maybe helpful examples. Here I have Sarah and John spoke in the morning. So this is similar. In first person, I said, I saw Sarah speaking to John earlier. In this example, I used I to show first person. This is a first person experience of Sarah speaking to John. In this case, though, Sarah and John spoke in the morning. It's just a simple statement. I'm not reporting. The narrator is not reporting, I saw or I heard. It's just a simple statement. Sarah and John spoke in the morning. There's no opinion, there's no experience there, just a fact. Here, however, maybe these next two examples are what I described here, where the narrator knows something that the people in the story don't know. So here, the marketing team was hard at work in the office. Meanwhile, across the city, the event team was preparing for the conference. So meanwhile means at the same time, across the city. So here, the marketing team is at the office working. At the same time, across the city, the event team was preparing for the conference. So in this situation, there are two groups of people that are independent. The narrator, the person telling the story, knows what both groups are doing at that exact time. However, these two groups maybe don't know exactly what the other group is doing. So this is one example of that all-knowing kind of narrator. Let's look at another example of this. The president met with the prime minister in the afternoon. On the other side of the world, the UN had a meeting. So again, we see two groups here. So in one group is the president and the prime minister. They had a meeting in the afternoon. On the other side of the world, so completely independently, the UN had a meeting. So again, there are two groups. The narrator knows everything here, but maybe the people in these groups don't know. So these are examples of third-person storytelling. You can see something like this in news reports as well sometimes. But in general, first person and third person are probably the most common ways to tell stories or to explain stories, explaining things that happened. For our everyday life, we tend to use first person a lot because we understand our lives through our experiences. When we're reporting on information, a third person is also quite common too. You will sometimes hear second person as well for situations you need to imagine, I think. Okay, but that's a quick introduction to first person, second person, and third person storytelling. I hope that that was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to try to write a story, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I'll see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce some question and answer patterns that you can use with how much and how many. This will be a lesson also to remind you about countable and uncountable nouns. So let's get started. Okay, so first I want to review when to use how much and how many, these two key points to begin the questions for today. First of all, let's look at how many. Remember, we use how many when we want to make a question about a countable noun. So we use how many with countable nouns. Remember, a countable noun is a noun we can count with numbers like 1, 2, and 3. So to make a regular countable noun, we simply use the regular noun and add an S sound to the end of it. So this is for regular nouns, to make the plural form of a regular countable noun. So for example, marker becomes markers with an S sound. Shirt becomes shirts, for example. We simply add an S for regular nouns. However, there are some nouns that have an irregular plural form. For today, a couple that I want to focus on are these two. Person, so when we count person, we say one person, but the plural form is people. So one person, 2, 3, 4 people. This is an example of an irregular countable noun. Another one is child. So we say one child, but the plural form is children. So 2 children, 3 children, a lot of children. Of course, we can say kids, but that's slightly a different, it's kind of just a different word to use. So when you use the word child, please remember to use children as the plural form. So these are a couple good ones to focus on for today. We'll use these in sentences with how many because they're countable nouns. Then, how much is the second part for today's lesson, the second kind of question beginning expression. So how much is used with uncountable nouns? Uncountable nouns, remember, are nouns we cannot count. So there are things, you might also know the expression mass nouns as well. So some common examples of uncountable nouns are like air, beer, wine, money, time. So we can't count these. However, we can count the individual units inside these nouns. So with that in mind, let's begin by looking at how many questions. So these are going to be questions with countable nouns. They all begin with how many. These are just a few sample questions. I tried to make a few samples that you could maybe use in your everyday life, and then I made a big list of some sample answers, some sample responses to these. So let's begin. First one, how many somethings do you have? So I've included an S in a parentheses here because for regular nouns, we will use the plural form here with an S sound at the end. However, if you're using an irregular noun, you might not need an S here. For example, if you want to ask how many children do you have, you don't need an S here. So that's why this S is here in the parentheses. But for each of these examples, the S is here to remind you that you need to use the plural form. You can't use the singular form in this. So if the question is how many children do you have, that's correct. But if you say how many child do you have, it's incorrect. You need to use the plural form when you're asking each of these questions. So first one, how many somethings do you have? Second one, how many are there? So you can use this in a room. This is a very general question, I think. How many somethings are coming to the event? So I've used a very, very general event planning question here. You could change event to party or barbecue or meeting, whatever. Any kind of gathering you can use this question for. Finally, how many do you need? A shopping question. So these are very, very general questions, like I said, but they all use how many. So I want to talk about a lot of examples for your answers to these questions. First one, I want to look at this group right here for sample answers for how many do you have? How many of something do you have? These answers will use some quantifiers. So a quantifier is an expression we use to explain the amount of something. So here, first one, I have a few. So this is maybe like 3 or 4, for example. And again, we're using the plural form here to answer the question. So how many movies do you have, for example? I have a few movies. So don't forget this plural form at the end of the sentence as well. Here our quantifier is a few. If, however, you would like to use a specific number to answer the question, you know the answer using a specific number, you can do that. So for example, how many children do you have? I have 2. You can say that just fine. Here, just a number, and you can finish the sentence there. I have 2. That's fine. If you want to include the noun again after that, that's fine too. I have 2 children. So again, use the plural form here. Or I have 2 kids if you want to use a different noun. So if you want to use a specific number, fine. Here's a pattern to do that. Another quantifier that I included here is I have a couple. And you'll notice I included of here in parentheses as well. Native speakers will drop of sometimes we'll include it, just depends on how we're feeling. Both are okay. So I have a couple movies, I have a couple of movies. Both are fine here. So a couple, it sounds like 2, right? 2 people, like a couple dating, it sounds like 2 people. So for me, the image of a couple of something is 2 of something, or a very small amount, in other words. Okay. If, however, you have 0 of that thing, make sure to use any in your answer. I don't have any. So remember, any is used with a negative when you're making negative statements. Don't, do not, is our negative here. So we use any. I don't have any, and the plural form. Don't forget. Yes, you have 0 of that thing, but we still need to use the plural form for correct grammar. Okay. Let's go on to the next question. How many somethings are there? Here we can say there are, again, a specific number. There are 5 chickens, for example. So here, again, a specific number. And then same thing here, we can include the plural form of the noun, or you can just finish your sentence, finish your answer with the number. There are 5, for example. Another quantifier we can use is lots of. There are lots of, and then your plural noun. This one is actually quite useful because we can use this one with uncountable nouns as well. So there are lots of. This is one you can use with countable and uncountable nouns. Quite handy. Okay. Of course, same thing if there are 0 of whatever noun you're looking for, you can use there aren't any somethings. There aren't any somethings. So there are not any. We see the same any pattern here. There aren't any chickens. Chickens is my example here. So there aren't any, for example. But again, don't forget your plural form at the end. Okay, now let's talk about an event, some kind of gathering, a party, a meeting, whatever. If you want to ask this question and you need the answer for it, you can use a specific answer at the beginning of the sentence, a specific number. So like 5 people are coming is fine. 5 people are coming to the event, if you like. 5 people are coming to the party. Or you can just say the number 5, that's fine. Or 5 are coming, 5 people as well. Any variation here, as long as you include a number or some amount somewhere. Okay. If you don't have kind of a positive image of the number of people who are coming, you can try this expression. I don't think many, plural noun, are coming. So I don't think many people are coming. I don't think. So this sounds quite negative about the attendance numbers at the event. I don't think many people are coming. Okay, another pattern. Finally, let's look at 2 patterns you can use for this last question. So how many somethings do you need? We can use this I need a lot of something at the end. So I need a lot of cookies, for example. Here you can see I've used I need a lot of. Up here I said there are lots of. Both of these are okay to use with countable and uncountable nouns. So I need a lot of money, for example. Money is an uncountable noun. We can use this quantifier with it as well. Finally, I need a handful. Handful. So if you can imagine, like in your hand, the number of items that can fit in your hand, we can think of that as a handful of something. So here it's the same idea. So if you're talking about small objects, you can say I need like a handful of markers, for example. I need a handful of pieces of paper, maybe. So this is usually something we use for like everyday items, like maybe office supplies or maybe art projects, I don't know. So we typically don't use this for big items, really, because it's not easy to imagine having a handful of, I don't know, large items. So you might hear it here and there, but generally we use it for smaller things. So these are a few ways you can answer some how many questions. And some of these quantifiers, like I said, can be used for uncountable nouns as well. So let's move on to that part. Let's look then at some how much questions. I have just a few here and a couple notes as well. So just 3 to introduce. Similarly to the how many question with how many somethings do you have, we can use how much of the uncountable noun do you have. So here, how much, we use how much for an uncountable noun. How much money do you have? How much free time do you have, for example? The second question, how much something is there? So how much wine is there? How much beer is there, for example? So this is another one that's kind of parallel to this how many question. Finally, how much do you need? How much money do you need for your project, for example? So I know that each of these starts with how much, but one point to be careful of, many of my students have had this problem. When you answer these questions and you want to use a positive statement to answer the question, it's incorrect to use much when you do that. So for example, how much money do you have? Sometimes I'll hear a student say, I have much money, but that's incorrect. We can't use much when we're making positive statements of quantity. So please be careful. Don't use much in a positive reply. Okay, with that in your mind then, let's look at some sample answers for this. Okay, so how much? To look at the how much question and some answers for that, you could say, I have some, for example, money, or I have some free time. Some is a nice one because actually some is another one we can use for both countable and uncountable nouns. So I didn't include it over here, there's not much space, but we can use some for both countable and uncountable nouns. So I have some cookies, I have some chickens, that's good. Okay, then let's look at another one. I have a lot of. So I mentioned on this side, we can use a lot of with both countable and uncountable nouns. So here we see it again. Also, you'll notice in each of these examples, I'm not including an S at the end of each of these. So we can't count these nouns, so there's no plural form that's there. We don't use an S at the end of our answer. So please be careful, no S here. Okay, continuing on, if there are zero, or if there is zero rather, in this case, of your uncountable noun, I don't have any. I don't have any money. I don't have any time. So here's a way to say zero of something. We looked at that over here. I don't have any. In this case, it was an S at the end with the plural form. Over here, no S. I don't have any something. No S. Okay, another one. So I mentioned here we can't use much in a positive statement of quantity. However, we can use much in a negative statement of quantity. So in this sentence, I don't have much time. I don't have much money. We can use this because our negative is right here. I do not have much of something. So we can use it in this way. One more, I have just a little time today. I have just a little time today. You can use just if you like. You can drop it too. I have a little time today. Just acts like an emphasis here. I have just a little time today. Sounds like it's very, very small amount of time. Okay. Let's move on to answers for this next question. How much something something is there? So there's a lot of. Again, I have this same a lot of quantifier used. So we can use that here. Again, I have some as an answer. So there is some. Please note that I've got this there is some. There's some beer in the fridge. There's some wine in the fridge, for example. So not there are, but there is, because it's an uncountable noun. Over here, I said there are some number, or there are lots of, because we're using the plural form. Over here, no plural form. So there's, which means there is. Okay. Let's go on to another one. This is another negative example. So there is not much. So there's not much beer left. There's not much wine left for the party. So again, we have this there is and a negative, not much. There's not much of something. Okay, finally, how much of something do you need? I've included a couple casual expressions to answer this question. So I need tons of. Tons of is a casual expression which means a huge amount, a lot of something. I need tons of. We use an S here. I need tons of something. Another one is I need a bunch of. I need a bunch of. So a bunch, imagine like a bunch of flowers. You can imagine like several of something together. So several items together that we can grab like in a group. So a bunch of something. So even though we say a bunch of, we can use this with uncountable nouns. So like I drank a bunch of wine last night, for example, or I spent a bunch of money. We can use it in examples like that. So those are a couple of ways to answer the uncountable version of this question. Oh, right. So that's a lot of patterns. There are quite a few things to practice here, but please just keep in mind this key point. How many plus the plural form of the noun is used for countable noun question and answers, and how much, and the regular form of the uncountable noun is used for uncountable noun question and answers. So with some practice, I think this becomes a little bit easier. Also, watch out for these irregular countable noun forms too. All right, so with that, I'll finish this lesson here. If you have any questions or comments, or you want to try to make an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. If you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good stuff. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce some common differences in vocabulary between British English and American English. So for this lesson, yes, I'm saying British English, but some of the words in the British English column are also used in other places outside the UK. You might hear this in like Australian English or Scottish English or Irish English, but I just want to introduce some different vocabulary words you might hear in different parts of the world from different speakers of English. So let's get started. Okay, First one, over here, let's begin with the British English word lift. The British English word is lift. The American English word we use is elevator, elevator. So take the lift or take the elevator in American English, which I speak. The next difference is the word petrol, petrol. So petrol is the British English word. The American English word is gas or gasoline. So gasoline is quite long. We shorten it to gas. But gas in American English and petrol in British English have the same meaning. Okay, next one, the British English word flat. As a noun, used as a noun, not used as an adjective, like a flat area or a flat space. As a noun, is the equivalent, equals American English apartment. So we use the word apartment to talk about a place we live, the apartment we rent. In British English, the word flat is used or can be used. Okay, the next key difference then, the American word, we use the word vacation for this, but you'll hear a holiday used in British English to talk about time away from work. To take a holiday, we say to take vacation in American English. So holiday is the British English word for this. Also, the next word, for Americans, we use the word parking lot to talk about a place to park our car. The British English word is car park. So let's find a car park, or where is a car park? Americans will look for a parking lot. Okay, another interesting difference, British English, you might hear the word chemist used for what we say in American English as drugstore or pharmacy. We use drugstore or pharmacy in American English to talk about a place where we get medicine. Medicine or maybe everyday small like life goods or household goods perhaps too, but usually medicine. So chemist is used in British English to talk about this place. Okay, let's continue on to the next group. The first two here on this side are both about trash, or both about rubbish. So when you talk about what we say in American English as the garbage can or the trash can, you might hear dust bin. You might hear this part, bin, as well, by itself. Where's the bin, or the dust bin, or maybe rubbish bin as well. This relates to the next word, rubbish, as a noun. We say garbage or trash in American English. British English also uses the word rubbish. So rubbish is not commonly used in American English, but very commonly used in British English. Okay, another one is the word motorway, motorway. So motorway in British English equals, in American English, highway or freeway. So this is the high-speed road, like that lots of cars travel on, usually quite large. So we say highway or freeway in American English. British English uses motorway. All right, another maybe confusing one sometimes is the difference between torch and flashlight. Actually, there's no difference, but to even American English speakers, this can cause some confusion. So torch just means a flashlight, so that handheld light that you can use. The British English word is torch. The American English word is flashlight, flashlight. Okay, next one, another important one to keep in mind. The word in British English for the clothing you wear under your regular clothes is pants. We can use the word pants to talk about our underwear. We use underwear in American English, but pants can be used in British English to talk about that. So in American English, like what I'm wearing now today, I would say pants. I would describe these as pants in American English, but this could be understood in British English to mean underwear if I say pants. So please be careful about your use of pants and underwear in American and British English. Okay, next one. The next one is tube in British English and subway in American English. So these two words, they refer to the public transportation system underground. So Americans use the subway, like the New York subway system. In London, it's the tube. You can use we can use subway, but tube is also used to refer to the subway system in London, so the tube. Last one I want to mention, since we talked about tube here, is a verb difference. To mind something. To mind something is used more commonly in British English. We can use it in American English, but it's not so typical. We use to be careful of or to watch out for something. So I included this because if you have visited London, you might have heard the announcements on the subway platform that say, mind the gap between the train and the platform. So we wouldn't say this in American English. We would probably say, watch your step, watch your step. So meaning be careful of where you put your feet. So in British English, in London, in the tube, for example, we say, or we hear, to mind the gap, be careful of the gap between the train and the platform. So this is a verb difference here. These are some common nouns that you may hear in British English or in American English, and they have the same meaning, we just use different vocabulary words to describe them. So I hope that this was helpful for you, and you can keep an eye out for this the next time you're reading or listening to something that's in a kind of English that's a bit different from what you've studied before. So I hope that that was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments or want to try to make a sentence with these, please feel free to do so in the comments section of this video. Of course, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, we're going to talk about reporting speech in English. I'm going to talk about the verbs we use and a couple of grammar points that you can think about. So let's get started. The first type of speech reporting I want to introduce is reporting statements. So statements are just simple things, simple sentences that people said. So this can be direct dialogue, exactly the thing someone said, or it can be a summary of something someone said. So keep in mind these are not questions. I'm going to talk about questions later. Let's look at the verbs and the other expressions we use to report simple statements. The first one is the very, very neutral said. I said. Said is the past tense form of say. So we use say and past tense said as the most basic way to share something someone else said. So we can use this for direct reports, meaning exactly the thing someone said. We do this. We use quotes to indicate direct speech. Or we can just use it as I have here to introduce a summary of something. In this example sentence, I said I had to work. So this is just a simple summary. I said something similar in the past, perhaps, but this is maybe not a direct report of my speech. We can use said in most cases just to report information. This was said by someone. The speaker is here, the subject. So I, in this case, I said I had to work. We could change it to he said he had to work. So this is the most basic verb we can use to report speech. Let's move on to a couple other ones. Let's look at this told. Here I'm using the verb tell, but I'm using past tense told. So here the speaker is indicated at the beginning of the sentence, he, and then the person receiving the information, in this case me, follows the verb. So he told me, in this case, the train was late. He told me the train was late. So this is a past situation. I received information from him. The information was this. He told me the train was late. So you can change the person speaking and the person receiving by changing these two parts on either side of the verb. My mother told my brother to clean his room, for example. So keep in mind when you use the verb tell, or in this case past tense told, the idea is that it's more one-way communication. It's not really a conversation. In this case, he told me, so meaning information is coming this way only. I'm not sharing information with him, really. He's just sharing something with me. It's one way. So we use told to communicate that. Of course, we could use said here. He said the train was late. Using tell, or in this case past tense told, just makes the feeling of one-way communication stronger. He told me. Okay, now I want to go on to some very casual expressions that you see for reporting direct speech, especially in American English. The first one is this was all, was all. So I've used this in past tense here. You may hear this in present tense, she's all, as in this example. But was all is quite common too. So was all is a very casual way of using a verb like said. However, we use this to report direct speech. So these quotes show this is exactly the thing someone said, these little quotation marks. In this case, she was all, you're not gonna believe this. So this is the exact statement the speaker, she said in the past. She said exactly this. We know this because expression, and in this case, in the written words, we see that. So when you're speaking or when you're listening for this, you won't hear she was all. You'll hear she was all. So she was all, you're not going to believe this. It's quite fast. She was all, she was all. So sometimes this W sound is very difficult to hear. You might just hear she's all, in which case it sounds like present tense. But in both cases, the basic meaning of just communicating speech remains. So don't worry too much about catching this W sound. So this she's all is fine to understand what's going on. Another one that uses this same was pattern is using like, another very casual way to report direct speech. So in this case, who is speaking? My mom. So my mom was like, you can't go out this weekend. So in this sentence too, these words here are exactly the words my mother said. But we use was like here. So you'll notice that these two expressions, was all and was like, while they're very, very casual, they're used to kind of report something that's maybe shocking or surprising or maybe a little bit gossipy. In this case, maybe the speaker is complaining. So it's very, very casual situations that we use these expressions in. My mom was like, so again, this W sound, my mom was like, this kind of disappears a little bit. We can also use it in present tense. My mom is like, but my mom was like is good for a clear past tense report. Okay, so we use the next pair, went and go, to report speech very casually. So you can see here there is past tense went, present tense go. We use them in the same way. Again, just as with was all and was like, we use these to communicate direct quotes. These are exact quotes, things people actually said. So they went, we're leaving. So again, we could say they said we're leaving, but using went again has this sort of very casual, maybe gossipy, like there's a little bit of exciting information there perhaps. Same thing with go. So I go, fine, I'm leaving too. So we use these two together in very casual situations that have kind of a quick conversational feel about them. We can say these things very quickly in a pair. They went, we're leaving, so I go, fine, I'm leaving too. So having this kind of went and go match together feels very natural, I think, to native speakers. Same thing here. She was all and my mom was like, using these together in the same kind of dialogue report sounds quite natural, I think. But generally, using a mix of all of these to report statements is a really good idea. If you use the exact same expression to report all the time, it sounds a little bit unnatural, kind of stiff. Okay, so these are all for statements. These are all for statements. Let's look at two patterns for questions now. So here I have the past tense asked and inquired used here. I chose these two just because asked is kind of the casual or the everyday verb we can use for questions. Inquired just sounds more formal. It's a more formal way of saying asked. So some examples of this are, I asked about the menu and I asked if there were any vacancies. These are two common patterns. I asked about some topic, or I asked if, and then there's some kind of inquiry point here. I asked if there were any vacancies here. Same thing we can do with inquired. He inquired about the company. So we see this same about plus a topic point. We can also, with the verb ask, use a direct quote too. So for example, I asked, "What are you doing?" That's also okay. We can use ask with a direct quote. You can also use it with inquired as well, if you like. But perhaps this one is a little bit more useful for everyday conversations and everyday questions. So throughout this lesson, I've talked about using the past tense and the present tense for reporting, but what's the difference? So I want to talk a little bit about that here to finish that. So past tense and present tense, both used to report speech, both fine to report speech. Here I've used simple past and simple present tense. You might also hear progressive tense in the past or in the present tense. But the difference between them, present tense, if you use present tense, it feels like the story is happening now. So if I'm using present tense to report speech and maybe to share the points in the story as well, it sounds like the story is happening now. It's present tense, it's happening in the present. So if I want my story to feel kind of lively and more exciting, I can use present tense to tell my story. If, however, past tense is used, it sounds more like just a simple report. It's like you're just telling facts. What happened? There's not really like a feeling of excitement necessarily. It's just simple reporting. So we see past tense and simple past tense story reporting in the news, for example. So in the news, it's simple reports of fact. What happened on that day? You'll see simple past tense used in English news reports. So this is kind of a key difference that you can think about when you're telling stories and you're reporting information as well. All right, that's everything for this lesson. I hope that it was useful for you. If you liked the video, please make sure to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good study tools. Of course, please feel free to drop us a message in the comments as well. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and I will see you again next time. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about borrowing and lending expressions. I'm going to share some sample requests you can use for borrowing and lending things, and I'm going to introduce some time expressions you can use with these requests to make more specific questions. So let's begin. Okay. First, I want to look at a category for expressions you can use when you want something. So you want to receive something, in other words. Let's look at the first sentence here then. So it's, will you lend me your car? Here we're using the verb lend, and the person receiving the item follows the verb lend. So in this case, me. Who is receiving it? Me. I am receiving it. The item I'm receiving, your car, comes after the person receiving it. So in this case, lend is used, but let's look at the kind of opposite of this question. Can I borrow some money? So here the verb borrow is being used, but the person receiving, in this case, money, the person receiving the item is the subject here. Can I borrow some money? So here we're not saying, can I borrow some money from you? You can include, can I borrow some money from you? That's okay. But here it's understood. We understand the speaker wants to borrow money from the listener. So this is a key difference. When the verb used is lend, the person receiving the item is the object of the verb. However, when the verb is borrow, the person receiving the item is the subject. So this is something to keep in mind. Let's look at some other examples. Here, I'm not using the word lend and I'm not using the word borrow. Here I'm using use. Can I use some item for a minute? So this specifically includes a verb. What am I going to do? I'm going to use the item. So can I use your pen for a minute? Can I use your computer for a minute? Can I use your phone for a minute? For a minute means a short period of time. Literally, it means 60 seconds, but this indicates just a short period of time, about a minute perhaps. Another one, if you don't want to use will or can, you can also use just a simple please statement. So this is not a question, but please lend me something, something, something. So please lend me your car. Please lend me your pen. This sounds quite formal, actually. Please lend me. Keep in mind, though, we cannot use please borrow. We can't say please borrow me. That's incorrect. We can only use lend here. Please lend me something. Okay. Let's go, though, to the next category here, which is borrowing and lending for someone else. So in these sentences, I've included you and me as the basic pattern. However, if you're talking about someone else or you want to ask person A for something for person B, how do you explain that? Let's look at these examples. First, similar to this, will you lend person your item? So this is very similar to this pattern here. I've replaced me with person here. So will you lend your classmate your pencil? Will you lend your teacher the paper? So something you want comes at the end of the sentence here, and the person follows the verb right here. We can do the same thing when we're using the verb borrow, as we did in this example sentence. Here, we've replaced I in the original sentence with person, so can person borrow your item? So again, because we're using borrow, the person receiving the item is the subject of the verb. So, can my roommate borrow your car? Can my parents borrow your house for the weekend, for example? So, just keep in mind that these two verbs always follow the same rule about the positioning of the subject and the object and the person receiving or giving the item. Let's look at one more example, though. This is quite a complex situation because the person lending the item and the person receiving the item are not participating in the conversation. The speaker and the listener are talking about some other group of people, for example. Here, I wonder if person A can borrow item from person B. So here we need specifically to describe who is person A and who is person B. They're not participating in the conversation. So I wonder if my dad can borrow a tool from my uncle, for example. So these two people are not participating in the conversation, but we're discussing the possibility. This is how we would do it. This is one example of that. All right, so just to recap then, these are kind of the simple requests that I'm using and that you can use when you're doing borrowing and lending conversation practice. So, can I, will you, and please. You'll notice please is not made as a question. Please is just a statement. Can I and will you are actual questions there. So just remember, can I borrow, will you lend? Because the subjects of the sentence indicate different people are receiving and giving the item. Also, just to review as well, this is a key point from this lesson. When you're using the verb lend, the person receiving the item is the object of the verb, as in here. Please lend me your car. Will you lend me your car? Me is the object here. When you're using the verb borrow, the person receiving the item is the subject of the verb, as we saw here. Can I borrow some money? I is the subject. I am receiving the money in this case. Okay, so with that, I want to look at some time expressions that you can add to your request. So I talked about it in this point here. Can I use something for a minute? That's an example of a time expression we can use to make our request a little more specific. So I've used two kind of patterns here. The first group uses for, the second group uses until. So remember, we use for a period of time, a time period, a length of time, in other words. Here, for a minute, I talked about before. For a bit is a casual way to say a short period of time. For a sec is short for a second, also a very short period of time. Literally not a second, 1 second, but very short period of time. Here specifically for a week and for a year. So these are just some examples of lengths of time you can use to add to your request. and the other group until. Here we see some situations that might happen that would cause the speaker to return the item they have borrowed or to return the item they have been lended. So, can I borrow your car until I get a new one, for example? Or can I borrow your calculator until I find mine? So these sentences, or rather these time expressions show, for example, can I borrow your calculator until I find mine? Means at the point in time I find my calculator, I will return your calculator to you. So until I find mine shows that. Another one, until I can pay you back. This would be used for money. So we talked about here, can I borrow some money until I can pay you back? It's quite a risky question perhaps, but until I can pay you back is one example. Here are some more specific ones with time. Until tomorrow, so until this point in time. Until the test, so again a specific point in time. So we can use until and for with our requests for borrowing and lending. I hope that helps you make some more specific questions. Anyway, those are all the things that I want to talk about for this lesson. If you have any questions, comments, or would like to practice making sentences or requests, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and come check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between would, could, and should. I'm going to give a very quick introduction to several different ways that we use these words and share a few example sentences so that you can get an idea of the kinds of patterns that we use when we're using these words. So let's begin with the word would. Okay. In blue, I've marked a couple of kind of key points for review of ways that we can use the word would. These are kind of made with some key grammar points in mind. Let's begin with the first point here. We use would to talk about unreal situations in the present. That means situations that are not real, things that are not true, but we want to talk about them. So these are very common if patterns. So for example, if I were, I would. If he were, he would. So you can see both of these start with an if statement. So that means that these are not real situations. We're just talking about the possibility of something. And then we're describing an action. In this case, it's a positive action with the word would. So for example, if I were a doctor, I would work in a hospital, for example. In that example sentence, I'm not a doctor, but I'm explaining if I were a doctor, I would work in a hospital. So I don't use the verb will because it's not an actual situation and I don't expect it's going to happen. I'm just talking about an unreal situation. Another point here is your pronunciation. When you use the word would, we'll contract it along with whatever you're talking about. So for example, I would becomes I'd. He would becomes he'd. And we'll see some more examples of this kind of pronunciation a little bit later. But when you're pronouncing if I were, I would is correct. But to make it sound a little bit more natural, use if I were, I'd. It sounds a lot better. So this is the first point, talking about unreal situations in the present. Of course, you can use a negative here. If I were a doctor, I wouldn't drink alcohol, for example. So we can use the positive would and the negative wouldn't in these patterns. Then similarly, the second point I want to introduce today is using would to talk about unreal situations in the past. So this is about the present. We just reviewed how to use would in the present, but if you're using would, you can also use it to talk about unreal situations in the past. So things in the past that were not true. In these cases, we'll use a past tense verb in the if clause here. So for example, if I had blah, 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 in this case, I'm using this to explain like an action that I did not do, but if, just in case, in the situation that the action did happen. So I'm using this this pattern if I had, and then a verb would come after that. So for example, if I had woken up earlier, I would have been on time for school, for example. So these are past tense unreal situations, or past unreal situations rather. So here we see would again, but when we're using would to talk about unreal situations in the past, we need to use have to make a positive statement. I would have, and the pronunciation changes to would've, would've. If I had, I would've. Of course, we can use would not have as well to make a negative statement. If I had, I would not have, and in a contracted pronunciation, in a reduced pronunciation, it sounds like I wouldn't have, I wouldn't have. Or even shorter, wouldna, wouldna as well. So if I had, I would have. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have, for example. Another one, if she had, she would have. So in natural pronunciation, if she had become a teacher, she would have taught math, for example. So these are unreal, so these are not true. These if statements introduce something that is not true, but we want to talk about the possibility, that's all. Okay, let's move along to the next use that I have in blue here. Just a quick one because there's not much space on the board. First, used to talk about the future in the past. So this might be a little bit confusing. This means when you want to talk about your past, but you want to explain something you were thinking or something you were considering about the future at that time, you can use would to do that. An example. When I was, past tense, when I was a kid, I thought, again, past tense, I thought I would be a doctor. So, meaning, when I was a child, at that time, when I was a kid, my thinking, I show that with past tense here, my thinking was that in the future, I would be a doctor. So we use would to explain something in the future that we were thinking about or something in the past. So something happened in the past, some idea, for example, we use would to explain that future. So that's this point. Let's go on though to the next one. We use would as a past form of will when we're reporting something. So by reporting, I mean he said, she said, and so on. So when someone says, I will do something, and you want to report that in the past, you can use would to do that. In this example, Tom said he would pay for coffee. Tom said he would pay for coffee. This doesn't mean, if I'm Tom, I didn't say, I would pay for coffee. That's not what Tom said. Tom said, I will pay for coffee. That was Tom's expression. Tom said, I will pay for coffee. But if I'm a different person, I want to report what Tom said. I say, Tom said he would pay for coffee. So that would means past tense. I'm reporting Tom's will. Tom said, I will pay for coffee. But when I report it, I say, Tom said he would pay for coffee. That's what's happening there. Okay, so we use this to talk about reporting things. All right, those are some key points, but just some other reminders too about using would. We use would for formal requests, like would you like some coffee? Would you like some tea? We also use it to talk about regular actions in the past. This is similar to used to, but we use would to explain things that we did regularly. So for example, when I was a kid, I would eat ice cream every day, for example. Or when I was in university, I would see my friends every afternoon. So we can use would to do that, to explain regular activities in the past. But maybe these are particularly challenging, so you might need to take some time to review these grammar points as well. Okay, so let's move along and maybe compare this to could. Let's look at the second point for today. Could. We use could to talk about possible situations in the present. Possible situations. This is a key difference from would. Would is unreal situations, so it's something that is not true now. Could refers to something that is possible, like something we can possibly do now or very soon in the future. For example, we could see a movie today. In this sentence, we're showing it's possible to see a movie today. We can't use we would see a movie today. That doesn't make sense. Here we're expressing possibility only. We could see a movie today. It's possible to see a movie today. In this sentence, you could try a new recipe, for example. Here, it's possible to try a new recipe. It's possible for you to try a new recipe. So both of these actually sound like suggestions. So if someone said, "What do you want to do today?" and the other person replied, "We could see a movie today," it's a suggestion. They're suggesting a possible activity. Same thing here. "What do you want to eat for dinner tonight?" The other person responds, "You could try a new recipe," like for someone who's cooking. These express possibility, and we cannot use would here because we don't use would to give like suggestions about things that are possible. We're just talking about a situation that's not true. Okay. So similarly, we can use this to talk about possible unreal situations in the past. So here, yes, we have unreal again, like we saw with would, but here we're also talking about possible situations. So let's look at the examples first, then we can compare. Here, past tense. If I had, I could have. And again, this actually reduces, could have reduces to could've, could've. If I had, or if I'd, I could've. So for example, if I had studied harder, I could have passed the test. If I'd studied harder, I could have passed the test. That's how a native speaker would say it. So if I had studied harder, I could have passed the test. This is actually quite similar to if I had studied harder, I would have passed the test. What's the difference there? This one sounds more confident. If I had studied harder, I would have passed the test. We're using would have here, meaning that there's a high level of confidence. Here, we're only talking about possibility. If I had studied harder, I could have passed the test. It was possible. Using would have shows like if I had studied harder, I'm pretty sure I will, in other words. Think of this as like will, but for like an unreal situation. I would have passed the test. I didn't, but I would have if I had studied harder. This is could have. So they're quite similar here, just different levels of confidence. In the next one, if you had, you could have. So in this example, if you had sent him a message, you could have met him for dinner. If you had sent him a message, you could have met him for dinner. So this means the other person did not send a message and therefore did not meet the other person for dinner, but it was possible to do that in the past. So here, if we use this expression, if you had sent him a message, you would have met him for dinner, it sounds a little bit odd because it's quite a high level of certainty. This is like will again, like you would have met him for dinner. There's it's a definite thing. Here, however, it's just a possibility. If you had sent him a message, you could have met him for dinner. So that shows it would have been possible to meet for dinner, to use kind of a confusing expression there. But meaning the possibility was there, but you had to have done this thing first. So possibility here. All right. Let's move on to the next point. We use could to express past ability. Past ability. For example, when I was little, I could speak Spanish. So here we see, again, past. When I was little, meaning a little kid, physically little, I could speak Spanish. So we can think of this like past tense can. That's all. Okay. Another one. We use this to express impossibility, that something is impossible, or for that matter, possible. So I'll show a possible example and then an impossible example too. Okay, first one. This could be the correct address. So meaning it's possible this is the correct address. This shows that there's just a possibility. If, however, we use not here, sorry, this says not. I know it's really small there, but if I use not, this could not be the correct address. Using could not shows something is totally impossible, 100% impossible, no chance. This could not be the correct address. It's not possible. So for example, this address is like 555 ABC Street. The correct address is like, I don't know, 444 ABC Street or something. This could not be the correct address. Something is wrong. Here, we see the same thing, could not, except I've contracted it. Also, I've used past tense here. So, that couldn't have been Sarah. She's at work. In this sentence, for example, I'm out shopping and I think I see my colleague Sarah. But I think to myself, no, that couldn't have been Sarah. So here's my past tense, couldn't have been. That couldn't have been Sarah. Sarah's at work. I know my colleague is at work. It's not possible that that was Sarah because Sarah is at work. I use couldn't have been to express that. So showing past impossibility. I use this expression to do it. Okay, lots there. A couple other reminders. We use could to ask permission. Could I? Do we also use it for requests as well. Could you please help me with something? So just a couple extra reminders there. All right, let's move on to the last point for this lesson, the word should. Should. So we use should to give and request advice. Examples. You should find a new apartment. So here, should comes before the verb. You should find a new apartment is a suggestion. That's advice to somebody. He should get a new job. That's someone's recommendation, a piece of advice. They should stop smoking. Again, advice. When you want to request advice, you could use a simple pattern like, what should I do? Or what do you think I should do? Or what should I get, for example. We also use should to talk about improvements to past action. So this is commonly used to express regret, or like we wish we had done something differently. We wish that we maybe chose something different. So examples of this. I should have studied more. I should have studied more. So here we have should. Here is my past activity that I did not do enough of. So here, in other words, my feeling is I did not study enough in the past. I want to express more study would have been better. So I say, I should have studied more. I should have studied more is a native speaker pronunciation. I should have studied more. So this more refers to more than I did in the past. So you'll see this used with the comparative form of adjectives quite a lot. Example, a second example, you shouldn't have had so much to drink. You shouldn't have had so much to drink. Here we see the negative. You shouldn't have had. You shouldn't have had is how we'll say it. You shouldn't have had so much to drink. In other words, you drank too much. You should not have had so much to drink. You shouldn't have had so much to drink. So you drank too much, in other words. So this is an improvement to a past action. Someone is suggesting an improvement, like I wish you hadn't had so much to drink, for example. You shouldn't have had. One more. He should have spoken to her. He should have spoken to her. He should have spoken to her. Here we see should, and again, past in this case. So he should have spoken to her, meaning he did not speak to her, but the speaker feels, oh, he should have. That would have been a good choice. He should have spoken to her. So we use this to talk about often regret, things we did not do, but we think now, I should have done that thing. Okay, so that's a very actually quick introduction to some huge grammar points. If you have questions about any of these points, please let me know in the comments so that I can find like a key point and make a different video explaining more about that point. So if you have questions or if you have comments or if you want to practice making a sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and come check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other good ways to practice your English. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some common contractions, and I'm also going to introduce their pronunciations. Hopefully this can help you sound a bit more natural. I've divided today's lesson into a few key groups, so let's take a look at each group individually and then talk about some more general contractions. Okay, let's get started with the first group. The first group I've classified as the to be contractions. So these are am, are, and is related contractions, especially when the subject is a person. So let's review. I am contracts to I'm. So I am, I'm. You are contracts to your. Remember, this is Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, not Y-O-U-R. That's the possessive form. Your. We are contracts to we're. We're is the pronunciation. We're. They are contracts to their. They are their. He is contracts to he's. She is contracts to she's. It is contracts to its. This one has an apostrophe. Its. No apostrophe is the possessive form, something belonging to an object. Its. And finally, that is contracts to that's. Okay, so here's our first group. Let's move on to a little bit more challenging, perhaps, using would to make the contracted form. Also, I'll talk about the past tense and the negative form here too. So first, I would contracts to I'd. You would contracts to you'd. So you'll see we just keep this D sound here. I'd, you'd, we would becomes we'd. They would becomes they'd. He would becomes he'd. She would becomes she'd. It would becomes it'd. This one's tricky. It'd is the pronunciation. It'd. That would becomes that'd. That'd be crazy. That'd be impossible. It'd be good if. It'd be good. It'd. So these are all the present positive forms of contractions with would. However, when you make a negative form, you just need to use wouldn't to do that. So wouldn't is would plus not. When you attach wouldn't to your subject, you don't need to make any change to the sound of the subject. Just make the change here with the not part. So I wouldn't, you wouldn't, we wouldn't, they wouldn't, he wouldn't, she wouldn't, it wouldn't, that wouldn't. So there's no change to the subject pronunciation. We're only making the change here. So that's for negative. When you want to make the past tense, when you want to use would with a past tense expression, we just use would plus have. I'll put this here. So would plus have becomes would've. Would've becomes the pronunciation here. So again, there's no actual change to the subject, the pronunciation of the subject of the sentence. We just attach would've. So this would become I would've, you would've, we would've, they would've, he would've, she would've, it would've, that would've. So we're just changing this part here, would plus have, to create the past tense. So this is maybe a key point with would, and the same thing applies to could and should. So with could and should, we use the same rule. So I couldn't have, I could have, for example. I shouldn't have, I should have. Same thing there. So that's a quick overview of the pronunciation of contractions with would, and a little bit about could and should as well, with the past form and the negative form too. So let's continue on to the next group, which uses will. So first we have I will, which we contract to I'll. Next is you will, which becomes you'll. We will becomes we'll. They will becomes they'll. He will becomes he'll. She will, she'll. It will, tricky, becomes it'll. That one's tricky, it'll. And then finally, will not. Remember, in the negative form, will not is won't. And maybe one more, just to match the others. That'll. That will. That will becomes that'll. So these are some common contractions with will. Please be careful, especially with this it and that. Those might be difficult to say. It'll, that'll. Okay, now though, let's go on to kind of some general ones. I just made a big group of general sounds to consider. In American English, these are kind of the pronunciations we use in everyday speech. So let's look at the first one. Want to. Want to becomes wanna. What do you want to do? Wanna. What do you want to becomes what do you wanna. Similarly, going to becomes gonna. This very soft N sound. Gonna, I'm gonna. And sometimes in fast speech, we drop the G sound. I'm gonna. I'm gonna becomes I'm gonna as well. Okay? Cannot becomes can't. I can't. Cannot sounds quite formal. It's not incorrect, but it sounds quite formal. Next one, let us. Usually we say let's. So to do something together, a suggestion. Then let me becomes lemme. Let me borrow your pen. Let me use your computer. Lemme. Give me, similar to lemme, becomes gimme. Gimme a minute. Gimme your lunch, for example. Gimme and lemme. We use those. Okay. The next, this is a little bit more broad. When you need to use the present perfect tense, we have these two patterns are quite common. The subject, this is very simple. Subject plus have, or subject plus has. Sorry. So subject plus have, or subject plus has. So for example, I, you, we, they have, he, she, it has, for example. So when the subject is, for example, I, when we attach have to this, we just make it a v sound. I've, we've, you've, they've. There's a V sound. I've been to France. You've eaten that. They've never been here, for example. It's this V sound. I've. However, when we use has, because the subject is he, she, or it, we make an S sound. So for example, he's just becomes S. He's. He's never been there. She's never eaten that. It's never been found, for example. Just a simple S sound. But when we use have, it's a V sound. I've. So please try to use that. Okay, on to the next group. Again, some kind of similar points. They just sort of change depending on the subject. First one, had not. So I had not heard this news, for example. This becomes hadn't. Hadn't. Similarly, has not. So again, a present perfect example, but this is a negative. Has not is hasn't. Here, have not. Again, a present perfect example, this time a negative. Haven't. I haven't finished my homework yet. I haven't finished teaching this lesson yet. So hasn't, haven't, hadn't. This is a past perfect expression. Okay. Good. Let's go on to the last group. Again, quite similar expressions with some very small changes. So here I have somebody is or has. I have a slash here because we use the same pronunciation for both of these. So somebody is and somebody has. We use the same pronunciation, which is somebody's. So somebody's in the room is somebody is in the room. Somebody has taken my bag, for example. Somebody's taken my bag. Somebody's in the room. Both of these use that S pronunciation, somebody's. So how do you know the difference? You have to listen for grammar, one, and just context as well. So somebody's in the room. Grammatically, somebody has in the room is not correct. That's an incorrect sentence for grammar. Therefore, we know the correct sentence is somebody is in the room. Somebody has taken my bag. Somebody's taken my bag. I know somebody is taken my bag is grammatically incorrect. So my brain therefore applies has in that situation. So we need to think about this when we're listening as well. It takes practice, I think, to get the hang of it. So similar here, just as we did with somebody, we use the same rule for someone and something. So someone is becomes someone's, and someone has also someone's. Same thing with something. Something is and something has both become somethings. Something's not right. Something's gone wrong. So we use the same pronunciation, but these are two different grammar points. So you need to listen to the grammar of the whole sentence. Something's gone wrong. Gone is the past participle form. Something's gone wrong. So I know it must be something has gone wrong. Something is wrong. Wrong is just an adjective. Something is wrong. I know, therefore, it must be is, not has. So listen for the grammar of the sentence overall to find the correct meaning. All right, but those are quite a few common contractions. I hope that they were helpful for you. And don't forget to review this part with could and should as well, this would bit here. Of course, if you have any questions or if there are some other contractions that you have questions about, like how to make them or the pronunciation, please let me know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you have other questions or other feedback, please feel free to let us know about that too. If you liked the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and come and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for more English study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about formal request patterns. These are a few different patterns that you can use when you're making formal requests. So these are great for business emails and other situations where you need to politely ask for something. I'm going to introduce the patterns and then I'm going to share a couple of examples as well. These are not the only patterns you can use, they're just a few ideas to help you get started. So let's take a look. Okay, first one, let's begin with the first one. You'll see some of these patterns today will use the word would at the beginning. Remember, we can use would as a common word to begin a request. So the first example includes this. Would you be so kind as to something? Another thing you'll see in many of these examples is the word to before kind of the extra information portion. This is a great hint that we should follow this part with some kind of verb. So to plus the infinitive form of a verb. We'll see a lot of examples of this. So the first one I've included, be so kind as to do something. So this is making a request, and this part, be so kind as to, shows us that the speaker is asking for the kindness of the listener or the reader in doing this action which we're about to describe. So let's look at an example of this. Would you be so kind to send me the files? So here the verb we're using is send. As I said, we need to follow this to with the infinitive form of the verb send, and send me the files finishes the phrase. So would you be so kind as to send me the files means please send me the files, but it's a more formal sounding request. You're saying, it would be really nice of you if you would send me the files. It just means please send me the files, but it sounds more polite. Okay, let's look at another one, similar. Again, this one begins with would and ends with to in the introductory part of this pattern. However, here we have possible. Would it be possible to? This sentence, or this pattern rather, this is another way of saying, can you? Can you? But would it be possible to sounds much more formal than can you, or in some cases, can I? So let's look at an example of this one. Would it be possible to discuss this later? Would it be possible to discuss this later? Again, we have this to here, which shows us we should use the infinitive form of the verb, the regular form of the verb, to discuss this later. This part, would it be possible to, means can. So in other words, can we discuss this later? That's what this request is, but it sounds more formal. Would it be possible to discuss this later? We're connecting, if you're using this in speech, we're connecting these sounds. Would it be becomes would it be. Would it be possible? Would it be possible to discuss this later? Okay, so this is a good one to use for can situations. If you would use can in a regular request, you could try would it be possible to in a formal request. Okay, let's go along to the next one. May we ask you to? May we ask you to? This is a formal way of saying please. Please, please do this thing. So again, we're ending the pattern with to. Here we have this kind of confusing maybe, may we ask you? So you know that we use may to ask for permission to do something, but we're also using ask. So really, this combination makes a very soft request. Here I'm using we. This we could mean your group or your company or your department perhaps. So may we ask you to is kind of making yourself sound quite humble. So you're kind of lowering yourself and making a request from the other person. But again, this just means please, please. We're just using a more formal expression. Again, we're going to need to use the infinitive form here because we see to at the end of this introductory section. So let's look at an example. All right. May we ask you to submit the application by tomorrow? So again, to our infinitive form, and here, may we ask you to submit the application by tomorrow? I've phrased this as a question, really. If you're using please, you could just say, please submit the application by tomorrow, period, not a question mark. Here, because we're being formal and polite, we say, may we ask you to submit the application by tomorrow? So may we ask you? It's like you're asking permission to ask for something from someone, if that makes sense. So it's kind of a very soft expression. But we're phrasing this as a question here. Again, this just means please submit the application by tomorrow. Okay, on to the next one. The next one is also a possibility expression. Do you think you would be able to? So here we see would. Do you think you would be able to? This means that in the future, you're asking about someone's future abilities, something that someone could do or would be able to do in the future. So, do you think you would be able to? Verb phrase here. We should follow this with the verb. Again, this part, do you think you would? This is maybe kind of softening it. Instead of would you be able to, it's do you think you would be able to? Here as well, a pronunciation point, this you would, we reduce this to you'd. Do you think you'd be able to? Do you think you'd be able to in speech? In writing, we can use the regular form, the non-reduced, the non-contracted form. Let's look at an example of how to use this. Do you think you would be able to have it ready by tomorrow? So this could be a document, for example. Do you think you would be able to have it ready by tomorrow? If we want to make this really, really simple, do you think you would be able to have it ready by tomorrow? Is, can you have it ready by tomorrow? That's really what this means. It's just a very formal way of saying that. Do you think you would be able to have it ready by tomorrow? So it's quite soft. It's like giving the other person a chance to say, no, I'm really busy. But it means, can you? Can you have it ready by tomorrow? Do you think you would be able to have it ready by tomorrow? Quite nice. Okay, let's move along to the next one. Again, we're starting this with would, so another soft request pattern. Would you have some time available to? So this is asking about someone's schedule. Would you have some time available? To verb. We need to follow this with the verb. So let's look at the example. Would you have some time available to chat about this? So again, here's our to, our verb, to chat about this in other case. This just means, do you have time to chat about this? But this, would you have some time available in the future, in other words? Or do you think that it would be possible to chat about this is another way to say that. So just a quite formal expression. Again, do you have time to chat, in other words? Okay, let's move along to the next one. For very kind of direct requests, but that are also formal, we can use a pattern like this. I would like to request. I would like to request. Here you notice there's no to at the end of this. So we should probably use a noun phrase here. There's something that you want to receive. So I would like to request something. Example, I would like to request your attendance at the meeting. I would like to request your attendance at the meeting. This is a formal sentence, which means please come to the meeting. Please come to the meeting. So I would like to request. You can imagine this as meaning I want, or I need, or please do this. I would like to request something. I would like to request a letter. I would like to request an application form, please. I would like to request your attendance at the meeting as well. So these mean I want something. But as I've got over here, try to avoid using some of these expressions in formal requests. I want and I need can sound very casual and too direct, especially in business situations. When you're making a request, I tend to avoid using these. If you're trying to give some supporting information for your request, maybe that's okay. So for example, I would like to request your attendance at the meeting because I need your approval for my project, for example. In that case, using I need could be okay. But if you make your request, your first kind of introduction to your request, using I want or I need, in some cases it might sound a little too direct. So please kind of be cautious. I tend to avoid. Same thing with can I. Can I can sound a little bit casual sometimes. So you can kind of feel the situation and how close you are to the person you're speaking to or writing to. Okay, let's move along to the next one. The next one is great in emails and written correspondence. So this is when you are maybe introducing yourself in an email or you're introducing a request in an email. I am writing to request. This is very clear. I like to use this when I'm writing to someone that I don't know. I use this after I introduce myself. Hi, my name is Alicia. I'm from ABC company and I am writing to request. So this is, in other words, why am I writing to this person? So I'm writing to request a meeting. I'm writing to request this document, for example. I'm writing to request noun phrase. Here, I am writing to request a letter of recommendation. So, in other words, this is the thing I want. I'm writing to request this thing. This is great to use in emails when there's some specific thing that you want and you want to describe it quickly and clearly. That's quite nice. All right, let's move along to the next one. When you need to ask permission to do something. So here you'll see we go back to this to at the end of the pattern, meaning we should use a verb here. May I or may we have permission to? In other words, is it okay to? But this is a formal way to ask permission. Example sentence. Example sentence. May I have permission to use your video in an article? So this is actually, I think this is a similar to a comment we received on the channel. May I have your permission to use your video in an article in this case? So in other words, is it okay if I use your video in an article? This is a much more formal, a much nicer way to ask if something is okay to do or not. All right, let's move on to the last pattern for today. Could you please? Could you please? Here you'll notice I've used you. You can change this. If you change this to like, could I please? It means you want something, like you want to receive something. Here you're asking for someone else to do something for you. Could you please do something? Example. Could you please let me know if this is acceptable? So this part, let me know if this is acceptable, means please let me know if this is okay. Acceptable means okay, really, but more formal. Know if this is okay is what this means. But you can change this, this you to whoever. Like, could he please give me the information? Or could I please meet with you later, for example. You can change this could you, depending on the situation, depending on who is giving and who is receiving information or a favor or so on. So this one, there's quite a lot of flexibility with this. So keep that in mind. Okay, so those are a few different patterns that you can use when you're making formal requests. So as I said, this is really good for business emails and formal situations. So I hope that you got some new ideas. Of course, if there's something else that you like to use in your formal requests, please let us know in the comments. If you liked the video, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and come check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to make negative requests. By negative requests, I mean how to make requests for someone not to do something or to stop a behavior. So I'm going to talk about some formal and some very casual examples of this. I hope that it's useful. Let's get started. All right, first one. The first one is probably the most useful and the easiest to remember. It's kind of polite a little bit, but it's also very clear and direct. The pattern is, please don't verb. Please don't verb. So put any verb here in the regular, like the plain infinitive form. No change to the verb. Just please don't plus a regular verb. Example. Please don't take my pens. Please don't fire her. So in these examples, my verbs are take and fire. Please don't take my pens. Please don't fire her. So we can make very simple ones too, like please don't sit there, or please don't smoke, for example. These are very quick, short, direct, easy to understand requests to stop or not to do something. Okay, let's go to a very formal expression. You might see this on signs, or you might see this in official rules, in regulations, policies, for example. This is not something that is commonly used in everyday speech. Please refrain from verb ing. So we tend to use the ing form of the verb here. Please refrain from. Please refrain from. This refrain from means don't. Please don't. And instead of using the regular infinitive form of the verb here, we use the ing form here. So this is like the more formal version of the first pattern. Please don't verb. To make it more formal, please refrain from verb ing. Examples. Please refrain from feeding the pigeons. So here, feeding is in the ing form. Please refrain from feeding the pigeons. If I want to use another simpler example, like in this sentence I used please don't smoke, we could use that here. Please refrain from smoking. That's a very common one that you might see posted in restaurants, like on signs. Please refrain from smoking. Please refrain from ing form verb. A formal way to say don't do this behavior. Okay. Let's go on to 3 examples that are very casual. These are ones you'll use with kids. You'll hear among close friends, family members, and in some cases these are the easiest to use because they're so direct. First one, stop, verb plus ing. So this is very, very direct. There's no please, there's no could you, it's just stop. So this is a very direct request. Stop, verb ing. Examples. Stop hitting your sister. Hitting is the ing form. Stop hitting your sister. Stop looking at me. So these are very direct. So we can imagine these might be from like a parent to their child, or perhaps to a close friend, for example. So these are used in situations where we're very close to the listener. Stop ing in the verb form. Okay, let's go to another one. Don't plus a verb. Sometimes if the verb is very clear, if the action is very clear, we drop the verb and we extend this don't sound. So let's look at some examples with a verb first. Don't plus a verb. It's just like this, please don't verb, but even more direct, more casual. Don't put your elbows on the table. So elbows, remember this part of your body, and putting it on a table, like at a dinner table, for example, is considered rude. So don't put your elbows on the table. Don't plus our verb and some extra information here. Don't put your elbows on the table. Don't chew with your mouth open. So chewing is the action, this action of your mouth, and chewing with your mouth open instead of closing your mouth as you chew is also considered rude. So these are a couple quick maybe reminders from a mother or father or other parent figure. Don't put your elbows on the table. Don't chew with your mouth open. Don't plus a verb. So you might hear, especially young kids and kind of adults who are having a little bit of fun with language, you might hear the verb get dropped. So a great example would be like if a kid is fighting with their brother or sister and the kid is getting punched, like there's someone like that's hitting the kid might just say, don't. So because the action they want to stop is quite clear, like don't hit me is what the speaker, the little kid, means. But they drop the verb because it's very clear. The unpleasant action is very, very clear. In those cases, you might hear speakers drop the verb completely. Don't, when it's very clear we know which action we don't want. So you might hear that. In lots of cases, though, we do include the verb. Okay, let's go to another one now. A pair. Stop it and stop that. Stop it and stop that. So here the difference is it and that. This just depends on the speaker's feeling, really. Stop it means stop the behavior. Stop that also means stop the behavior. Stop that is probably used more when we want to point out a behavior a little bit removed from us. So if I'm watching bad behavior across the room, I could say, stop that, stop that. I could say stop it as well if I want to. It just kind of depends on the speaker's mood a little bit. So stop it or stop that are quick commands, again, often from parents to mean stop that behavior. So stop that behavior, stop it, or stop that. So you can use both of those. Maybe a question some of you might have, stop this, stop this. We don't use that one very much. Stop, you could say stop this car, for example. If you want to talk about an object or something that is moving, that you want to stop moving, you could say stop this car or stop this bus, for example. But when you're talking about behavior, we don't use stop this. We say stop that or stop it. Interesting point. Okay. Let's go along to a very casual, kind of more common in the last maybe 10 to 15 years, I would imagine. I'm not sure specifically, but this is one we see a lot on the internet these days and a lot used among young people. Could you not? Plus maybe do that. Sometimes this is dropped. So this is very similar to don't, but what makes this interesting is it's phrased as a polite expression. Could you is used in polite requests. Here we're using not, though. So could you not do something? Could you not do that? This is actually not used in formal situations. Yes, we use could and you here, making us think, oh, well, maybe it's formal. But this is actually a very casual expression. Could you not do that? We use this with that sort of intonation. Could you not do that? We use it with close friends only. So, examples. Could you not post such embarrassing pictures of me online? So, this is used with someone that we're quite close to. We make kind of a direct and slightly sarcastic, maybe, request sometimes to people. So, again, as I talked about with don't, if the action is very clear, we can drop this whole part of the sentence and just keep could you not. So if, for example, maybe a close friend is singing really, really loudly in my ear, I could say, could you not? Or I could say, could you not do that? Which means please stop, please stop. So this is kind of an interesting pattern. It sounds kind of formal. It seems like it could be formal, but it's not actually. It's quite casual. Okay, let's go on to the last one for today. This one is a formal expression. If you could please not verb, we would appreciate it. If you could please not verb, we would appreciate it. So again, this might come from maybe a service staff, or you might see this on a sign in a restaurant, or perhaps at like, I don't know, some other kind of gathering place where lots of people visit. So if you could please not, regular verb form, we would appreciate it. So a formal expression at the beginning and at the end. So, example, if you could please not feed the animals at the zoo, we would appreciate it. So here's my verb, feed the animals at the zoo. I have an object here. We would appreciate it. Or if you could please not smoke, we would appreciate it. So this is a formal request not to do something, and we include an appreciation expression too. So this is another nice formal expression you can use. If you forget though, this one is maybe the easiest to remember. It's good in polite situations, good in casual situations. Please don't verb. Pretty simple. So I hope that this was useful for you. Of course, if you have some other patterns that you know of, or if you have any questions, please feel free to let us know in the comment section. If you liked the video, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and come check us out at EnglishClass101.com too. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to give an introduction to English tenses. For this lesson, I'm going to give a short introduction to when to use each of the English tenses. I'm also going to share an example of what that tense looks like in a sentence or in a question. So this is just a quick guide. If you want more information about any of these tenses, you can try searching the YouTube channel or our website for a video specifically about one of these tenses. So I hope this is helpful for you. Okay, so let's get started. The first group of tenses I want to look at is the present tense. So for today's lesson, I've organized it into three categories: present, past, and future tenses. So let's begin with the present tense. So in each category, I have four different tenses. I have simple, continuous, perfect, and perfect continuous. You might know continuous as progressive. They mean the same thing. Continuous and progressive mean the same thing for this lesson. So let's begin with the present simple tense. Present simple tense is a tense we use for general facts, for regular actions, and for schedules. So this is stuff that doesn't change. Like he speaks English, for example. She doesn't speak Spanish. That's a simple fact. For regular actions, so things you do every day or every week, for example. And schedules, so that means like a bus or an airplane or maybe a car schedule, something that maintains a regular schedule. An example, two examples of using the present simple tense. First, I work on Mondays. So here, work is my verb. I work on Mondays. Simple present tense. A negative, I don't eat lunch at 2 o'clock. So these are simple present tense statements. In this case, they're just simple statements of fact, really. Okay, so let's continue to the next one. The second tense is the present continuous tense. The present continuous tense. So present continuous tense we use for continuing actions, and that means actions that are happening now. So for example, I'm teaching, I'm standing, I'm speaking. Those are actions happening now. So we use it for continuing actions now, like physical actions. We also use it for trends. So things happening in your society right now, for example. So examples would be like, that TV show is becoming popular, or the world is getting warmer, for example. So these are things happening now also. We can use it for one-time actions as well, and this relates a little bit to future tense, which I'm going to talk about later too. But something happening just one time in the future, we can use the continuous form to describe that. So for example, I'm working this Saturday. So sometimes students ask, what's the difference? Why is it I'm working this Saturday and not I work this Saturday? Remember, we talked about the present simple tense. We use that for regular actions, for general facts. So if you usually work on Saturdays, you should use the present simple tense. I work on Saturdays. If, however, this Saturday is special and you don't usually work on Saturdays, you should use the continuous tense. I'm working this Saturday. So it sounds like that's not a typical thing for you. I'm working this Saturday. Okay, let's go on to the third tense. The third tense is the present perfect tense, the present perfect tense. So we use the present perfect tense for general life experience or lack thereof. So lack thereof means no life experience, not having a life experience. So something that you did in the past, but not at a specific point in time. The specific point in time is not so important here, or maybe we don't know. So example. A negative example, he has never been to Spain. He has never been to Spain. In this case, no life experience of going to Spain is what this means. So this is an example of present perfect tense. Here we have he has. Remember, we need to attach has or have before our past participle verb form here. So for more information about this tense, you can check the channel. There's more information there. So let's continue on to the next tense now. The next tense is the present perfect continuous tense. Present perfect continuous. We use this tense for actions that started in the past and continue to the present. So something you started doing in the past, some point in the past, It's not always important when, but that action continues. So you use this a lot to talk about your studies, for example. We use words like for and since and maybe ago with this as well. So an example of this, I've been studying English for 2 years. So here we see I've been. This I've is the contracted, the reduced form of I have. I have been studying. So this is the continuous or the progressive form. In this case, I've used the word for. I've used for because I'm using 2 years, which is a length of time. We can use since. For example, I've been studying English since 2016. So we use since before a specific point in time. We can use ago as well. Usually we pair it with since. I've been studying English since 2 years ago. You'll notice when we use ago, however, we change from using, in my first example, 2016 to a length of time, since 2 years ago. So there are a few different changes you need to make there. But you can check the other video on the channel for more information about that grammar point. Okay, let's move on to the second group for today, which is the past tense. Let's look at the 4 points in the past tense here. First one is the past simple, or just simple past tense. Simple past tense is used for actions that started and finished in the past. So for example, I taught simple present tense earlier. So I used past tense. I taught simple present tense because the action started and finished in the past. Another example, I worked all night. I worked all night. So work is my verb. I use simple past tense worked because the action started and finished in the past. Another example, a negative, they didn't come. They didn't come to the party. They didn't come to the office. The action was in the past. It refers to something that did not happen in the past. So there was no action in the past, but it's over, it's finished. So we use simple past tense to talk about these simple actions that started and finished in the past. Okay, let's go on to the past continuous tense then. Past continuous is for actions that were continuing in the past. So this one is one we often use with a specific point in time along with it. So let's look at an example first. We were listening to music. We were listening to music yesterday, or we were listening to music at 8 p.m. When were you listening to music? When was that action continuing? At 8 p.m. or yesterday. So it's common to include a point in time with this grammar point. Another example, like I was doing something, something, ing form there. So this is one that's some people have questions about, like why should I use that? When should I use that? It's typically used in response to someone's question, like what were you doing last night, for example, or what were you doing this morning? So you want to know someone's activities at a specific point in time. You can use this grammar point to respond to that question. Okay, let's move along to the past perfect tense, our next one. Past perfect tense is for actions that were completed or not completed at a non-specific point in the past, at a non-specific point in the past. So this one is kind of difficult, and it's perhaps not used quite so much in everyday conversation. This is used a bit more in writing. This is a grammar point that's especially helpful when we want to show kind of a timeline in our writing. To show that an action happened before another action in the past, we can use the past perfect tense. So here's a couple of examples. First one, they hadn't departed yet. So here, hadn't is the reduced form of had not. They hadn't departed yet. And I had taken my lunch break. So we would use sentences like these if we're telling a story. So we're telling a story about the past, and we want to show that one action happened before another action. When we want to talk about the earlier action, so the thing that happened earlier, like more in the past, we use the past perfect tense. Then we can use the simple past tense to explain the action that happened closer to the present. So for example, I had taken my lunch break when I saw the delivery man came, or something like that. So you can see my second point there. That's kind of a strange example, but you see that my second point there uses the simple past tense. I saw the delivery man came. So I had taken my lunch break further in the past when I saw the delivery man came. So that's simple past tense. So this is probably more common in writing, but it is used in speaking as well too. So this is what we use past perfect tense to do. Okay, let's move on then to another challenging point, past perfect continuous tense. Past perfect continuous. These are sentences or questions for actions that started in the past and continued to like an unspecified point in the past. So the action has finished as well. That's a key difference with the present perfect continuous. With present perfect continuous, the action is happening now still. That behavior still continues. Key point though with past perfect continuous is that the action started at some point in the past and then continued and finished as well, but at some unspecified point. So maybe we don't know exactly when the action finished, but it's done, it's complete. So let's look at an example. They had been waiting since 3 p.m. So here, they had been waiting. This shows us that there was some waiting period. So the waiting started at 3 p.m. and the waiting continued and continued and continued. We don't know when the waiting finished, but this grammar point shows us that the waiting has finished. We're finished waiting. That's done. We wanted to talk only about this period of time the people were waiting in the past. So this is the grammar point that we use to talk about things that were happening over a period of time in the past and then finished. So this is something, again, we use when telling stories. We're showing a sequence of events, actually. Okay, let's move along then to the last group for today's lesson, the future tense. Future tense. Let's start with the future simple tense. Future simple tense. This is for actions that are planned or unplanned for the future. There are actually a lot of different things we can do to make the future simple tense. Some very common ways of making future simple are through using will and won't, and going to and not going to. And earlier in this lesson, I mentioned using the continuous tense, the present continuous tense, the ing form of a verb, to make statements about the future also. So there are many ways to make simple future statements. Let's look at a couple of examples. First, I'll have a glass of wine. This uses will, I'll. I'll is the reduced form of I will have a glass of wine. That's a future statement. Also, he's going to cook dinner. In this one, I've used going to express that. So these are just simple things about planned or perhaps unplanned. Like he's not going to cook dinner would be an unplanned action in the future, or something that's not going to happen in the future, rather. Okay, so let's go on to the future continuous tense now. Future continuous tense, this is for actions you think will or will not be continuing in the future. Something you think will be continuously happening in the future. Let's look at an example. I'm not going to be working at company A. I'm not going to be working at company A. So here you can see we have going to. I'm not going to. Plus, we have a verb in the continuous tense. I'm not going to be working at company A. Meaning, in other words, I'm not going to have a job at company A, or I'm not going to continue my position at company A in the future. That's my thought now in the present about the future. So at that time in the future, like in 1 year, for example, I will not be working at that company, or I'm not going to be working at company A. So that's the idea behind the future continuous tense. Okay, let's move along to the future perfect tense then. So future perfect tense refers to actions that you think will have started some point in the future. So remember, you're thinking in the present right now. But this grammar point is used to talk about something you imagine in the future that starts at some point and you think might be continuing into the future, maybe. Something started and maybe continues. This is the idea here. So let's look at an example. I will have lived in China for 2 years. I will have lived in China. So here I'm using will to show it's a future tense statement, I will, plus have lived. This is the same thing that we use for the present perfect tense that we talked about earlier, that past participle plus have or has, but we're attaching it to a future tense will. I will have lived in China for 2 years. So when would we use this? So if, for example, someone asks you a question about your future, and they say like, so where do you see yourself in like 2020, for example? Or where do you imagine you're going to live in 2020, for example? You can say, oh, I will have lived in China for 2 years. So meaning at that time, in 2020, I will have lived in China for 2 years. So that means not now, but in the future. At that point in time in the future, I will have started living in China, and that will have continued for 2 years. So that's what that means. That's a guess about the future, future time period, that something will have continued in the future. So again, quite a challenging grammar point, but something definitely to look into. So again, not used perhaps as much as the present perfect tense, but great for storytelling and for imagining your future too. Okay, so let's move on to the last point for today's lesson, the future perfect continuous tense. Future perfect continuous. This is a tense that you use similar to the last one, but for actions you think will or won't have started and will be continuing. So something that's going to have started again in the future, something started, and the action will have continued into the future. Example, I won't have been eating meat for 3 months. I won't have been eating meat for 3 months. So for this one, let's imagine that you decided last month to stop eating meat. So that's fine, actually. For this sentence, that's okay. You made a decision last month to stop eating meat. Then someone asks you about your progress, like how's it going? Like what are you going to do next month? And you can say to yourself, well, at that next month in the future, you can use this sentence. I won't, so won't, negative, will not. I won't have been eating meat for 3 months. For 3 months. So that means from the point in time I started it in the past until this point in the future. So not present, but into the future. This entire time, my behavior not eating meat, that's going to have continued. So you're making a guess about the future. So at this future point in time, that behavior I started in the past will have continued and continued and continued. And at this point, it will be 3 months total for that behavior. So we use this to talk about something, some future thing that will have continued or will be continuing into the future. So will have continued, meaning something that started in the past and continues into the future, or will be continuing, meaning it's still going into the future as well. So there are a couple of like very, very subtle grammar points to consider there too. So those are a couple of maybe tough grammar points, but they're really good for storytelling and for talking about your future as well. Okay, so I know that this was a lot of information in this lesson. If you have some questions about where to find more details about any of these grammar points, you can check the YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel has some resources for these grammar points. There's also some information on the website. If you don't see it on the website or on the YouTube channel yet, please have a little bit of patience. We are making new stuff all the time and we'll hopefully have this available for you soon. So please keep checking back in with us. Great, so that's everything for this lesson. I hope that it was useful for you. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave a comment below the video. If you like the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for lots of other things that you can use to study English. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some common idioms. These are common American English idioms. For your reference, an idiom is a set expression that doesn't mean exactly what the words in the expression means. It actually has a special meaning. These are set phrases with special meaning. So today I'm going to introduce a few. Let's get started. Okay, the first expression, the first idiom, is the expression I feel under the weather. I feel under the weather. This means I don't feel well. I don't feel well. So you use this when you feel sick, like I'm feeling under the weather today, or he's feeling under the weather today. You can also change this verb to look. If you want to make a guess about the way someone else feels, you can say, you look under the weather. Like in this example sentence, you're looking a bit under the weather. A bit means a little. And here, you're looking means like it seems that right now, your appearance now suggests that you don't feel well. But this is a friendly and casual expression you can use to say, are you okay? You look a little sick. So, feel under the weather. To feel under the weather or to look under the weather, if you're just guessing based on someone's appearance, means that you don't feel well or someone seems like they might be sick. Okay, let's move on to the next idiom. The next idiom is, I've put in parentheses here, I'm so hungry, but we drop this part sometimes. I could eat a horse. I could eat a horse. So here you see could, suggesting possibility. This part we often drop, so sometimes we just say I could eat a horse, or maybe a different large animal, like I could eat an elephant, for example. Basically, this idiom means I'm very hungry, that's all. So in other words, I'm so hungry, it's possible for me to eat a large animal, an animal as large as a horse, or as an elephant or something. We don't really change the animal so much. You could say elephant, I suppose, but typically people say horse. This is a little bit of an old-fashioned expression. Now you might just hear, I'm starving, but that's kind of an extreme, I'm really, really hungry expression. But if you use this, it's okay. People will understand. It means you're very, very hungry. Okay, let's move on to the third idiom for this lesson. This one is, it's raining cats and dogs. It's raining cats and dogs. This one also is a little bit old-fashioned, but you might still hear it used from time to time. It's raining cats and dogs just means it's raining heavily. It's raining a lot. There's a lot of water coming down. So it's raining cats and dogs. This does not mean there are cats and dogs in the street or coming down. It just means heavy rain, heavy rain. Okay, let's go on to another one that's a little more commonly used. This expression, this idiom is that, or it, or these, those, whatever, that costs an arm and a leg. An arm and a leg, physically body parts, an arm and a leg. That costs an arm and a leg. This expression means that's very expensive. We use this for something that is extremely expensive, or perhaps more expensive than we expected. So an example of this would be, my new phone cost me an arm and a leg. My new phone cost me an arm and a leg. So I paid a lot of money for my new phone. Here, cost is actually in past tense, cost. Here, it's in present tense, that costs an arm and a leg. Here, this is the past tense expression, my new phone cost me an arm and a leg, means I paid a lot of money for my new phone. So, an arm and a leg, these are key parts of our body. So we use them in this expression to show that something was really, really expensive. We had to give a lot of ourselves, a lot of our resources to pay for this item. So something costs an arm and a leg means something is really expensive. We always use arm and leg. We don't use arm or leg only. We use them together always for this expression. Okay. Let's go along to the next one. Also uses leg. This expression, this idiom, is to pull someone's chain or to pull someone's leg. You also hear the verb yank used here. So pull is this motion. Yank is like a quick, short pull. So to yank something. But to pull is a little more like smooth. But to pull someone's chain or to yank someone's chain or leg, these expressions all mean to be joking. It means you're just telling a joke. You're kidding. Kidding is a word that means joking. So when you're joking with someone, like in a conversation, and you want to show, I don't mean anything by it. I'm just joking. You can say, I'm just pulling your leg. Like if you're telling a story, if you're lying to someone for a joke, you can use this expression. So here, sorry, I'm just pulling your leg. Sorry, I'm just pulling your leg. Sorry, I'm just yanking your chain. This means I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. Don't be serious. Don't take what I'm saying seriously. It's a joke, in other words. So sometimes people like to use this to like finish a conversation if the other person is getting angry. And then they can say, oh, I'm just joking. I'm just pulling your leg. Okay, let's go on to the next one. The next idiom is to hit the road. To hit the road. This does not mean physically hit the road outside. This means to leave, to leave. This is a casual expression which means to leave your current position and go somewhere else, to hit the road. In an example, it's late. Let's hit the road. So in other words, it's late, let's go. Let's leave this place. Okay. Onward to the next expression. The next idiom is kill two birds with one stone. So a stone is a rock, a rock. Two birds with one stone. This expression means to accomplish two things with one action. So one thing, you do one thing, but you accomplish two things. Of course, you could do multiple things, I suppose. 3 birds with one stone, maybe. But we tend to use it 2 birds, 1 stone. An example. Met friends and checked out a new restaurant. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. So I wanted to see my friends and I wanted to visit a new restaurant. I did them both at the same time. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. So I accomplished 2 things in one action there. This is quite a common expression. 2 birds, 1 stone. It's always that pairing. Okay, onward to the next one. The next idiom is piece of cake. Piece of cake, like that's a piece of cake, or it's a piece of cake, or that was a piece of cake. It means very easy. Piece of cake means easy. Also, be careful of your spelling. This should mean piece, like one part of something. It's not P-E-A-C-E, peace, like peace on earth, peace around the world, but piece of cake, part of cake. It means very easy. This is an expression that means very easy. An example, making coffee is a piece of cake. So some activity, some action is easy to do. We say piece of cake. So actually, we don't always clearly state the action or the activity that's easy. Sometimes we get like a request, like, can you make this or can you do that? And the response is just piece of cake, no problem. I can do that, that's easy for me. So quite a common one too. Okay, let's go along to the next idiom, which is put all your eggs in one basket. Put all your eggs in one basket. This is an idiom that's usually used for advice, and we usually say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. This means to rely on only one thing for your needs, to rely on one thing. So let's look at an example of this. Don't invest in just one company. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So the image here is that we need eggs in this example. We need eggs to eat for something, for breakfast, let's say. If we put all of the eggs we need in one basket and we drop the basket, or the basket is stolen, or there's some other problem, the eggs are destroyed or they disappear or whatever, we have nothing, we have no resources. So this is a life advice idiom that suggests if you have some resources, you should spread them to different places. So don't put everything that you have in one location. If something happens, then you're in trouble. So it means spread out your resources, spread out the things that you need in case something happens. So here too, don't invest in just one company, try to spread your investments out is what this really means. So this is quite a common expression. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Okay, let's go on to the last one. The last one is a special idiom. It is hair of the dog that bit you. I have this in parentheses because we often remove. We often drop this part. Hair of the dog that bit you. This is an idiom that we use particularly the day after we've had alcohol. So hair of the dog, this is a suggestion for a hangover cure. So hangover means that sick, bad feeling you have after drinking too much alcohol. So we feel like a headache. We have a stomach ache, we're slow, it's difficult to do things. That's a hangover. So hair of the dog that bit you. So we're suggesting here that alcohol is a dog. That's what there's kind of a small story here. Alcohol is a dog, and the dog bit you. So because the alcohol harmed you, damaged you, you feel sick. So the idea here is if you take, like medicine kind of, if you take part of the dog, a hair from the dog that bit you, you'll be cured. It's like a treatment kind of, or a suggestion for treatment. So example, hangover, how about a little hair of the dog? In other words, this means if you drink a little bit of alcohol, then maybe you will feel better. It's suggesting not to drink a lot, but have a little bit of alcohol and then your body will be better. It will improve. I don't know if it's true or not, maybe for some people, but that's what this expression means, hair of the dog, and we often drop that bit you there. So how about some hair of the dog that bit you? That could work. All right, so those are a few common idioms that we use in American English. There are many, many more. If you have questions, or if you have comments, or if you know some other idioms and you'd like to know more about them, please let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 verbs. I'm going to talk about the difference between answer, reply, and respond. So let's get started. Okay, first, let's take a look at the verb answer, to answer. The meaning of the verb to answer is 1, to react to a question. So a simple question. What time is it? What's your name? How are you? Those are simple questions. So when we react to that, like 12 o'clock, Alicia, I'm good. Those are all answers, and we can say, I answered the question in response. So we can use it in that way, but we can also use it when we're taking tests or examinations. When we include or we choose an answer as a noun, when we choose something on the test and we mark that, that's called answering a question on a test. So we use answer for verbal questions and written questions, but we also use it for test questions too. So this is good to keep in mind. When you're answering something, you're answering some question, or there's some question, some inquiry that you're reacting to. So there's something that's like a question being posed. That's a good thing to keep in mind for this verb. Also, we use answer for these 2 cases. When we pick up the phone, so there's an incoming phone call, your phone is ringing. When you pick up the phone, we use the verb answer to describe that. We say to answer the phone. Please answer your phone. We also use it when guests come to our homes or to our offices or to other locations. When the guest arrives at the door or at the reception, or there's some kind of door area where you need to receive your guests, we use the verb answer to refer to opening the door and greeting the guest. So if someone knocks on the door to announce they have arrived at your home, you go to the door, open it. We say that's called answering the door. So please answer the door. Our guests are here. So to answer the door is to open the door when guests arrive. To answer your phone is to pick up the phone when your phone rings. So these are a couple other ways that we use the verb answer. Let's look at some examples now too. All right, first one. Please answer the questions. Please answer the questions. We could use this for a test. We could use this in a discussion as well. Please answer the questions. This is a very simple basic way to use answer. Here for a test, Answer all questions within 30 minutes. So here's a command. Answer all questions within 30 minutes on a test, probably. Here's a negative example. He didn't answer. In this case, he didn't answer his phone. So if you call someone and the other person does not pick up the phone, they don't answer their phone, this is how you can explain that. He didn't answer. And we remove this part, he didn't answer, because from the situation it's quite clear. He didn't answer his phone. We know it's his phone because you were on the phone. So he didn't answer. We can use it in this way. Okay, now that's answer. Let's take a look at reply next. Reply. Reply is used to mean to react to a statement or a question. So someone says something, someone poses a question, asks a question. To react to that, we can use the verb reply, or rather, we can use reply to refer to our reaction to that thing. So we'll see in just a moment. Reply is not as formal as respond. Actually, from these verbs, when I'm emailing, I tend to use reply in my emails a lot more. Thank you very much for your reply, for example. So that's used as a noun. But you can use it as a verb. So like, please reply at your earliest convenience, for example. You could use that too in emails. That's what I tend to use. Anyway, some examples of using reply here. First, she replies to emails really quickly. So meaning she reacts to people's emails really quickly, and she therefore returns the statement. She gives something back. She replies. Another example, he never replied to my message. This is past tense. So I sent a message to someone. I did not receive a reaction. So I can say he never replied to my message. Here's another one. We also use this in writing, like in novels and books, to describe someone's reaction. A question, what time is it? 12 o'clock, he replied. So you'll see this in books. Lots of storytelling uses reply as well. Reply and response, or respond as a verb in more formal situations. But reply is kind of like a basic, sort of neutral level reaction to something. So I tend to use reply as a noun and as a verb a lot in my email writing. Okay, let's move along to respond then. So respond also, like reply, it means to react to a statement or a question. So these two have that same meaning. However, respond sounds a bit more formal than reply. So if you use respond in like a text message to your friend, like please respond to my message or please respond by tomorrow, it might sound too formal. Reply is probably better when you're texting your friends, like please reply to the invitation by tomorrow. Sounds much more natural. Respond would be good at work when you're using like work email for something, or when you're on the phone as well. So using this is much better for like business situations. Also, respond has an additional meaning that's not related exactly to communication. Respond can also mean to have a good reaction to something, So I'll share some examples of this, but this is not the focus meaning for this lesson, but I'll introduce some examples. Okay, so let's look at examples of this part. First, I need to respond to that email. Maybe you're telling your boss, I need to respond to that email from the client. It sounds a little more formal. It sounds a little more important. Another one, a question. Have you responded to those inquiries yet? So you receive like client inquiries or customer inquiries. An inquiry is a question. So have you responded to those inquiries yet? Another one, a negative. They're not going to respond. So this is, you're making a guess, probably a strong guess. The other party, or maybe the client, the customer, is not going to respond. They're not going to react to something. Okay, so as I mentioned, respond does have this other meaning of reacting favorably, reacting well to something. So we use them for like public reactions to things. We can use them a lot for medicine, like treatments and so on. So here's one. She responded well to treatment. She responded well to treatment. This doesn't mean she said something or she wrote something. It means she received some treatment. She's sick, so she received some treatment, some medicine of some kind, and her body was happy about the treatment. There was a good response. Her body responded well. So there was a good reaction in her body. That's what this means. Here, second example sentence, I think the public will respond well to this policy. So this is a prediction. The speaker is making a guess. So they have this new policy. The speaker thinks the public, the general people out there in that society, will respond well. In other words, they will have a good reaction to this new policy. So this use of response is a little different from kind of reacting to a statement or reacting to a question. It's actually having a good reaction to something. So slightly different, and you might see this in the news a lot too. So keep an eye out for that. Okay, so this is a basic introduction to the differences between answer, reply, and respond. I hope it was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to try to make an example sentence, please feel free in the comment section of this video. Also, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study tools. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again next time. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the difference between question, ask, and inquire. These are three verbs that seem very similar but have a few different uses. So I'll talk about some definitions and then I'll share some examples to give you an idea of how you can use these verbs. Okay, let's get started. I want to begin with the verb question, to question, so please be careful. Today I'm not talking about the noun form question, I'm talking about the verb form, to question something. So to question as a verb has a couple of different meanings. First, it means to ask for information, to ask someone for information. This often has the nuance of interrogating someone. So to interrogate someone, this is a verb we use, for example, in like police situations or like suspect or crime-related situations where police or authority figures ask a lot of questions to a person who is suspected of a crime. That's interrogation as a noun, or in the verb form, to interrogate. So maybe a slightly less serious form of interrogate is question. So it means you're asking for information, usually about a serious matter. So let's look at an example. Here, the reporter questioned the CEO about the year's changes. So in this case, it's a business situation. A reporter is talking to a CEO about changes in the company, perhaps for the year, and the verb question, in past tense, questioned, is used to mean the reporter is asking for information in a serious manner. So this probably also means that the reporter is asking many different questions, not just one question, but asking a series of questions about the same topic. Okay, let's take a look at the second meaning for this lesson of the verb question. The second meaning here is to doubt, to doubt. So like if you're suspicious of something, or something doesn't seem true, for example, it doesn't seem genuine, we can use the verb question to describe that. Let's look at an example. I can't believe you're questioning my loyalty. So here, question, in the progressive form, questioning, refers to doubting someone's loyalty. So this could be as like a member of a team, a member of a group, a member of a company, whatever. In other words, the person listening is questioning or is doubting the speaker's loyalty, meaning they're not sure if it's true or not. So to question can mean to doubt as well. All right, one more example sentence here, just to kind of refresh. I think the first meaning is applicable for this sentence. The suspect was questioned this morning. So here it's used in passive, and we see that it's again in some kind of criminal or crime-related situation. So this is something you'll commonly see in news, like in reports related to crime. So to question. Okay, now though, let's move on to ask and inquire. So let's start with ask. The verb to ask means to request, to request something. It also means to look for information. So you'll see actually, this is the same as I have for inquire. But one key difference here is that ask is the most commonly used verb. It's more casual than inquire. So I'll show you some examples of how to use this. First one, she asked him for help with her report. So here, ask has the meaning of request. In other words, she requested him for help with her report. Here we have past tense, asked. She asked him for help. The second example sentence, they asked where the restroom was. Again, we have past tense here. In this case, they're looking for information. You could understand it as requesting information, but here they are looking for some information. This is a fairly simple, a fairly casual situation, so ask is a good choice here. We don't need to use inquire, as that sounds a little too formal. So ask is used in these kind of everyday simple situations to request help, for example, or to get some information. Okay, so now let's take a look at inquire. As I said, inquire, I have the same definitions listed for inquire as I have for ask. However, inquire sounds more formal than ask, so we can use it in similar situations in terms of the meaning, but when you use inquire, it should be for something that's a little more serious or not so maybe everyday. So maybe in like business situations or in customer-client relations, for example. Let's take a look at some examples of when inquire might be used. First one, reporters inquired about the president's motivations. So reporters inquired about. So in this case, it's reporters, they're searching for information about the president's motivations. So this is connected to this meaning, looking for information. The reporters are trying to find some information here. Let's look at the next example sentence. People shouldn't inquire about the private lives of celebrities. So here, inquire is used in present tense. So in other words, people shouldn't look for information, or maybe even people shouldn't request information about the private lives of celebrities. So these are perhaps more formal situations. These might be something you could see in the news, for example, or in more serious situations or in serious discussions. So when you're choosing between ask and inquire, ask yourself, is this a casual situation? If so, ask is probably the best choice. If it's more formal, like a business situation, you might use inquire instead. And when you want to talk about like interrogations and like asking lots and lots of questions, you might use the verb question here instead. So I hope that that helps you. I hope you can kind of get an idea of some of the differences between these three verbs. Of course, if you have any questions or comments or want to try to make some sentences with these three verbs, please feel free in the comment section of this video. Of course, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study resources. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some phone-related expressions. I've chosen some key verbs that we use when we're using the phone. So today I'm going to explain the meanings of these verbs and give some example sentences so you can use them too. Okay, let's begin. First, let's start with maybe the basic action of using a phone. The first verb is to pick up, not pick up, but pick up separately. Pick and up are separate words. To pick up the phone. To pick up the phone means to answer an incoming call. So this means when your phone begins buzzing, literally we physically pick up the phone and answer the call. So meaning we receive the incoming call. So this on a mobile phone refers to this action, to pick up the phone and answer the phone. Before mobile phones, when phones were attached to the wall or when phones were like a physical object on a table, It meant physically picking up the receiver and putting it to one's ear to answer the phone. So, an example sentence. Can someone pick up the phone? Can someone pick up the phone? So, answer the phone. Someone's calling. Okay, let's go to the opposite then. The next verb is to hang up. To hang up. Again, this is two words, hang and up. To hang up. So to hang up the phone means to end a phone call. So this word, actually, this has a bit of history then. So before mobile phones, when phones were, objects that were in rooms, when we finished the call, we would place the receiver back on the phone stand. There was a stand for the phone receiver to rest on. So it was like we had to hang the receiver on its stand, or when phones were attached to walls as well, we would hang it on the wall. So we use to hang up to refer to ending a phone call. However, even though we don't hang up our mobile phones, we just push a button on our mobile phones, we still use the verb hang up, actually, to refer to ending a call. Of course, you can say to end a call as well, but hang up is still very, very commonly used, so you can use it too. This means to end a call. An example, she hung up on me. She hung up on me. So here, past tense, hung up. Hang up becomes hung up in past tense. H-U-N-G, hung up. Okay, let's go along to the next verb, to call. To call, a very basic verb for this lesson. To call just means to communicate by phone. We can also use to call for like Skype calls or other video service calls. Anything that you use like a mobile phone or some kind of video service to do, you can use to call to refer to that. That means like FaceTime or whatever. Any other similar application, you can use call to refer to that. So to communicate via phone is to call. So an example of this, let's call the customer service number. Let's call the customer service number. Okay, let's move along to the next verb, which is to return a call. To return a call. To return a call means to call a person who called you. The nuance here is that you missed the call. So if I make a phone call, I try to call you, but you are not available, I hang up the phone. Later, when you are available, you call me. You can say, I'm returning your call. That is called returning someone's call. So I called you first, you missed it, so you're calling me now. You've returned my call. Another example of this, I'm returning your call regarding your order. I'm returning your call regarding, in other words, about your order. So to return a call is usually because you missed the call, the first call. So let's look at the next word, which is to call back. This is very, very similar to return a call. However, this is a key difference. You may